Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. I'm speaking to you out there. Don't question it. It's good to be here. It is Tuesday, the 27th of January, where I am coming from. It is the day after Australia slash Invasion Day in Australia, and we are going to be looking at the aftermath of that situation, plus some other pretty crazy world news. Let's be honest, it never seems to end in Minnesota. Jag, and that's what I'm assuming you're speaking to there. How you going? I might have to keep quiet on today's stream when all the sympathizers start showing up, justifying execution. Pretty crazy stuff, can I just say. If you're not aware, there was another fatal shooting in Minneapolis at the hands of ICE agents, like what, 48 hours ago? Not even. And he goes by the name of Alex Pretti. And from the look of the footage, if you haven't seen it already, go and look for it. It's really not hard to find. I don't think I can show it on a stream. Like, it's really not as graphic as like it would be in a Hollywood movie, but I just don't think I can show it on a stream. But yeah, this guy is kind of resisting ICE officers, like pushing over a woman, um, or standing up to them. I guess how you feel about the situation. And then there's a struggle and he gets shot like 10 times. Like, I don't even think I'm exaggerating. I'm sure chat will tell me if I'm exaggerating here. They shoot him like 4 times and then they stand back and then they just like keep shooting him on the floor. And so when you use the word like execution, Jag, I think I don't know how else to explain that one, but like it is very, very gangland execution-y kind of thing. Like, there was definitely not, he wasn't going to get up after that. I don't know what they were checking for, but I'll leave it to you to have a look at that for yourselves. It's funny, things aren't showing up on this stream. Can you see this chat here? I've got a different chat and stuff's not showing up the same. That's very interesting. I don't know why not. Hobo Joe, yo, yo, yo. What's up? What's up? Dilemmas kind of sounds like you're talking about me. Hey, cupping some heat there, Dilemmas. LARP Jeff in the house, internet friends. How are we? I hope we are all well today as we go through. I do apologize for the time difference. I was unable to join earlier, but I'm just going to go later. I don't know, that doesn't work for everyone because of time differences. But like, I'm going to stretch out the stream today. We're going to be going later into the evening for someone like myself. We're also going to be having a look at Australia Day and the aftermath, I guess you would say, of Australia Day and Invasion Day that happened yesterday. Specifically, I want to have a look at the rallies that took place. I went to a rally yesterday. If you weren't aware and you didn't catch it, my pretty much my usual streaming time, maybe a little bit earlier, finished a little bit earlier too. I streamed the Invasion Day rally in Sydney, and it was quite an eye-opening affair. I must say, quite the eye-opening affair. I learned a lot, stuff that I didn't understand before, and stuff that you don't get, the nuance you don't get from the culture wars, which we're going to have a look at as well. We'll have a look at how the media is describing yesterday and painting it as a tale of two cities, etc., etc., etc. I tried to watch it, but it's cringe for me. I feel like it's not for everyone, and it's obviously makes a lot more sense to Australians, I guess you would say. But yeah, we'll go over some of the stuff that we learned yesterday, I guess you could say. I do want to have a look at some of the interviews that I had yesterday. I think it was interesting. I tried to get as many Indigenous people as I could, as opposed to just anyone. I was more targeted this time. It was really funny. I approached this Indian dude, and he looked at me. He's just like, I'm not, I'm not Indigenous." I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine, bro. I get it. I know the feeling." Dilemmas. You can see the agent removes Pretty's gun. It's a P320. They are known to negligent discharge. The gun goes off. The other agents hear the shot and react, thinking the guy was shooting. Oh, so that's the story. That's how people are covering this one. and justifying shooting someone 4 times and then stepping back and shooting him another, like, what, 6 times on the floor. That's interesting. It's good to know, like, because all I've seen are like people just being like, look, they've done it again. And like, this is completely unjustifiable. If you thought the other one was hard to justify, this one will be impossible to justify. And we've finally got it. I haven't come across this explanation before. So in the scuffle, they've been able to make as quick judgments as, oh, look, this particular gun is known to go off. Oh, quickly, I better apprehend that gun. I better take that off this person. Oh no, shots fired must be coming from here. I better shoot this guy 6 times. Dish, 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 dish. That's what the video shows. They need more training. Shouldn't take 5+ guys to subdue one person. Wow. Interesting stuff, man. Interesting stuff. I sadly couldn't find my cape-sized Australian flag. Or maybe you can borrow mine, because I got given this in a what was the name of the rally? Put Australia First rally. And a One Nation supporter gave it to me, and she said, "Here, this is for you. You can wear this for the rally." And like, I took it. I was like, "All right, free flag. I'll take that." And she was standing there, kind of like, "So you're gonna put it on?" I was like, "Yeah, I'll do it later. I'm not getting in costume while I'm streaming. I'm sorry." Um, Interesting. But yes, there's always a story. Whether or not you drink the Kool-Aid is up to you. Yeah, it's an interesting one. And yeah, I haven't come across people trying to justify it. Like, I've even come across some weird conversations on it where, like, let's be honest, the hypocrisy of the whole Alex Pretti situation is so heavy. Like, the irony actually is so thick in this whole situation that, like, usually the same type of crowd that does something along the lines of, hey, I support ICE agents, they're law enforcement, thin blue line, I stand with law enforcement, all that sort of stuff. They can shoot people in the head if they really want to, are the same types of people who are also, generally speaking, the types of people that are very pro-gun. And like, if I just had a gun, I'd be able to protect myself from danger, and I'd also be able to protect myself from the arm or the overreach of the state, and I'd fight in a gun battle in the streets with the state and take over in some revolutionary style episode. And this guy actually had a gun, and it didn't protect him, one. And two, it was probably the reason why he died anyway. So it's really interesting watching the same people that are pro-gun defend these guys for shooting someone who had a gun. And then even organizations like the NRA coming out and saying stuff like, whoa, 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 let's not jump to conclusions here. Trump administration, this person has the right to bear arms, and that shouldn't be a reason that you shoot someone because they have a concealed weapon, especially given the laws of the state or the county. I'm not sure, actually. I have to check that. Allow such. So it is really interesting. Like, if the only silver lining to this whole event, like, let's remember, a guy has died here. Just like the Renee Good situation where people are just like, she had it coming. I would have shot her 4 times in the head. Like, it's a human, a mother, a mother, and like, no one really deserves to get shot in the head 4 times in circumstances like that. Even if they weren't listening to law enforcement, they shouldn't be shot in the head. And this guy, like, honestly, like, you have to watch it. Like, they just keep shooting the guy. Like, seriously, I just don't get it. Like, I just don't get it at all. And yeah, the irony, the hypocrisy is so large that it's really interesting seeing the same people that are all like pro-gun and pro-ICE wriggle out of this one. They're just like, which one do I defend? Somebody having a weapon or law enforcement indiscriminately killing people? I don't know which to choose here. I'm struggling. Hey? Just have a look at the footage. That's what happened. Watch it and tell me where I got it wrong. I don't think it's really a matter of right or wrong. I think, as Jeff has already pointed out, it's just a way that you interpret things, which actually makes more sense. So if you can watch that with an eye of just being like, must figure out a way to justify the situation, then you'll find it. And like if you want to watch that with an eye of must look at a way to vilify the situation, you'll find it. What the real question is on the balance of both things, which is more predominant. I would put to you dilemmas that it is almost overwhelmingly predominant in a case like this, that even if they shot the guy for having a concealed weapon and they heard it go off, you've heard the amount of shots that happen there. Does that sound right to you? Does that sound right? You've seen the footage, you've said. Does that seem like a commensurate response to his gun, as it has been alleged, going off once? Look at the video I just posted, Dilemmas. It really doesn't get any more clear. From Jag, Dr. Nathan. I don't know people like Ass Man Rot are calling it unjustified. And people like Penguin are calling it straight out murder. The window shifted massively on this one. As in, like, people have had enough, and like no one's really trying to justify that much. Watches the guy remove the gun while starting to pull his own firearm, then starts firing at his back. Weren't they CPB, not ICE? Indoctrinate, and there's no way to demonize him and too many ways to humanize him. You saw how much they clung on to anything with Renee to other her. She became a raging lesbian despite her kind nature. It's hard to other a young white male who's also a nurse. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Like he's kind of like he's hard to falter. He's in an important and critical service. And he was standing up for, like they say chivalry is dead, but I'm pretty sure that agent, whoever there was, just like slammed a woman into the ground pretty hard, and he was kind of coming to the rescue, I guess you would say. It really doesn't matter. Really, all that matters is what you look to read in the situation as opposed to the objective situation itself, it would seem. Hobo Joe. I'm a person that doesn't like guns, but the way America is, if I was living there, I would want a gun at all times. So am I kidding? You'd probably end up another eye statistic. Well, that's the thing. Like, this is the argument. Like, I hear it all the time from the gun people. It's just like, but if he had a gun, none of this would have happened. Like, what? He shot me 10 times. I got him back, though. Now we're even. ICE and CBP are the same thing, all under the same umbrellas like DHS. Project 2025 even wants to combine them. Dilemmas, but all the footage you've watched, did you know the SIG 320 goes off on its own? Well, it's funny that you say that because if it does go off and it's on its own, it's directly in the hands of the guy that takes the weapon. So you could argue that if it goes off on its own, it's because this guy's pulled it out and taken hold of it and used it incorrectly, or he's used it intentionally, if you know what I mean. Okay, but all the footage you have watched, no way. Doesn't matter what the history of the gun is. The footage speaks for itself. Indoctrinated Asmongold is alt-right and Penguins is centrist and stays out of politics, but both are hard Second Amendment believers in the sense that like they both think like Asmongold and all that sort of stuff. Is that who you were talking about before? Ass Man Rot? That's for Asmongold? Is that who you're talking about? Asmongold is saying that this is unjustified killing. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I'm surprised at that. I'm surprised. That's interesting that you describe him as alt-right as well. I wonder what's the best description for him? Yeah, it's his true man. True name, if not Roach King. Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, we'll get to the whole Alex situation later and see how it unfolds. Or unfolded. Actually, you know what? Let's do Alex first. It seems to be what people are talking about. And then I'll cover Australia's culture wars after that, or what the media induced culture war especially after my experience yesterday. It's not the same way I think that the media is portraying this situation. It's not as black and white as they're making it. But let's do this. Let's get a Democracy Now! Summary of events on this situation. So, like, this isn't obviously going to be as objective as such. It's from the interpretation side of arbitrary state violence, i.e. execution in a public place. But like, let's get some, like some, I want to say facts, but like, it's just maybe not appropriate. Let's get some type of an understanding on the situation from Democracy Now!, which is a liberal organization, let's be honest.
Democracy Now!'s John Hamilton was in the streets of Minneapolis this weekend and filed this report.
9 a.m. on Saturday morning, gunshots ring out across a stretch of the Whittier neighborhood of South Minneapolis known as Eat Street.
Like more than
Video
10.
of the
How many
homicide
was
began
that?
to circulate
How many
across
was that?
social media.
Like, honestly, even if he had a gun and it fired like once, like, what's going on there? How many times do you have to pump someone full of lead? Honestly, fuck, I've gotten into the middle of it. There's so many shots. I just cut it in half. They saw the gun. Bloke grabs it. Other pull gun after hearing gun 3 times. P320 goes off. Spooks the cops. Others pull gun after hearing gun 3 times. Spooks the cops. A bit scary, isn't it? Hey, so much for professionals with killer devices in their hands. Oh, I was a little bit spooked. So ignoring the gun in, why did they beat him like that? Then Dilemmas is watching something.
Saturday morning, gunshots ring out across a stretch of the Whittier neighborhood of South Minneapolis known as Eat Street. Video of the homicide began to circulate across social media, prompting shocked and angry neighbors to pour into the streets despite temperatures below 0 Fahrenheit. Within hours, protesters from across the Twin Cities region converged near the intersection of Nicollet Avenue and 26th Street, the site of the killing. They were met with extraordinary violence.
They will kill me!
You aren't showing the video, Mr. A? Oh my god, I'm not. Fuck. Can you hear the audio though? Or is that not coming out as well? Oh my god, I can't believe that. Thank you. They need more training. Can't believe I did that.
Democracy Now!'s John Hamilton was in the streets of Minneapolis this week.
Are you not able to show the video on the stream? No, sorry. I was just watching something on a wrong scene. And so like I thought the audio was coming through because I can hear it. I've watched it more than enough times to know exactly what is going on.
And filed this report.
Listen to this. I'm sorry.
9 a.m. on Saturday morning, gunshots ring out across a stretch of...
I'm assuming this is as much footage as I can show. Like, it's far enough away and you can't see anything. But like, yeah.
The Whittier neighborhood of South Minneapolis known as Eat Street. Video of the homicide began to circulate across social media, prompting shocked and angry neighbors to pour into the streets despite temperatures below 0 Fahrenheit. Within hours, protesters from across the Twin Cities region converged near the intersection of Nicollet Avenue and 26th Street, the site of the killing. They were met with extraordinary violence.
They will kill me if you let me! Stop taking pictures and save my life!
Look at look how cold it is there. Damn. I wonder what the temperature is in Celsius, please. I can't figure out the whole Fahrenheit thing. Trump's doing his best to make things hot in Minneapolis. Oh my god. Yeah, I know, right? Far out. Hey, it's pretty cold out there. Gotta spice it up a little bit. So this is the footage, isn't it, Jag? I don't know. That's not safe for work. I'm sure I shouldn't be showing that on the stream. Like I'm sure there must be a rule about that somewhere. Yeah. Like I don't know, man. Just watch it. Like I'm trying to play devil's advocate for you on this one, Dilemmas. I am trying, man. But this is like, come on. You must have seen this and thought, like, why are they still shooting, man?
Those arrested by the masked federal agents were shoved into unmarked SUVs, many with out-of-state plates.
They took my sister, Donna. She was on the corner exercising her First Amendment right to protest. We were standing on the corner. We got separated by ICE, and I turned around to find her, and she was being thrown on the ground, and there was, I don't know, 4 or 5 agents on top of her, and then they drug her to a car or to something. It might be that van down there. Sorry, I just want to find my sister Donna, please. Somebody help me find where I can pick her up.
We were just running away from the gas. That's all we were doing.
Where is she right now?
He's being arrested by ICE.
Just as they did after ICE agent Jonathan Ross fatally shot Renee.
So the story goes, and maybe you guys have had different sources on this, but I've heard this from a couple of sources that, like, you know, afterwards there was some pretty big clashes. Like people were pissed off, and from what I understand, ICE were pretty indiscriminately in the face of that public unrest as a result of the fatal shooting. You know, they were pretty indiscriminately taking people away and arresting people to try and manage the situation, I'm assuming, but like obviously inflaming it all the worse. And so we're seeing that footage here. People, Dilemmas, dude, we are not watching the same video. Yeah, so like we're watching the aftermath, I guess you would say, of people confronting now ICE agents and getting arrested en masse. So it's like, it's pretty police statey kind of stuff. Like all of this rhetoric that we were listening to, what, like 2 weeks ago about Iran and Trump being like, we are locked and loaded. We're ready. If they put one hand on a citizen, one more person dies. We are going in, boys. And like, here we are again. People on the street protesting, being taken away, like picked away pretty arbitrarily, it would seem. Like one of them describing it as like, they just threw my sister in an unmarked car and like drove down the block. I don't know how to find her. Fuck knows. They get thrown to an unmarked car. I don't know if there's a system for that immediately. It might take a while for her to show up in a database. And they're just popping people. And like, it's not even like really that like that professional. That's all you can say about this. Like Renee, when she got shot, that was 3 times. Like he was in front. Let's just go with that, right? Let's just say he was in front. And then as she goes past, he's like bang, bang on the side. There was no justification for shooting multiple times in that situation. And this one is just, it really is something else. It's next level. I don't know. It's like they're playing a computer game or something like that. And they're just like bang, bang, bang. Just make sure he doesn't get up.
Good on January 7th, federal agents blocked state investigators with the Minnesota Bureau.
It seems like that. It seems like they're enjoying their free pass to kill their enemies. It's like, oh, look, Ross did it. So like, you know what? If anyone fucks with us when we go out today, I'm going to pop them. Really? Are you going to do it? Yeah, man, I don't give a shit. I'm going to fucking do it. I'm going to do it. Because I can. I remember I was DJing once in my 20s at a nightclub. I don't know, somewhere in the city. And like I was setting up at the start of the night. And there was this fucking huge security guard. And he came over and he's just like, "Oi, if anyone gives you trouble tonight, let me know." And I'm just like, yeah, sure, man. Like kind of thing. And he's like, no, seriously, let me know. And I'll take care of them for you. If anyone's like, you know, you're on your DJ equipment, you know, coming up to you, annoying you. And I was like, yeah, I'll let you know. He goes, because I really feel like punching someone in the face tonight. Like, I've had a bad day. I don't want to fucking break someone's nose. And I was like, okay, I'll let you know, bro. I'll let you know. Now, like, if you award someone with a level of force and discretion, Discretion is important, but you give them force, but you give them discretion over it, over use of it. Like if you're a soldier, maybe it's different because you have direct commander there right now telling you or not whether you can open fire. But like here, these guys got discretion and they have force. And so like, you know, who the fuck knows why they're really doing this? But like, there it is. They're enjoying a free pass to kill their enemies. The implication is fucking clear, isn't it? Isn't it? Like, you know, why not? Ross did it. There's a video of one agent clapping and reports another said boo-hoo to a bystander. Fucking hell.
Of criminal apprehension from approaching the scene, even after BCA officers obtained a warrant signed by a judge.
My name is Kevin. I live a block away from here. I woke up today and heard the news and immediately came outside to start protesting. These people are Nazi fascists and they need to get out of our neighborhoods. They need to be abolished. This entire agency needs to be abolished. The constitutional observers are being dragged out of their vehicles. They're still breaking their windows, breaking out of their vehicles, pepper spraying. I'm seeing people being pepper sprayed who are just lying down and already tackled by 3 Border Patrol agents. This latest video, this person, 6 Border Patrol agents around them, and they still shot them 5 times in the street. It's just outright murder. They're just outright murdering us.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jeremy, and right now I'm standing on Stevens and 26th here, and I've got a ton of ICE agents sitting in the street, and they're all trying to push us back and get us out of the area. Just this morning, 6 ICE officers shot and killed.
Is Bovino, that's the head ICE agent that's doing all the press conferences with the crew cut and stuff like that. That's the guy that got dismissed. So they sent him back to California. I heard somewhere that they were going to get the border czar dude that we saw last week. They're going to bring him in, and he's going to sort out this situation. You know, the border czar is going to come in there to crush protesters and get this thing back on again. Bovino is head of Border Patrol, I believe. Like, of this operation, though, like, particularly, I've just seen him pop up a lot here. So, like, apparently he's been sent home. Yeah, you pack your bags, mate. It's not going well at the moment. We need to diffuse the situation. Han, the troll. Sorry, Han the fixer. Han the troll. Tell us you've seen the footage, bro. What's going on? No trolling on this one. What's your actual assessment of that situation? I really want to know what your opinion is on this one. Yeah, he's just the patsy, and will get to retire without repercussion. Yeah. I wonder why Texas has had more ICE activity, but yet the only people shot at their ICE agents are ICE agents. Interesting coincidence? No. I don't know the implication, but it is interesting that in Texas they got shot at. Like, they actually got shot at. And so what's your argument then, Dilemma? Is that where they're doing the shooting, it's different? Like, it's different when they're doing more activity, they get shot at. When they're doing different activity in Minneapolis, they do the shooting, they get to shoot. Trump said that, I think, about those borders. Yeah, Voltato's in the house. How you going? Han, pig instigated a fight. An innocent man got killed, and nothing will happen to the pigs. Fuck. Pig instigated a fight, and innocent man got killed, and nothing will happen to the pigs. Wow. Han. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. I think that's a fair assessment of it. It definitely looked like how he was roughing up that person they threw to the floor. Fuck, man. I'm a libertarian, not a retard. Han likes free markets, not evil. Okay. Fair enough. Voltato World Dilemmas, there's a reason for that. The data shows that ICE in Texas were getting their numbers from people already in custody / prison. I posted info about it before in the Discord. Yeah. Bovino is Commander at Large, which is a rank with no statutory basis, and he operates outside the Border Patrol's command structure, reporting directly to Nome. That's interesting. So she's like her direct line. She speaks and he carries out action without going through the bureaucracy. That's really interesting. Hello, little Liddy Bros. How you going? Welcome to the stream. Let us know if you're new here. Dilemma's just a little juxtaposition of red states versus blue states. And so, but like, what do you mean? So like, because you said coincidence, like in red states, the ice gets shot at, and in blue states, ice does the shooting. Is that what you're suggesting? So it's like basically what I guess Jag was saying before. They got free license. They're in a blue state. If someone pisses you off, just shoot them. Kill them. You're in a red state. Somebody shoots at you. Hey, we'll get to the bottom of it. Don't worry about it. Just take it easy, everyone. Chill. If somebody shoots at you, don't shoot back. Don't do anything crazy. Let the right people take care of that situation.
One person, I came out here to protest, and all they have done ever since is arrest innocent people for walking into the street.
About 4 hours after they were filmed committing homicide in a video that was already racing across the internet, the masked federal agents left the scene.
Dude, doesn't this look like the fucking, those computer games you used to play, or like those movies about the end times, and like people, there's civil unrest and blah, 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 blah. It's end of the world kind of stuff. Like, this is it. Because, like, the cops don't look very uniform. Hey, like, everybody gets to pick their own. It's like Mufti Day at Ice Day. They're all figuring out they can wear whatever the fuck they want, as long as they look intimidating and they're behind the yellow line. Like, it's crazy, man. Bovino is actually ICE's operational Heydrich, who was deputy of the SS and reported to Himmler. Direct line. Having said that, the local pigs aren't doing shit to control the situation because idiot mayors and governors are pandering to voters. ICE is a legitimate function of government, whether you like it or not. You can protest, but don't interfere. There we go. There's the Han. There's Han's coming out. Fair enough. But like, so he did interfere then, Han, because that guy pushed that woman over. The agent pushed the woman over, like, and she hit the deck, and then he's come over and been like, hey, get out of her face kind of thing, and like interrupted his, I don't know, intention to push her around. More than half of all ICE arrests in Texas now originate in local jails. Yeah, I remember you said you have put information there. I thought I'd drop in because you recommended to follow Indoctrination. Legend. Thank you, Indoctrination. Thank you very much. Welcome. He interfered and his assault of the woman. Yeah, not his arrest of a suspect. Very interesting, Han. Like I was saying before, man, they say chivalry is dead. He did interfere with the assault of a woman. I thought that was pretty, like, ballsy, to be honest. Like, she got almost ass over head. She hit the ground, and, like, he kind of, like, steps in. And, like, I must admit, like, if I was there, I probably would have done the same thing. And I'd probably be, if I was in the US anyway, I'd probably be fucking dead. Like, cause, yeah, he could have given it to her, really. He, who knows if he was going to stop there. And like, yeah, singing up for a lady, I guess. Yeah. Do you do it in the public space or in that type of environment? Apparently not, man. Apparently not. Agents are increasingly arresting individuals as they arrive for immigration court hearings, e.g. in San Antonio. Yeah, why do the work, right? Just hang out. Right? Just hang out where they need to be. Involved routine immigration check-ins or federal appointments, e.g. in El Paso, probation office visits, e.g. in Dallas. Jag, chivalry isn't dead, but you will be if you attempt it. Right? Yeah. if you attempt it. Because that's really, like, unless there's some other footage that shows him, like, you know, what he was doing beforehand and he was just going around pissing everyone off. Like, yeah, if you attempt it. Han, is it difficult to speak whilst deep-throating the whole jackboot? So you can't see the tactics they use are massively different depending on the states. So you can see, yes, right. Yeah, just hanging out in areas as opposed to like this. Like, look at the screen. I'm telling you, this is like all of the, you know, the precursors to those stories you've seen. In the year 2020, something, you know, civil unrest swept the world. And there's like armies of cops and everything standing up while people are protesting before some end of times event happens. Han said it so much better than I could. That's what I was getting at with my Texas example. It's 40 plus degrees and at work. It's 50 plus. My brain is melting. Han, the pig got a running start to shove her down. The pig waited until she was near the curb that was packed with ice and snow, knowing, well, she would fall over it. Yeah. The intent was to hurt her. Yeah. I'm Dr. Nathan. Oh yeah, Han, the resident Twitch pet. I can't see their messages anymore. Whose messages? What are we talking about here? Oh, you can see the lead up to the event? Oh, great. And is this like include the event? I'll find out later. Fuck it, who cares? Let's watch this. I actually haven't seen the lead up to it. Oh man, why would it do that? Lame. I can export it. No. Stream chat. Yeah, see that? Yeah, you can. Sweet. Oh, yeah. Oh, he gets her. And then, yeah, in the face. Does he push the ICE officer? Oh, no, not really. But he puts a hand on him. And then he's guarding her as he goes down. Fuck. Yeah, you're right. Chivalry is not dead. But there's still a victim in all of this. And so if you do it, you might as well not be chivalrous, right? Interesting. I haven't seen it properly from that angle before. It's always the one in front of that orange building there. It's the one that I see. You can't be objective with your TDS. Please just shut the fuck up and stop repeating what the cult tells you to think. Calls themselves a libertarian, but says ICE is a legitimate function of government, whether you like it or not. You can protest, but don't interfere. Border defense is a legitimate function of government. Dilemmas. Remember not to put a moral filter on the American letter of the law. That's where the disconnect is mainly, like due process. What is the due process for an illegal immigrant? I don't tolerate bad faith in my chat as much as you do. I don't want a debate space like this, so timed them out for it. They didn't like that. So I can't see their messages anymore in chats. I know they're here though. Oh, so you can't see Han. Interesting. Even in somebody else's stream. That's interesting. Oh, wow. Hey, interesting. The due process is deportation. I don't agree with it, but that's how the American law is written. Fair enough. But like, what's due process and in deportation got to do with this? They weren't going after Alex. They weren't going to deport Alex. What's your point? No, I think they blocked me. I only timed them out for a week. Haven't blocked anyone. Han's not happy with that. Indoctrinate them. All right. I haven't seen it from this angle before. They're gonna show the shooting, are they? Yeah, I don't want to fucking. So like, really, she was just getting her ass handed to her by this guy. And he comes in for round 2. And then our mate here steps in. Who's in Doc talking about? He's coming up to you, bro. He's talking about you, Han. All right, let's do this. Back to it.
They drove away angry but peaceful protesters with volleys of tear gas, concussion grenades, and other so-called less lethal weapons.
Time for you to go! I think it's time for you to go!
Time for you to go. What's a concussion grenade? Anyone into their tactical stuff here can tell me. Is it a grenade that gives you concussion? Is that what it's supposed to be? It's to knock people the fuck out? Let me know.
Border Patrol and other federal agents left in a convoy of SUVs, tailed by an armored vehicle, vacating a crime scene without any coordination with state or local law enforcement.
As they were leaving,
They just started leaving the crime scene. Interesting, because I've heard that like with the other one with Renee Good, they've done the same thing where they won't let the local law enforcement or the local investigations team, like which is state level investigator, I think, they won't let them come into the crime scene, and ICE was holding them away and saying like, you know, you don't have jurisdiction here. This is a federal level, like all that sort of cliched shit, but they wouldn't let them in. And so this is them bailing from the crime scene. Fuck, they are like thugs, aren't they? That's what we're watching. Jesus Christ. Get out of there, man. We've cleaned up everything. Let's get the fuck out of here. Man. A flashbang. Ah, okay, right. Got it. It's crazy that some Australians want an ICE type here. Are they not seeing this shit? Yeah, like look at this stuff. Leaving the scene of the crime afterwards. A concussion grenade or stun grenade is a non-lethal anti-personal device designed to disorient targets with a loud blast and intense bright flash of light. Yeah, okay. Always assuming the intent was to kill. Flashbang. Poor guy stuck his head up his ass so he can't see my comments. They must be too confrontational to his worldview. Oh my god. Hedges' post summarizes this evil perfectly, in my opinion. Have you got a Hedges quote on this one? Good old Hedges. Eh? He's the best at articulating kind of the dystopian society that we live in. And so like he's just going to become more and more poignant as she gets worse. She gets worse and worse. Funny thing is he can still read them on the restream. Oh yeah, that's right. Good call. There it is. Yeah, look at these guys.
Vacating a crime scene without any coordination with state or local law enforcement.
As they were leaving, they just started throwing.
Tell me I didn't get rid of that window before. Yes. All right, let's have a look at this. Chris Hedges. What a legend. Not sure if you know who Chris Hedges is. If not, he's a writer. He was a reporter originally. He served time, I want to say, during the Yugoslavian war. Like he was over reporting there, and he just reported on like war and civilization collapse, I guess you would say, a critical analysis of America in the end times. He's a pastor, I believe. He's somehow trained to be a religious leader of something in the Christian faith. And like he just has very insightful views on, like I said, the decay of Western society. The murders of unarmed civilians on the streets of Minneapolis, including the killing today of the intensive care nurse Alex Pretti, would not come as a shock to Iraqis in Fallujah or Afghans in Helmand province. They were terrorized by heavily armed American execution squads for decades. It would not come as shock to any of the students I teach in prison. militarized police in urban neighborhoods kick down doors without warrants and kill with the same impunity and lack of accountability. What the rest of us are facing now is what Amy Césaire called imperial boomerang. Hey, you heard, I know people have brought this theory up there. Empires, when they decay, employ the savage forms of control on those they subjugate abroad, or those demonized by the wider society in the name of law and order on the homeland. The tyranny Athens imposed on others, Thucydides noted it finally with the collapse of the Athenian democracy imposed on itself. But before we became the victims of state terror, we were accomplices. Before we expressed moral outrage at the indiscriminate taking of innocent lives, we tolerated and often celebrated the same Gestapo tactics as long as they were directed at those who lived in the nations we occupied or poor people of color. We sowed the wind. Now we will reap the whirlwind. The machinery of terror perfected on those we abandoned and betrayed, including Palestinians in Gaza, is ready for us. Here are the tactics. They're coming to get you. Someone put an interesting meme, I think, in the chat, in Discord, like last week or something. And it's like, it's a, you know, one of those old school cartoons from the newspaper style meme. And there's a Israeli, like an IDF personnel training to ICE agents in what looks like a classroom. And there's like someone, I'm pretty sure somebody on the floor, like, and they're shooting them in the back or something like that. It's pretty heavy and stark, the imagery. Little Bros was also kicked out of NYT for opposing the Iraq War. Oh right, yes, he was in the Times, wasn't he? And he talks about it all the time, Chris Hedges, about you know, learning about the establishment and stuff like that, and how it really works in reporting for the New York Times. And that's why he was in the war in Yugoslavia. Yes, he was reporting, and the Iraq War. He has some interesting stories about Iraq. He's referencing the Melian dialogue. All right. Crazy stuff.
Tear gas and concussion flashbangs into the crowd. Nobody was doing anything. I was literally shaking hands with people I was talking to as they were leaving.
Just minutes after federal agents left the scene, uniformed state police officers fired volleys of tear gas as they left in a convoy that was flanked by a pair of armored vehicles. Reverend Genjo Sam Conway lives 3 blocks from the scene of the killing. He woke up to the sound of a helicopter overhead.
This is the state agent stuff. So afterwards, it would seem, as soon as ICE bailed, cleaned up the scene or whatever they did and fucking bailed, even though no one was really doing anything confrontational, it seemed at that point, just bailed. Then the state rocks up. Now, this is your ACAB moment. So I know I have a long-standing discussion with a fellow revolutionary about this topic, but like here's your ACAB types. Like this is the state, like the general state arm of oppression here through the state police coming in, and now their job is kind of civil order, making sure that everybody kind of calms down. ICE come in, fuck shit up, clean up afterwards, and then the state comes in. And so Tim Walz, you know, Mayor Fryer, you know, all of these people that are just like, hey, you know, we need to resist ICE. When it's necessary, it's time to turn the state forces on the people in order to make sure the situation is under control. After, again, ICE comes in and fucks shit up. Then the state sends in its own coppers to do the work, which is controlling the working class, controlling the working people out there. People that should be out doing other things and being constructive members of the economy, but they're out there, you know, hey, in the street, in public places, you know, exercising their goddamn human rights. And they shouldn't be out there. So they need to be cleaned up. And like, so the ICE have done the cleaning up the crime scene, and now they're going to clean up the streets and send people, you know, disperse the crowd. This is your ACAB moment. And so like the conversation about ACAB is pointing to this point, because I'm always saying that it's important in a revolution to make sure that the working class elements of the cops are infiltrated to a certain extent, as to you will have people that question whether or not they should follow unlawful orders. And so like he points in important revolutions where police officers have somehow decided to not follow orders, even if they were lawful, but they were immoral. That's the point at which revolutions are really able to just like, you know, once the state apparatus itself stops listening to itself and ceases to function just based on a chain of command, then things go fast. But like you can see it here. This is why ACAB. This is why ACAB. Because yeah, ICE have made a mess and they've tried to clean it up and take off, and another state repressive element comes in to clean up after them, after they've gone. So like they really all just look like absolute bastards all the time. They fucking are. They're just an arm of state repression. And they just straight up on the fucking cleanup, man. It's all part of the same system. Yeah, I know it is. Don't be fooled by the National Guard and or other military units wouldn't do the same thing. I know. I get it. I totally get it. And like that's why it looks really bad, like this type of stuff. They're really just coming in as the fucking cleanup crew after ICE. ICE smokes another innocent person on the street. Fucking broad daylight. Like Hedges is talking about like, you know, these fucking teams that go in and terrorize, you know, like the communities of minorities and like the very, very poor and stuff like that. And like they take them away to jail, they kill them indiscriminately, all those that. But you know, that stuff, you know, it would seem happens under the cover of darkness. And I mean that literally and figuratively. But like this stuff, like they're just killing people in the streets. And then the state is sent in to clean it up. It's very in your face. All of a sudden. Some episcopalians. I even telling their Episcopalians. Is that the one? Have I said that right? Episcopalians are even telling their followers to finalize their wills and prepare for a new era of martyrdom over ICE too. Fucking scary. Dilemmas. I'd say bad shot, too many bodies, not controlling the scene, not enough training, happens to be the dreaded 320 goes off, bad cops react, on the edge from hearing the call. There was a gunshot reaction. If there was only 2 or 3, all of them would have had eyes on what was happening. Well, instead of like the mob that was surrounding like one person. Yeah, has someone counted? Like how many people are standing around in that affair? It looks like there's at least 8 of them there. If the Trump regime is losing the evangelicals, shit's going down. But like, is that the actual meaning though, little bros, of that, litty bros, of that call there? Like to prepare for a new era of martyrdom. It's more like, hey, we need to fucking fight for ICE. So prepare to kill yourself. For the cause. Sacrifice. No dilemmas. The guy who had eyes on exactly where the gun was and being removed also decided to pull the trigger. Not to mention might pay to look into the groups that are training people in how to resist ICE, which is an obstruction. And do you think that guy was like protecting that woman? Dilemmas. Do you reckon he shouldn't have protected her? He should have let her get just let her get monstered like twice in a row, potentially going in for the 3rd time. Do you reckon he should have just left the woman next to him on the floor instead of using tactics as you're suggesting there to stop ICE? What's this? AP News article. Bishop ICE martyrdom, New Hampshire. Yeah, Episcopalians voted for Trump wholesale. They want theocracy. So, like, yeah, they probably are preparing their followers to become martyrs then, right? That would make more sense. Too many bodies, so no one can clearly see what's happening. Watch actual train cops and how they take down a perp. Interesting. All right, let's have a look at this one. Subscribe? No, thank you. Get fucked. Let's have a look. You guys can see that. Yeah. Where is the love? A New Hampshire Episcopal bishop is attracting national attention after warning his clergy to final their wills and get their affairs in order to prepare for a new era of martyrdom. Bishop Rob Hirschfeld, I don't know, of the Episcopal Church of New Hampshire made his comments earlier this month at a vigil honoring Renee Good, who was fatally shot behind the wheel. The Trump administration has defended the ICE officer's actions, saying that he fired in self-defense while standing in front of Good's vehicle, not God's vehicle, Good's vehicle, as it began to move forward. The explanation has been panned by Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry and Tim Waltz and others based on the video's confrontation. His speech cited several historical clergy members who have risked their lives to protect others, including mentioning New Hampshire Seminary. Oh, so you're talking about like, so this is not that, like not martyrdom for the sake of the ICE and Trump, ICE agents and Trump administration. This is about like, let's protect our fellow citizens. I've told this clergy of the Episcopal Diocese of New Hampshire that we may be entering into that same witness. And I have asked them to get their affairs in order to make sure that they have their wills written, because it may be that now is no longer the time for statements, but for us with our bodies to stand between the powers of this world and the most vulnerable. Isn't that a fucking scary thought? Imagine, thinking this to yourself, having this fucking thought process where you're just like, well, it's time to take matters into my own hands kind of thing. The system ain't working. And we are clergy men and women or whatever, clergy members. And so at a certain point, your principle isn't just, as you said, statements. Your principles aren't in the words that you say. They're in the actions that you do. It's time to put your body on the line. Okay? Somebody's got to look after the most vulnerable. Okay? Somebody's got to do it. That's interesting, that is. Oh, Woozle's in the house. How you going? My chat disappeared. The ICE agent actions don't look like a panicked moment. It looks like he circled, hoping for an opportunity. It's very predatory if you say it like that, isn't it? Like he took the gun and kind of moved around, or he was definitely moving around beforehand. Got an opportunity, bang, bang, bang. All you have to do is watch the slow motion video post at the start of the stream. If you still want to tell your fairy tales after that, then you might want to see an eye doctor. He was circling the group. He wasn't in fear of squat. Yeah, interesting. What's this? It's obviously safe to show on a stream, I guess. It's obviously safe. Don't worry about it. So what's this? What are we looking at? Florida deputy mistakes falling acorn for gunshot, fires into patrol car with handcuffed man inside. Oh, God.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! You know. I'm hit! What? I'm in the car! I was shot through the car! Oh!
Do you know your tag number off the top of your head? Okay, it's okay. Where? Right there? Jesse, are you okay? Get in the house! Get in the house! Jesse! Get back! Where is he?
In the car!
43, give me traffic. Shots fired. I got a deputy down.
Jesse, come back.
Mark vehicle right there. Dude, am I hit? Come on. My legs went numb when it hit me. All right. I don't know. My legs went numb for a second. I heard a pop come from.
Go this way. Can you move?
Yeah. I got you, buddy.
So wait a minute. An Acon fell on him and all of that ensued.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande.
Oh my God.
Today's question is, can I...
Damn. Rolling around like he's been fighting a Dark Soul boss. Oh my God. Wow. The guy lived, by the way, miraculously wasn't hit. Interesting. ICE isn't just about these shootings. They are extremely antagonistic, egotistical, always ready to throw hands. We'll see in the video of how they act with no consequence. There's a slow-mo shot that showed the Acon falling. Oh my God. America. Yep. Untrained cops at their best. Like, it must be edgy as fuck, though, in the US. Like, you know, at any time, somebody could have a gun. Eh? And just like in the case with our mate Alex over here, had a gun, didn't help him at all, actually. Quite the opposite, it would seem.
And rushed to the scene after learning the news.
This is somebody else. This is the DNR now, and the State Patrol is what it looks like. We don't understand, one, why they're here, and we don't understand, two, why they're allowed to be masked as well. They are also refusing to identify themselves and not providing badge numbers or names. Get ICE out of here and be on our side. You're supposed to protect us, not them. They don't live here. Help us. Help us right now. This is an occupation.
With the stench of tear gas still in the air, protesters gathered by the hundreds at the intersection of 26th and Nicollet Avenue, where they erected barricades cutting off vehicle traffic and erecting a memorial at the site of the killing.
Say his name! Alex Pretti! He was murdered by ICE, by our government! We should be outraged! All of you should be mad! All of you should be angry! We cannot stand for this! Say his name! Alex Pretti! Alex Pretti! Alex Pretti!
Across the street from where Alex Pretti was gunned down by federal agents is Glam.
Fuck, there was a lot of that calling out yesterday at the Invasion Day rally that I was at. All the Aboriginal men, I think it was only men I saw, that they were naming as being killed in police custody. And they kept on saying that chant over and over again. Say his name, say his name, say his name. I've had police preparation training years ago when I wanted to be a cop. De-escalation was like the priority of training. Seems like America, there's no such thing. Different rules. Different levels of law enforcement too, can I just say. So many different people crossing over. Don't know who you're dealing with really, who's got jurisdiction here. One thing I'll give Australian justice system is that there is a shitload of paperwork for a cop, even pulling out a firearm. Don't make me do the paperwork. It's not an acorn again, is it? God damn.
Doll Donuts, where eyewitnesses watched the killing through the restaurant's front window. Inside, some of the staff who witnessed the violence are feeding donuts and coffee to protesters who've come in from the cold.
My name is Melissa. I'm a volunteer for being a medic. And I'm here because I saw in my neighborhood that a nurse was murdered on Nicollet, and there was a lot of people here getting pepper sprayed. And so I wanted to come down and provide services to help our community. We've seen everything from people that are unconscious, that have fainted, tear gassed, bruised, bloody noses, can't breathe, like asthmatic events. Just simple things I haven't seen besides the worst thing that could happen to.
God, there's fucking heaps of them. Jesus, look at them unleashing there. All right, it's time to move, boys. Let's go.
Just simple things I haven't seen besides.
Have you been in a situation like this before? Have you been to a protest environment where there are fucking scores and scores of armed officers waiting around corners and stuff like that. Like, it's fucking confronting as fuck. You're just like, ooh, what's going on here? And just wait for the order to be given, and you just watch them file out. Hey? KK's here. Hey, go on. Crazy how the right say, don't live in fear, don't be a sheep. And as soon as something goes wrong, they're just like, they feared for their life. I thought the whole idea was you're tough as... Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? Like, don't be a sheep. But, like, you know, fully being able to justify when the pigs, as Han has noted, the pigs do something, you know, aggressive towards the citizenry. And it's just like, no, that's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. We should give them more powers, really. Hey? But just don't be a sheep. Just slap on the wrist if you pull it here, and a paid vacation if you kill someone. Cops are trained to uphold the law and protect themselves. ICE always look like they're itching to use the equipment that they are given. Yeah. Right. Let's try this out, shall we? Let's do this one.
The worst thing that could happen to a human being murdered, and I wasn't here at that time, but there were several people that are here now that were present.
Yeah, I was in France briefly when the Gilets jaunes started. It was fucking wild. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I've been to some protests in Paris, and like, damn. And like, thank God the person, like, they're just trained. Like, these French people, they just understand what you do in the streets and stuff like that in these circumstances. When I turned the corner and there was like a wall of like cops there, kind of thing, and I was just like, fuck, they're gonna charge. And they were all just waiting to get their orders before charging, kind of thing. But like, yeah, I was grabbed by the person I was with, and he had to explain to me what you do in certain circumstances, where you should go, where you don't. And like, he was just explaining, like, because the streets in certain parts of Paris are very, we would say, fine grain. So like, there's heaps of little places for you to go, and like, they systematically go around and shut off like little cross streets and streets that you can like walk down, and they systematically start moving in as they cut streets off. They leave some open because they want to channel people towards a certain area, and he was like, you just got to move to a street, kind of thing. You move towards an area where you can't see them yet, and it doesn't feel obvious that this is the way they're trying to herd you, in what direction they were trying to herd you into a choke point or something. And so yeah, we had to take an alternate avenue as opposed to confronting a fucking army, a wall of crowd control officers. We're gonna bring down the pain. All right, let's do this.
This is my neighborhood. I have to be out here. Right before, when I was coming here, I called my son to let him know where I was going and that I was volunteering as a medic, because I don't know, it could have been me. We are all Renee Good. It could have been us. The gentleman, I don't know his name, that was murdered today, that could have been my son or you. It's random. He was an observer. I'm an observer. I have this medic badge, but what does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. They don't care.
Jaylani Hussein is a Somali-American civil rights activist and executive director of the Minnesota chapter of CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations.
We are here again at another scene of a murder of really a neighbor who decided to be an observer today. You could see the videos that he was at the time standing up for his neighbors, and ICE agents did not like that and appeared to be approaching him, wrestling him to the ground, and then later on shooting and killing him. So it's a really tense situation. Minnesotans have come out today. There's a lot of people on the streets. We really just cannot make sense of what's happening. We are under assault. We are under attack. We're besieged by the federal government. We have 3,000 masked men in our community. Our law enforcement are overwhelmed.
It's really interesting, this type of language. Like, hear what he's attesting to here. What he's saying is Minneapolis is under siege. We are under attack. And so somebody's already pointed to the fact that, like, you know, they're being sieged. They're under siege. Like, this is a particular type of psychological framework that your population is in at a certain point, where they think that they're in a war zone, as opposed to just being like normal people that are protesting because like conditions are normal. Like they're out there because they believe that they are under attack. And so like that's really important, because yesterday when I was at the Invasion Day rally, I hadn't put two and two together until speaking to one of the people that I interviewed about this concept that like the point of the Invasion Day rally was that these Indigenous persons that were there rallying do believe that they're at war still with British colonializers, and it's not the redcoats anymore. The cops wear blue and kill their people in prisons, but like, you know, it started with the British, and they haven't stopped fighting that battle. For like, it might be over for the British because the British have gone and Australia is federated. I mean, it might be over for the British, but the war's still going for these Indigenous people. And so like their psychological state is we're at war. And so like whatever we were seeing yesterday with in the Invasion Day rally, and like the different people that are talking, the emotions that were flying at those speeches, like these people truly, like, this is warfare for them. This is the survival of their people over a continued period, extensive period of a couple hundred years. This is the 200 and something year war that they're engaged in, and it's not over, and the struggle is not over. And so it's really interesting to hear this guy speak about it in a framework of a locality as opposed to a culture specifically. He's like, Minneapolis is under fire at the moment. They have sent in thousands of armed people, and they're allowed to do certain stuff that we think is unquestionable, and we are concerned. We're under attack. Very interesting frame of mind to be in, and justifies or explains a lot too. And like, you really, at the end of the day, like, what's the greatest defense against this situation that has really come out of this? It's not ICE agents being trained properly. It's not counter forces, like people training civilians to resist ICE. Like, that hasn't been a savior at all. Him being chivalrous, like literally jumping in front of I guess an agent as they were coming down on a woman, and like he's obviously like, you know, helping her out. Like there's no real defense in that situation. Okay, she was defended by him, but like, he's paid the cost of that. Like, the only defense to all this has been, as they've said, get your phone out, make sure you film it, because if we hadn't seen the footage, we'd all be basing whatever happened there on Christy fucking Nome, on Christy with a K, ends with an I, Nome. That's how we would have got our information, because ICE controlled that situation. They cordoned off the crime scene, took jurisdiction, and got the fuck out of there. So like, the only thing we would really know if we didn't have footage, like, obviously there'd be first-hand accounts from people that are there, but like, it's nothing like seeing it with your own eyes. Nothing like that. And remember that guy that got shot like last week or something in the leg a couple of times? I couldn't find any footage of that. So like, who knows what the real story was? But like, if you had the footage, you'd be actually able to know. And so like, the real defense, it would seem, on the streets of Minneapolis at the moment is make sure someone's filming. It's not gonna, obviously not going to help the people that are there, but it's going to help everybody else afterwards, and maybe they can continue to put pressure on the establishment, because most people are like, look, I can see the footage for myself. I can see it. I can see what's going on. I can make my own assessment. Thank you very much. ICE have been killing people for decades, lady. Nice of her to start caring when two white people are shot. Now think about the Rittenhouse case, how they've automatically assumed he murdered people, insisting, given the Dems were in power at the time, double standards, doesn't matter who is in charge. Ooh, I don't know if you can compare the two. Like, you're going to have to explain exactly how Rittenhouse is like ICE agents that have been unleashed on Minneapolis. Like, give us a solid connection there. I'm happy to hear it, but I don't see how they're comparable. Like I said earlier, who it was and how it happened matter a lot more than we give it credit. Even Renee, they found a way to dehumanize her sexuality. This guy's white as apple pie, and in a reputable industry. Like, he's not an insurance salesman, is he? Eh? He's not a fat cat. He doesn't work in Wall Street. Like, he's a fucking nurse. and like an emergency nurse or something like that. I bet he just saves children in his spare time too, right? He just goes down to like the local, I don't know, nursing home and volunteers. Like he just sounds like not only a regular dude, but he seems to be somewhat upstanding. And like, how are you gonna turn that one? Oh, I've heard people shut down the domestic terrorists. Like I kept asking people when they came into streams, I was like, all right, fine. Whatever part of the culture war you sit on, is Renee Good a domestic terrorist? And like, no one agreed with that. Didn't matter how extreme your assessment of the situation was. Everyone's like, no, it's bullshit. It's a shit call. And he's not a consistent approach on this one. Christy Nome apparently straight away was just like, domestic terrorist. He was a domestic terrorist. He had a gun. He tried to kill them, and they killed him back. They killed you back. But like the Trump administration, apparently not. Apparently hasn't. Like Trump hasn't outright came out and called this person a domestic terrorist. A nurse that treats veterans. Yes, that would then you'd crumble. Like how can you get more upstanding than that? Veterans and the elderly, eh? Just saves children in their spare time. Yeah, interesting. Nurse that treats veterans. Yeah, how do you get better than that? I don't think you can.
And we're feeling a sense of overcome by everything that's happening. Yet yesterday, in one of the coldest days of the year, nearly negative 10 degrees, 50,000 people came out in protesting. And it's just a reminder of who we are.
50,000 people. I was in a crowd with a lot of people yesterday, but I don't think there was 50,000 people there. I don't know. Have they come out with numbers yet? Has anyone seen what the numbers of the crowds were? Like that's a lot. If this is a correct and accurate depiction here, because I know when Democracy Now! Covered the bridge crossing, when the Palestinian march went across the Harbour Bridge, they went with the biggest figure, obviously, those fucking liberals. Right? But yeah, they went straight for the 300,000 people marched across Sydney Harbour Bridge today. So like they go with the higher ends to suit their own manufacturing consent agenda. But like, is there 50,000 people out there? That's fucking mental.
Nearly negative 10 degrees, 50,000 people came out in protesting, and it's just...
Oh, is this the general strike maybe that they're talking about? That was pretty crazy, hey? That in Minneapolis, I'm not sure if it was statewide, but in Minneapolis they did the general strike. That's pretty crazy. That's some good working class action going on there. They shut the economy down. Now, obviously that doesn't help the locality because it's mainly local businesses that would suffer from that, but like it's good to see them doing a general strike and coming together, because like how else, like I said before, what's the defense against this stuff? The phone? Well, something like that is the other form of defense that you have up against that, like hitting the economy. And that's different to, there's political struggle and there's economic struggle. That political struggle is very important. As like, Marx and Engels would talk about, political struggle is so important, but it's political struggle within the bourgeois system. So you're just fighting against the bourgeoisie in their arena. Like they chose the power structure for you, the political structure. And so you play their game if you really want to. And like you can fucking swing some punches, but at the end of the day, you're in their court. But like economic struggle. Wow. Now you got a little bit more power there. Eh? Labor has a little bit more power in that struggle because they want labor. They want working people. They need them to spend money and make value, make shit and spend shit. Consume it and produce it. And yeah, if they involve themselves in a bit of economic warfare, that will hit people where it hurts. And there'll be businesses out there to complain to other people, and there'll be forums and organizations, networks that they have, and people will complain about that. And then that'll start to upset them a little bit. They don't want to disrupt the economy for too long. And so, yeah, the general strike kind of stuff was very interesting from the people of Minneapolis and all the different organizations that got involved with it. Hats off to these people.
A reminder of who we are. And then just a day after, we had that many people come out who were inspired to stand up for Renee Good, for their neighbors, and then to have one of our neighbors once again murdered. It's just incredible. And it's testing our state and our leadership in our community. I know we're resilient, and we will win at the end.
Alex Pretti and Renee Good were both 37 years old and both residents of Minneapolis's South.
Sneaky Ninja in the house. How you going? Welcome. Indoctrination feels more Israeli every day, killing first responders and whatnot. And yeah, that's an interesting point, isn't it? It's like real heavy-handed monopoly on violence there. And so what? What are you going to do about it? Give me that vibe. Dilemmas. All I saw was MSN, mainstream media, saying how many attended the Invasion Day rallies. So that means the numbers at the Australian marches were heaps higher. LOL. Hello, can't understand these Minnesota protests. Sneaky Ninja. What's your assessment on this situation? Come on. Give us a clean, not too concise. You can get as colorful as you want. But like, what's your assessment on the situation? Did Alex Pretti deserve the treatment that he got? I would like to know your position on this one. This is an interesting one that, like, up in Minnesota, is that a Mexican flag? I'm assuming that's a Mexican flag. Someone please correct me. But like, why have they got that there? Is that like a solidarity symbol that just like, we stand with the migrants that have been taken away by ICE here, and that's why we're flying this flag? Or is there something else going on there? Is there another cultural element, another type of movement or an undercurrent there? Or is it just, hey, let's just show the flags of people that are most likely being targets of ICE operations? Is that what it is? Come on, Sneaky Ninja. I can't understand these Minnesota protests. They interfere with ICE, put themselves in positions to be victimized. Oh, so you reckon Alex had it coming as he was looking for it? He was looking for it. And that's why he got shot. Wow. Interesting. We've used the word chivalry a number of times on the stream today. And like, do you think that he was Alex, that is, Sneaky Ninja? Do you reckon he was trying to protect that woman? I believe she's a woman. Protect that person that was standing to the left of him. There is Sneaky Ninja. There is footage of these protests physically assaulting ICE officers without provocation, unless ICE presence is provocation. I think that is actually the point. ICE presence is provocation. According to people that we've just been listening to, they feel like they're in a state of siege and being descended upon by armed forces, basically. Whether or not they call themselves part of the state, they feel like they are at war. Because the illegal Mexican immigrants have been flying Mexican flags in America. That's it. That's all it is. It's not got to do with anything else. There's no undercurrent or further statements, more solidarity. It's very understandable to know why people are protesting. It involves going outside your media bubble. Interesting.
Side. My name is Omar Fateh, state senator representing Southside Minneapolis, District 62. Also the site in which both Alex and Renee Good have been murdered. Right now we're inside Glam Doll Donuts off of Nicolette, right by the site in which Alex was murdered at the hands of ICE. This morning, Alex was outside with all of our neighbors, serving as a neighborhood protector, recording ICE when ICE comes into the community. We've had neighborhood response groups come together, prepare, organize each other, and we've gotten a lot of misinformation and lies spread by the federal government.
They were putting Mexican flags on their cars to keep ICE guessing. Not everyone thinks all immigrants are violent criminals. That's an interesting tactic. Is that legit? They won't know who to go for. Like, everybody in Minnesota just puts a Mexican flag on their car. It's like, oh my God, who are we going to pull over first? We need more resources. Nope, no second meaning. They just any flag but the American one. Nah, come on. It's got to be because of who the people that they're going after. But it's just, it must be a solidarity thing then. Hey? Any flag but American. Yes, I'm sure. They'll put up the ISIS flag next. Hey, could you imagine if that happened? They wouldn't be able to do that in Australia. That's for sure. They'd come after you.
And right wing saying that he was a threat to our ICE agents. He was a threat to the neighbors, and that's completely false. What we saw on camera was Alex was peacefully observing. He had a camera on his hand, he was tackled, he was pummeled, and he was executed. And we've seen that on camera. Well, we've seen our president talk out of both sides of his mouth. At one time, he's saying that he wants to target, quote unquote, criminals, folks that are here illegally. And then he's saying that, no, we've got to get all the Somalis out. We've got to send them back to their country. They're all criminals. And so what we're seeing right now, and that's very evident here in Minneapolis, is that not only our immigrant communities are being targeted, but literally United States citizens have been murdered.
On Sunday morning, state investigators with the
Somali senator. Hey, how's that for controversial? Nick Shirley should interview him. It's solidarity. Some people in this stream don't understand that. Dilemmas, they're literally admitting to forming a group with the goal of interrupting law enforcement. Renee Good put herself in a life-threatening situation. Yeah, why are you talking about Renee, though? Sneaky Ninja. She put herself... But, like, did this guy put himself in a life-threatening situation? By, like, again, Sneaky Ninja, like, do you believe in the idea of chivalry or, like, you know, helping somebody else out? Like, was he... Like, by protecting the person next to him, it would seem? Was he threatening his own life? Wasn't that flag on the Sydney Harbour Bridge during the march? Yes, the ISIS one you're talking about? Something like that. Yeah, and so people were having a field day with that one. Woozle photos I saw showed March for Australia flopped because it leaked that the organisers, guests and speakers, white might kind of people, many chose solidarity marches instead to send a message. Wait, I read that. ICE put her in that situation via federally mandated ethnic cleansing. Yeah, that's what they call the operation now. Federally mandated ethnic cleansing.
The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension were seen canvassing the site where Alex Pretti was killed. They noted the locations of security cameras and asked people to step aside while they inspected the site of the shooting.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate it.
Heidi Randon is a registered nurse who joined other healthcare workers at a vigil honoring Alex Jeffrey Pretti.
Alex was an ICU nurse at the VA. That's one of the toughest jobs in the world, and I'm so grateful to Alex for the care that he provided his...
What do you think it says on her beanie that they blurred out there? Like, obviously, like, fuck ICE, I guess, right? Yeah, imagine, like, sewing that one for yourself as well. So... This will look good tomorrow when I go out. Homemade. Oh, yeah. Well, so ICE puts themselves in front of her car against procedure, might I add. Hey?
Jobs in the world, and I'm so grateful to Alex for the care that he provided to his patients.
I wonder how many coppers, members of the establishment, monopolizes on the use of force, law enforcement agents, he's seen in ICU over his time and helped. I wonder. These service people looking out for each other. You mean the mandate that Trump ran on, that he won the state's college and popular vote on, deportation? While paying no attention to the vehicle, just wanting his viral clip and continuing to walk further in front of it. Sneaky Ninja, the Pretti situation was murder, to be fair. Okay, so Renee different. Renee was in the wrong place, but not the Renee good one. So Renee bad. She was in the car and fully justifiable. But the Alex situation is murder. Like, they shot him, like, after the 10th shot, I was like, they're just killing this guy. Like, this is not justifiable this time. I think they just want to finish the job, bruh. Interesting. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you do.
I'm holding his family in my heart right now, and I'm holding his coworkers in my heart.
No peace.
These people are not helpers. They are not enforcing the law. They are causing chaos and they are hurting people. And they need to go.
For Democracy Now!, I'm John Hamilton in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Special thanks to John Hamilton. Thank.
Yeah, so cold, isn't it? You forget that this person in the culture wars and in the many ways of interpreting this situation or deriving meaning from it, let's say. Like at the end of the day, he was just like that person's friend there. She was like, yeah, I know him. I worked with him. He was a great guy. And now he's dead. Yeah. Got to descend from the culture wars sometimes to remember that he was just human at the end of the day. Oh yeah, let's have a look at this. I want to see what people think of him being a domestic terrorist. Have we got anything good here though? No. Oh, this is the guy. What's his name? Bavino.
I've seen multiple videos from...
He's taking questions on it. Yes. Interesting. You are an enigma wrapped in a something something. Ninja. Sneaky ninja. So Renee is okay. But not Alex. Interesting. See what I mean about how they dehumanize her? But they can't with him because they go, but wait, that could be me. Interesting theory there. I couldn't help but think that as well. No offense, Sneaky Ninja. But I'm assuming that, like, because you are male, I'm assuming you're male. If you can relate better to Alex than you can to Renee. So you're like, oh shit, that could have been me. Concealing my weapon. And they could have just tackled me. And I could be dead right now. So sneaky. Wait, Woozle, so sneaky. Should they start using death penalty for jaywalking or parking in a loading zone? Where does the twisting of the law and truth then end? Surely we can all agree it's against the law to interrupt a law enforcement operation. As it is written. Surely we can all agree it's against the law. Yes. If you are truly interrupting a law enforcement operation, it should, if it is against the law, then like that is a problem. Yes, because it's against the law. Now, there's two problems with that. One, you have to interpret the law, and so it depends how the law is worded, which would then insinuate whether or not somebody is actually interrupting a law enforcement operation or not, or exercising their civil rights. They are fucking, like, this is what the Americans kill us on. I think Australia is much more successful in certain things like Medicare and Social Security. But, you know, the Americans kill us on a Bill of Rights. Like, at the end of the day, I don't think it actually matters in a country like America with a Bill of Rights. I think the interrupting the law is subservient to your civil rights being able to be out in the public realm. And so if he's allowed to be out in the public realm, but then somebody misconstrues that as being interrupting a law enforcement operation, you have to say one is subservient to the other. And I think his rights outweigh whether or not someone could interpret him or her even interrupting a law enforcement operation. You've got to side with the idea that they're allowed to be outside first and then give weight to the idea. If you want to like talk about this legally, then you give weight to the idea that they were interrupting law enforcement operations. Civil rights come first every day. Because like once they take away your civil rights kind of thing, like what's happened in Sydney recently, what you've been complaining about as well, like how the new hate speech laws are taking away your rights. Like once they take all your rights away, like it doesn't matter if you're interrupting the law or not from an interpretive perspective. They get to decide. There's no interpretation. And that's what we're fighting over here is, you know, whether or not these people should be indiscriminately killed in this fashion, or do they have the right to exist outside? And like, if you agree that they have the right to be indiscriminately killed for existing in the public realm, then like don't also complain about having your freedoms taken away and all that sort of stuff. because like this stuff is not as black and white as that. But that's what's really of concern here. Because like if you bring in a state where, yes, if you can be shot for being outside because it can be interpreted that you were interrupting some type of legally mandated operation, then like as soon as they get to decide that like just being outside when they're conducting a raid is an interruption of their operations, when they get to decide that, as soon as you step outside under certain circumstances and they don't like it, they can shoot you or they can kill you. It's I do think civil rights take precedence over like laws that are passed by like, you know, local, state or federal. Like that's why the Americans have the Bill of Rights. It's such a good document. I wish we had something like an actual constitution that it like actually gave us rights in our own legal system, as opposed to be, you know, using UN rights. Nobody cares about the fucking UN. Hey? Nobody cares about the UN at all. Now that interpretation is a gray area that ICE is operating in, so it's a moral objection, not a lawful one. Yes, because morally, you have to interpret whether or not someone is interrupting something. Do they have intent to interrupt? Is it a moral question? And it's like killing someone morally, like, you know. What did you say before? Weasel. Rammed the car, LOL, you freak. That was after he shot her 3 times. The last one went parallel with her window. Her car crashed after the 3rd shot because a dead person was driving it. She hits the officer first, then he shoots. Still debating the Renee Good situation. Very interesting. Iranian socialists. Based on reports, the US Navy has started a naval blockade of the Persian Gulf, seizing 9 tankers. This was a shift in strategy. Reports from Tehran indicate that the Ayatollah is in a red alert mode, located in a bunker at civilian location. It is unclear if the US will actually strike at this point. Iranian socialists in the house. Welcome back. Is this like breaking news that we're talking about here? Because like this is very interesting because they started moving that air. They started moving. Where do they come from? They started moving some part of their fleet from, I want to say, Japan or maybe the South China Sea, their aircraft carrier, like towards Iran, like what, last week or something like that, as everything kind of chilled out. Oh, this has been developing, yes. So they've been sending the tanker, the aircraft carrier over, and they've been amassing like some type of fleet or something, but I wasn't sure what they were doing. So they've actually started a blockade, like it's an actual blockade, like Venezuelan style blockade. We blockaded the coast kind of thing, and they're going to start moving on that. Interesting. Very interesting. Hi, by the way. Hi. Big Ninja Dilemmas. What's worse, is hate speech only being enforced against pro-nationalist voices? Just as predicted. Now they can just use the First and Second Amendment rights against you and kill you because you are a domestic terrorist. Very interesting that you say that, actually, because they're not across the board on this one. Like Trump hasn't come out saying this person's a domestic terrorist. So like, yeah, the domestic terrorist does make a big difference, right? That classification. Seizing 9 Iranian tankers is a sign of a naval blockade. Yeah, fair enough. I watched the video from every available angle over and over. He wasn't touched by the vehicle. He walked in front of it to get a good video clip. He got a fright, shot twice through the windscreen, and then last shot went through the driver's side window. Wow. Can Snowflake with a gun, who joined ICE to keep his migrant wife safe from ICE or to pay off debts, has zero training and are fearful, meaning they should work at Macca's. Interesting. Man, people still debating the Renee thing. Very interesting. All right, let's listen to what Bovino says about this.
The incident yesterday from different angles, and at no point do we see Alex Pretti brandishing a weapon. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem said that he was brandishing a weapon, and in the video we see him on the ground with his hands on his head. We see an officer leaving what it appears to be with the weapon after he extracted it from Pretti's waist area. Did the officers see the weapon? Did they see him brandishing the weapon at him?
Sure. Many videos out there.
Yeah, see, is that the guy that also... Isn't this the guy here that takes the gun? And this is the guy that does the shooting?
Did they see him brandishing
What's going on there? Dog shots.
the weapon at him?
Sure. Many videos out there. Many different accounts that you may see.
Gray jacket takes the gun. Oh, okay.
That I may see, that anybody here may see. That, folks, is why we have something called an investigation, to take what you're talking about, to take those videos, to take witness statements, to take officer statements, all those minute details that will paint a true
So condescending. Isn't it? He's like, no, actually, this is how we investigate something. Stop trying to jump the gun and ask me questions. We know how to investigate. Have you heard of it before? Huh? Witness statements? Eh? So condescending. All of a sudden, due process, so important. Have you ever heard of witness statements? We're doing the paperwork, okay? We're trying to follow the rules. Fuck you. Hey, stop questioning us. Hey, interesting. Being professional all of a sudden really matters. Really matters.
Sure, not a freeze frame concept, and paint a larger picture of what really happened. That is why we investigate, so we can get to the truth, so there's not speculation. Speculation after 24 hours, you've got a lot of speculation in there. That officer, let's think of what those agents were doing on that scene, making a split-second decision. You had 24 hours.
Split second? Come on, I think we can all agree that the footage of, like, when from the first gunshot to the last one, definitely not split seconds going on there. Bang, 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 bang. Ooh, wow, that happened really fast. It was all a blur. Like, they had plenty of time to think about what was going on.
To try and armchair quarterback things, that agent had a split second to make a decision.
Commander between your agency and Commander
Who's next?
Split second over roughly... is it like 20 seconds? Oh no, 20 seconds is the scuffle, isn't it? Like, it must be over at least 5 seconds, right, that they're firing. It's just a split second, split up over 5 seconds. The Renee and Pretti situation is completely different. Both were disobeying officers. Renee uses her vehicle as a weapon. Pretti was restrained and shot multiple times. Not the same. The shooter literally waits for the gun to be removed, then starts shooting. He knew what he was going to do. Yes, I've heard that one as well. And like, I've even seen people analyzing this in the way that, like, as he pulls the gun, he shoots. He's the one who's like shooting the gun because he's like, all right, we can say, here you go, that gun has been fired. So it's obvious that we were trying to protect ourselves. He had fired the gun. And that's why in these situations, like, the only defense really is the footage from different angles, and you can decide whether or not this Alex guy did the shooting or it was shot outside of his control. As for winning the political narrative before the Pretti thing, it's almost like leftists want bad things to happen to them so they can point the finger at authority. Well, like, at the end of the day, like, what are you saying? Like, you're suggesting that, like, we should just support authority and never question it? Like, if they're putting pressure on authority to show that it has cracks, like, don't you feel kind of like you're being cheated there by the authority? The authority should be, as we've been speaking about here, if it's going to enforce or use violence, have the monopoly over the use of violence, it has to act in what is considered a moral way. It has to act well. And like, if people overwhelmingly start judging it as not doing the right thing and still using force, then yes, they should be questioning that. They should be like, I thought, both sides of the culture wars do have a large disdain for the establishment and have a disdain for authority to a large extent. Like, they understand that authority is ultimately an issue in and of itself, and there needs to be change. I didn't think that was beyond, or like, one side of the culture was. Jag, he has his hand on his holstered firearm while Grey Jacket removes Pretty's, then removes it. It's clear as day. Hand on the holstered firearm while Grey Jacket. Oh, right, while Grey Jacket removes it. Pretty then removes it. It's clear as day. There's nothing cool about resisting arrest. Interesting. When they start to deport the descendants of slaves, will you wake up then? You have taken into consideration the majority voted for this strong-arm tactic to get illegals out? Okay, let's just go with this one because this seems to be an important line that gets thrown around a lot. Like, hey, the majority voted for this, so don't worry. You know what they didn't vote for, though? People killing fellow citizens in what seems like very questionable circumstances. So like, it's not clear as day that like, oh my God, this is fully justifying. Like, these are very questionable circumstances. So they didn't vote for this. So like, you know, saying something like that line, which is clever. It's clever because it's catchy. It narrows down your options. Like, it was only like, well, this is what people voted for. But like, okay, they voted for, ICE taking care of the situation. And it doesn't look like they're being very careful at the moment. They're killing citizens. They're not just going after those goddamn migrants. Like, far out. Get rid of the fucking migrants. But like, you know, when you start killing Americans, oh shit. Like, and this one doesn't even look good. The last one I could justify. But damn, they shot this guy like 10 times while he was on the floor. In the back. Like, it's really, really hard this time around. Sneaking Ninja, how is tasting the boots? Leftists love boots. Dilemmas has lost his damn mind. They just don't like law, the enforcement of laws. Yeah, but like, that is ultimately, and this is what I was saying before, this is ultimately not a problem. Like, when the right wing kind of people, the right wing ideologically wants to oppose authority, like, you know, get rid of the deep state kind of thing. Let's march on Capitol Hill and take over the place. Like, when they want to, they're anti-authority, but you can't just say like, hey, it's just the left who's anti-authority. I think that is overarching anti-establishment kind of. Like, look at the stuff with the fucking Epstein files. Like, the right wing are all over, I would say, when they think the establishment has, you know, got some worldwide pedophile ring and they need to save themselves from the evil establishment that's bringing, you know, debaucherous behavior on and destroying the human race and stuff like that. So like, I don't know, man. I don't think it's just the left that don't like the enforcement of laws. Indoctrination. I mean, if you take them seriously, then sure, it seems like the same side of the culture wars. But at the end of the day, they live authority. Just their version of authority, not an agreed version. Yeah, fair enough. Dilemmas, the relatives of slaves are pro-deportation as well. LOL. Jag, they know what they voted for. Illegals are the enemy within. Woozle, honey, don't assume what I like. I stand for equal human rights for all. Anything else is in opposition to that, which shows your colors. You're part of the so long as it isn't me tribe. And the same ones that voted for this, they'll be getting the way. Sorry, they voted for this. Will believe getting in the way of law enforcement is F around and find out. I don't know. I don't think it's that clear, actually. That's not true. We were speaking about that before. There are people that are on the, I guess, on the right light, maybe, alt-right, that are like, no, these people, he's allowed to carry weapons and not be shot. Like, he's allowed to have concealed firearms and not be shot at. Like, this is a problem. It's hard to reconcile him having a gun and that being used justification for him being a domestic terrorist and being shot, like, and him attacking. Okay, let me ask Sneaky Ninja or Dilemmas, do you believe, or Han, if Han's still there, do you believe that The weapon was the reason he was shot. Not resisting, not like trying to help that girl, because that's the I guess what people have been saying, that he was resisting and interfering, so he should have been shot. But like, do you believe that he tried to use his gun on these police officers, or these ICE agents? Did he be like, pull out, and he was going to use his gun, and that's why they shot him? I stand by what I said. I'm part of the sucks to be illegal tribe. I love law enforcement, but no one wants to talk about regulators going into companies. I stand by what I said. The right just shows up with their guns already drawn because they know there won't be any repercussions. The left firebombed the White House grounds during Black Lives Matter. Both sides of American politics are nuts. Its Pretti shooting has divided a 2A community now. Well, the right has the military and the secret police, so they do have the upper hand. It's a fair point. So much for the fucking deep state, right? So much for the deep state, man. So much for the deep state. Yep, absolutely. They pulled his gun. It went off. They freaked out. So like they pulled his gun. He didn't pull his gun out, because the first commentary that was coming out of like Kristi Noem and stuff was like he tried to kill them, and so they got him first, kind of thing. He pulled his gun. He's a domestic terrorist. All that sort of stuff. If he stands by it, say it again, reiterate, otherwise it's just bad faith. Yeah, I have a feeling there's a bit of bad faith stuff going on here with this one. Definitely. And this guy, Mr. Bad Faith, maybe so condescending when they're trying to ask and trying to get details. Like, give us your opinion. Did he kill him justifiably or not? He's just like, we're going to do an investigation. Have you heard of it? I'm not going to pass judgment until that's happened. Got to follow protocol. My God. All right. I don't know if do we continue to fucking listen to this guy? Seriously. Border Patrol chief to leave Minneapolis. Oh, this is the one. This guy's going. See you later. Rogue 8954. How you going? Alex's gun went off. So when they pulled it out, I've seen footage of when they pulled it out, and like it's fired by the ICE agent actually. And then like Dilemmas has been explaining today that like these types of guns, or these handguns or whatever they're classified are notorious for going off. Like that's fucking normal. Like, oh yeah, that gun shoots all the time by itself. Like, oh really? I better not buy that one then. Like that seems like an absolute fucking warning sign to me, especially someone that criticizes the free market. Sounds like the market's failed there if you buy a firearm that just is prone to firing itself. It's like it's got a mind of its own, this thing. But yeah, apparently it fires or misfires. So maybe it misfired as they were getting it out of his holder or whatever the fuck it's called. But it went off and then they started shooting afterwards. That's the story. They pulled his gun. It went off accidentally. They shot him not knowing it wasn't him that was shooting. Yes, that's the one. But like his gun went off. I don't think anyone's disputing that. I don't think. It's just how we interpret it. That's what it does. It was the P320. They go off all the time. Like, do you not see how weird that statement is, though? Like, am I the only one who's just like, fuck, really? You buy a firearm, something that is potentially deadly, and it could just... Oh, yeah. Goes off all the time. Be careful when you're cleaning it. Like what the fuck? Is that normal? Why would you buy something like that? Yes, Jag posted some good evidence in clips and riffs. Dilemmas is just stating propaganda he heard. Pretty disappointing once again, mate. All right. I don't know if I want to do Bovino. I want to say the thing, the comments from Trump, whether or not he's down with calling this guy a terrorist or not. Let's have a look. Is he a domestic terrorist or not? I need to know. Should I be scared of ICU nurses or not? I need to know next time I see an ICU nurse.
Thanks, Caroline. To follow on Gabe's question, Secretary Noem said Alex Pretti committed an act of domestic terrorism. Stephen Miller labeled Pretti a domestic terrorist.
Of course he did. Stephen Miller straight on it. Eh? He's a fucking terrorist. I'm telling you people, we are at war. The gun accidentally discharged argument makes zero sense if you've actually watched the videos.
With them. Look, as I've said, I have not heard the president characterize Mr. Pretti in that way. However, I have heard the president say he wants to let the facts in the investigation lead itself.
The president is
It's so good. It's the investigation defense. It's so good. All of a sudden now, hey, we're all about protocol, everybody. We do things the right way, and I will cast my judgment in the future. I have never gone off the rails and commented on something in the heat of the moment. No, I will follow due process. Let it ride. Let it ride. Why? Wait, deluge. What did I miss? Woozle is delusional. People buy it because it's a SIG. Google it, Jamie. Google it. Why would I start pulling his firearm before the gun was removed from Pretti's body? It's a fair call. It's a fair call. That's the footage that I've seen too.
taking a very different tack now.
Say he wants to let the facts in the investigation lead itself.
The president is taking a very different tack now than what we saw over the weekend from his own top officials. And I asked her directly, does the president agree with Secretary Noem, with Stephen Miller, who were both very quick to label this an act of domestic terror, or to call Alex Pretti himself a domestic terrorist? And Caroline said that she hadn't heard the president, use that phrase, clearly trying to put some distance between him and the language that we've heard coming from some in this administration. But when I tried to follow up and say, well, then was the president, concerned that they were essentially rushing to this judgment? She wouldn't say. She continues to stress that the president wants to, see the outcome of this investigation. But that raises questions about the integrity of the investigation. How can the American public have faith in the outcome of an investigation when the head of the department that is running this has already come out and clearly taken sides and come to?
It's a fair question. Like, DHS has taken over. Federal law enforcement have got jurisdiction here. No state or local authorities are allowed to investigate this one. We've got a hold of this, and she's already like seconds afterwards. They're like, yeah, domestic terrorists. They've done it again. They're all terrorists. We've all been wondering where the terrorists have been hiding. Well, they've been hanging out in Minnesota. Where was Palantir? Huh? How did they not track that one down? I thought we have systems for this. Systems to find the goddamn terrorists, and we can't find them. They've been in Minneapolis the whole time, and now they're attacking ICE agents. How did we not see this coming? See how many videos of 320s going off there is. I don't need to dilemmas. I have the video of what actually happened. Watch that and stop spewing false narratives.
A conclusion. Caroline continued when asked a similar question to that, said that the president does believe that the investigation is credible and essentially that he looks forward to learning the results of this. What is clear is that I think this administration...
Well, the investigation's got legs, so don't worry about it. We'll get to the bottom of this one. Definitely get to the bottom of this, right? Anyone? No? Okay. Oh, let's check this. I really want to know about this one. This one's a cruncher for the right side of the culture wars. Let's have a look at this. All right, let's have a look. NRA slams federal prosecutors post. NRA, do we know what the NRA is? I don't think I have to tell people yet. National Rifle Association. Massive advocates, I would say, for people being able to do what Alex was doing. Massive advocates for it. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. The National Rifle Association criticized a Trump appointee for rushing to judgment on Saturday's deadly shooting carried out by federal agents in Minneapolis. First Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley, a top federal prosecutor in Los Angeles, posted on social media that if a person approaches law enforcement with a gun, so like I'm not sure what he's insinuating here, but like maybe he thinks that Alex was like walking up to the ICE agents, pointing his gun at them in order to defend himself, which is what you do when you have a gun, I'm told. Is like you have the gun because it's for self-defense. So if he's like walking up or approaching them with a gun, there's a good chance that the officer will be justified in shooting that person. Yeah, so this is what the U.S. attorney is saying. And the NRA reacted to the prosecutor's comments. Let's have a look. See what the NRA has to say. Yes, I often refer to my phone as my gun as well. Yeah, because you can see him. He's like holding it like that, filming the guy. No, that's just what I call my phone. The NRA, here you go. NRA. This sentiment for the first assistant U.S. attorney for the Central District of California is dangerous and wrong. Responsible public voices should be awaiting for a full investigation. There's the investigation line again. Right? We need to follow protocol, okay? I don't want to pass judgment. But here's the judgment. Not making generalizations and demonizing law-abiding citizens. He had the right to have his gun, damn it. He had the right. And he had his gun, and he didn't use it to defend himself. He couldn't. And it was used as a reason to kill him. He's dead because he had a gun on him. But stop demonizing those law-abiding citizens. He had every right to have that gun on him. And not be hastily labeled as a domestic terrorist. I'll remind you, Mr. First Assistant U.S. Attorney, we have contractual obligations. We know people. And you are not to make this situation about whether he had a gun or not, making him a terrorist. Let's not have this conversation because it's going to hurt our profit margins. Iranian socialists, I think the theory is that young people are being brainwashed by Palestine. So they turn communist and then become insurgent groups that try to stop immigration officers. Yeah, and bang, it compounds and compounds. It's a pretty crazy story though. So if it wasn't for all those Palestinian protesters, this would never have happened. Now they're being brainwashed into fighting ICE agents. Interesting. The NRA don't want to have a bar of this type of storyline. Hey, just because, and this is what's cut, I feel like this is what has cut this Trump administration, right? You got Kristi Noem, she's got officers, she needs to protect, she's on the story. Like a Steve Miller, whatever. He's like, Captain Evil Propaganda. Right, he doesn't care what she says as long as it gets under the skin of his political opponents, and he'll fucking twist that knife as he's stabbing deeper and deeper into their backs. So like he's straight on it as well. Domestic terrorist, fuck him. But like Trump's like, ooh, president can't do that because like this might have repercussions for the NRA, all those people that are gun loving as well. Like how do they reconcile this one? That's really a difficult situation. How do you reconcile this one? He was killed because he had a gun. That's really seems to be what the question is today. He was justifiably killed because he had a gun. Hey, he had a gun on him, so we shot him, like kind of thing. That's how it looks, or that's how people are describing it. Well, then, like he had the gun because that's his right to have the gun, and people have fought so hard for him to be able to have a weapon on him. Should he be shot for that? How do you reconcile those two things? It's a different one, and I think this is a contradiction that people that are pro-gun and pro-ICE cannot solve. I don't think there's really a way to answer that one. It's too difficult to reconcile that contradiction. Or they have brainwashed, or they've been brainwashed to accept unchecked violence and keep doom scrolling. Yeah, well, such is surveillance capitalism. If we ever write a book about surveillance capitalism, Jack, I would suggest that we put like this idea in, like the echo chamber of social media is part of surveillance capitalism. So you keep doom scrolling, not getting your world of reference, your assumptions about the world ever questioned or checked in a realm like a debate realm or something like that. Yeah, we're writing a book one day. We're working on it. So many things to develop. So many things. But yes, like that idea of surveillance capitalism. You know, it's probably been a year since we started speaking about surveillance capitalism, tied in with the network state. Surveillance capitalism. It's something that, like, yeah, people haven't analyzed properly. And this is the result. These types of situations here, post upon post, interpretation on interpretation, culture war at a level that we've never really witnessed before. Surveillance capitalism, man, and echo chambers. It's crazy. Minnesota gun rights attorney comments on footage. Oh yeah, this might be interesting. Let's have a look at this. A gun rights attorney commenting on the situation. This will be interesting. Shoshana, baby, please. Yeah, we'll write the, like, if she wrote the Das Kapital of fucking surveillance capitalism, and that's her claim to fame, then, like, we'll write the state and revolution of surveillance capitalism, the Lenin one. Okay? We'll add to the body of work, Shoshana. Maybe we could do you justice. So it's either the gun went off on its own, or the ICE agent pulled the trigger on the guy's gun as he was walking away to get the rest to shoot him, or was it the lazy trigger discipline that caused the... I'm down. Yes, the state and revolution. The state and surveillance capitalism. Let's do it. Yeah, all right. So this guy, I like, you know, take it or leave it, but like, I thought valuable opinion. Like, he's a gun rights lawyer. I wonder what he thinks of this situation, because this is a curly one. Like I was saying before, like, hey, who are you going to support here? Huh? I love ICE, hey? But I also love my guns. Iranian Socialist. NRA is right-wing organization full of police officers. They are going to take the side of the government on this. Well, we looked at the post. They seem to be like, whoa. Let's not blame guns for this. Alex, I'm sure there's something wrong with him we can find. He must be a psycho. But like, let's not focus on the guns here, please. Everybody has the right to bear arms.
Federal officials say Pretti was shot and killed by Border Patrol agents after he approached officers with a handgun.
Maria Lisignoli joins us now live from the live desk. Maria, you know, at this point, a lot of people have seen a lot of videos that are circulating out there.
And they're contradicting that statement. Gun rights attorney Rob Dorr with the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus says footage from multiple angles suggests Pretti may have already been disarmed before shots were fired.
What was most telling to me is the video shows that just seconds before the shots are heard being fired, it looks like an agent in a gray jacket is retrieving a firearm that matches the firearm that DHS put out earlier this morning from Mr. Pretti's waist, indicating, at least to me.
There you go. And this is the gun rights activist take on this one. It's like, see, they took his gun, then they shot him. If he had his gun, it would have been fine. They disarmed him. This is fucking outrageous.
That there's a reasonable belief that he was not armed at the time that he was shot.
Let's take a look at one of those videos. In this angle, you can see an agent push a woman. Then the man confronts the agent and gets pepper sprayed. He's wrestled to the ground. There's a struggle that lasts about 20 seconds. At least half a dozen agents surround him. Then you hear the gunshots. It's unclear which of the agents fired. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said police believe Pretti was a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. Now, Dorr says Minnesota law allows permitted gun owners to carry openly or concealed, and simply being armed near officers is not illegal.
If you do decide to exercise your Second Amendment right while you're exercising your First Amendment right, you're going to be receiving enhanced scrutiny. And given the
exercising your Second Amendment right while doing your First Amendment right. This is interesting. I like how the legalese works in Americana. It's interesting.
Going to be receiving enhanced scrutiny, and given the tone and the tensions with law enforcement right now, that's something that a person should factor into their decision-making process.
Dorr says unless an officer asks if you're carrying, you don't have to inform them ahead of time. But he warns that exercising gun rights in tense situations can draw heightened scrutiny, especially during protests or federal enforcement operations.
All right, Maria Lizignoli at the...
So, he didn't have to tell them. That's an interesting point, isn't it? Because, like, imagine if he was just about to be, like, the scuffle's going, and he's like, wait, I have to tell you, I've got a gun on me, kind of thing. But apparently not. Interesting. I wonder if they just check for that anyway, right? Checking for a gun. NRA is right-wing organization for the police officers. Oh, wait. Yeah, I read that before. Voltage. Alex's gun was already taken away by the grey coat guy. He was already turned and running away when the first shot went off. And there's no smoke or any sudden movement from the gun when the shot happened. That's just by watching the clip in the chat. Yeah. Interesting. Well, there's the gun rights activists approach on this one. Like, if you're going to defend this legally, like, he hasn't done. It's not illegal to carry a weapon. It's a concealed weapon, and like when confronting or dealing, let's say, with law enforcement, he's not obliged to say, "I've got a fucking gun on me." So important factors there, like legalities, I know, but like important factors nonetheless. Yeah, interesting. Poor Alex, man. Like, again, let's just descend the fucking culture wars for a second. Poor Alex, bro. Poor Alex. Again, not even just being a douchebag. Hey, and just being like, ICE officer, fuck you. Hey, what are you gonna do? He was getting in the way of somebody else pushing over another bystander, a woman, and he was like, "I'll save you." Fuck, man. Do they even have the right to disarm him though? Like, they aren't cops. That's a fucking good question. They didn't talk about that, did they? I'm assuming, yeah, right? Wouldn't you disarm, like, if you're arresting someone, whether they have the right to arrest him or not, but like, if you're arresting someone, like, that'd be, you'd really want to make sure they don't have a gun. Because then if a fucking acorn falls on you, you have the right to shoot up the car. Be like, they could have a gun. We didn't check. We weren't allowed to check. Let's ask that question directly to my research assistants. Oh, the fuck. As with the case involving Alex Pretti, do ICE agents have the right to disarm someone who is legally carrying a concealed firearm? If yes, under what legislation? Brief response, please. Pretty bad luck, dude. Is it too soon? Is it too soon, man? No, it's fine. It's been like 2 days. Iranian socialists. I think the main reason this is becoming a very intense political debate is because he represents the most important voting demographic for both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. Whiter, younger, sorry, not whiter, white, younger American man. Yes, immigrations and custom enforcement ICE agents, as federal law enforcement officers, have the authority to disarm someone, including someone legally carrying a concealed firearm, if necessary to effect a lawful arrest. Here we go. See, this is what we were talking about before. I think in Dr. Nathan, right, the question is it a lawful situation? That's the $1 million question. Protect public safety, defend themselves from imminent harm. that isn't based on any special right to disarm a gun owner per se, but flows from the federal law enforcement and use of authority. Oh, wow. It's stated the fucking sections of the legislation here. Authorize immigration officers, including ICE agents, to carry firearms and make arrests in performance of their duties. That's from Legal Information. Must be a government service, government website. They are cops, I'm pretty sure. They have all police patches on their army cosplay. Just none of the training to be a legit cop. Well, like, isn't it interesting? We were watching before, like, all of a sudden the ICE agents take up after they've cleaned up their direct mess, and then like legitimate coppers come in to get rid of to clean up their mess afterwards. Hey? Yeah, we've had actually a little bit more training. We're just going to come in and settle the situation down after you guys have fucking completely messed it up. After army cosplay has completely messed up the situation. All right, we're sending in the state police to clean up after them. It's interesting. Very interesting, because it gives a whole new meaning to this argument that's been happening on the sides, where it's just like, see, in the states where local law enforcement help the ICE agents, actually things go better. And it's just like, yeah, because the ICE agents need help because they're not fucking trained properly. And so if local law enforcement is there, they do a better job because at least local law enforcement is there and they're scared to do the wrong thing in front of local law enforcement. So you want local law enforcement there because it's the only thing that's really going to keep ICE on their toes is other people with guns legally. And like they might overwhelm you, so you better fucking do the right thing. But when it's just ICE by itself, baby, when it's just ICE, baby, then fuck, hey? The local law enforcement aren't there at the same time. It's just ICE and you, the citizenry, and one's allowed to arrest you and shoot you. They consider you to be a domestic terrorist. Isn't that an interesting situation, eh? Very interesting. All right. Let us continue. I think we need to look into the SA, not the SS or the Gestapo. Like, if anything, ICE tracks more with them. And even the Nazis knew they were dangerous to let live. Interesting. Yeah, FBI and ICE can do anything they like in the USA. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Scary. Scary times. Whether you think all of this stuff is justified or not, still scary times. Authority, man. Authority. Gotta be careful. Yeah, let's have a look at this. Look at that face. Trump reacts to Alex Pretti killing. Let's see what they have to say for themselves.
This morning, a growing number of Republicans are joining Democrats, calling for a full investigation into the killing of Alex Pretti by Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis.
What we're seeing on TV, it's causing deep concerns over federal tactics and accountability.
Senator Bill Cassidy calling the situation disturbing, writing the credibility of ICE and DHS are at stake. Senator Lisa Murkowski adding, ICE agents do not have carte blanche in carrying out their duties. Others taking issue with how quickly the Trump administration made an assessment, labeling Pretti a domestic terrorist without providing any evidence.
Hey.
John Mitnick, who served in President
You
Trump's
cut
first
him
term
out
and
there.
helped establish,
Cut and paste him and put him somewhere in Afghanistan. 100%. Cut him out of that background. Terrorist all the way. That's what Hollywood told us they look like. That's for sure. Look at him. Get him.
finding any evidence. John Mitnick, who served in President Trump's first term and helped establish the Department of Homeland Security, criticizing the agency, saying, "I'm enraged and embarrassed by DHS's lawlessness, fascism, and cruelty." But
Like
top
this
Trump
John guy, he must be like a Democrat then, right? Calling them fascist. Damn.
Enraged and embarrassed by DHS's lawlessness, fascism, and cruelty. But top Trump officials continue to double down. FBI Director Kash Patel suggested it is illegal to bring a gun to a protest.
Ooh, eh? No wonder the NRA's pissed off, eh?
FBI Director Kash Patel suggested it is illegal to bring a gun to a protest.
You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple.
Overnight, President Trump telling the Wall Street Journal,
Oh, those soulless eyes. Is that true? Considering the right to carry a concealed weapon, in this case, is it still legal if you are going to a protest? Then why are there so many photos of right-wingers with semi-automatic rifles at protests in their army cosplay as well, right? It's funny. It depends on the state and the specific protest location. Briefly, some states allow concealed carry at protests if you otherwise hold a valid permit. And no specific prohibition applies. Many states and cities prohibit firearms at permitted protests, demonstrations, or public assemblies, even for licensed carriers. Yeah, but like in this case, I didn't ask you generally. What about the context of Minneapolis or the state of Minnesota? Are you allowed to carry a concealed weapon to a protest there? Short answer, please. Rogue. Is that to what I said before about him with the cutter and the bike? That bit is a bit dark. Can't really tell. Yes, under Minnesota law, if you have a valid permit to carry, there is no specific statutory prohibition on carrying a handgun to a protest or rally, simply because it's a protest. Minnesota's carry statutes do not list demonstrations or public assemblies as locations where carrying a firearm by a permit is forbidden. It's interesting. Well, I guess, like, you know, if you're going to defend yourself, it's going to be potentially in a crowd situation, because if somebody else brings a gun, that's what they usually say. Like in that mass shooting event, it's just like, if only somebody had a gun, they would have taken him out. Guess it makes sense. I guess so. It depends if you're a white nationalist and friends with police. Yes, you can come to a protest with guns. If you're seen as democratic or communist, no. I don't really like that. No. They'd never shoot commies, would they? No. Of course not.
He doesn't like any shooting, adding, quote, "But I don't like it when somebody goes into a protest and he's got a very powerful, fully loaded gun with 2 magazines loaded up with bullets also. That doesn't..."
Let's see if that ages well. Next time you see some type of Proud Boys rally and everyone's armed up to the hilt. We'll find this quote again. Be like, that doesn't play good either.
Play good either. It's a stark contrast to what many Republicans, including the president, had to say about Kyle Rittenhouse, seen here carrying an assault-style rifle through Kenosha, Wisconsin in 2020, before opening fire, killing 2 men. He was acquitted on the charges. President Trump called him a very nice young man. Minnesota officials say Pretti was a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry.
Is he a nice young man, though? That's the real question. Is this guy really in the league of good old Kyle? Like, could you really even make that case? Rittenhouse, such a more upstanding citizen than lame old ICU nurse here. Probably never done anything for anyone ever. I mean, Republicans and in the 80s and 90s were very much in favor of gun control when groups like the Black Panthers were arming up. Interesting.
A right protected under the Second Amendment. Republican Congressman Thomas Massey posting, "Carrying a firearm is not a death sentence. It's a constitutionally protected God-given right. The NRA..."
Carrying a gun is not a death sentence? I don't know, man. Notice Rittenhouse puts his hands up as soon as the cops arrive. I don't... Is that like because of the picture? I can't remember the actual event itself. Is that what he was showing? No, he doesn't have his arms up. I'll take you for your word then, Dilemmas.
Ray even speaking out, posting, "Responsible public voices should be awaiting a full investigation, not making generalizations and demonizing law-abiding citizens." The president's predecessors calling for it all to stop. Former President Barack Obama said the shooting should be a wake-up call to every American. And former President Bill Clinton stating, "At every turn, the people in charge have lied to us, told us not to believe what we've seen."
From this guy? Why did he use the L word? Seriously. Everyone reading that, like, hearing his statement, just be like, well, wait, you lied to us about plenty of things. Wait a minute. At every turn, the people in charge have lied to us. Told us not to believe what we've seen with our own eyes. I wonder if they write this stuff and they're like, hey, watch this. I'm going to call everyone out and tell them about, like, it's wrong to lie. Let's see what the reaction is. I wonder if they know how rich it is.
At every turn, the people in charge have lied to us, told us not to believe what we've seen with our own eyes.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein.
And over on Capitol Hill, Senate Democrats are now trying to take a stand, saying they will oppose a Department of Homeland Security funding bill that could lead to a partial government shutdown by the end of the week, which means TSA agents and FEMA response would be impacted. But regardless, it will do nothing to stop the $75 billion that Republicans have already passed and allocated toward funding ICE.
Fuck yeah. $75 billion. It's well spent. Hey? Notice how Pretti didn't even have to display his firearm to get shot. It's true. Hey? As soon as the cops arrive, he drops the rifle, although it's slinged and out of his hands up. If Alex's gun accidentally went off, why was the confiscator's finger always outside of the trigger guard as a procedure? Also, cold weather worked a treat for betraying a gunshot. Jag, too bad his gun didn't go off. Wish you could stop lying to yourself. Wow. There you go. Interesting to see the reactions. Very interesting. It's interesting about the protest laws as well. There's nothing in their local statutes or their gun laws to say. As in to say, no, you can't, he couldn't have a gun, he shouldn't have a gun. Because that's what, that's what Patel has said. I guess we saw him say, unless he's AI Patel. Interesting. All right. So far,
Tom Homan certainly gets.
Trump administration walk back statements about Minneapolis shooting 6 hours ago. Oh, hey, this is Sky News. This is for you, Lab Jeff, if you're still watching. This is for you, man. We're going to watch some Sky News take on this.
Tom Homan certainly gets results. For more reaction now, let's bring in our Washington analyst, Annalise Nielsen, live from D.C. So there's been a clear change of approach, hasn't there now, Annalise, following the release of that video in Minnesota, which clearly showed there was a difference between what happened on the ground and what the authorities were saying. Is this why Donald Trump is changing his approach?
Look, I think there were a few factors to it, but it certainly didn't help that the immediate statement that came from the Trump administration was so far off what not just one video, but several showed what happened on the ground there with that confrontation with Alex Pretti.
Even Sky News, it's like, damn. They were quick to call him a domestic terrorist. Have you seen the footage? Oh, man, they got this one wrong. And now we have to backtrack? Like, it's enough for the administration to backtrack. But, like, we told the story. We just relayed the message. Now we have to take it all back? It hurts. It hurts, Sky News, man.
Now, he is an individual that ICU nurse treats veterans. That's something Republicans take very seriously, but what they also take very seriously is the right to bear arms. And he was licensed to carry that firearm. He was carrying it in the appropriate way. So there was no reason, according to normal Republican ideology, that he should have any issue being there with that firearm on him as it was at that time. And if we think about, cast your mind back to 2020, when Kyle Rittenhouse was at the protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin, with a semi-automatic he wasn't legally allowed to own or carry or operate. And there was a huge amount of defense for him from the right in the US. And so this has been one of those cases where it's just so far off what traditional Republicans think. And this isn't a MAGA Republican, this isn't an old school Republican issue. This is really a big one for them, the Second Amendment right. So to have that footage show quite clearly that he wasn't brandishing the gun at all during this confrontation, he was on the ground with a number of officers over him, it has absolutely been a turning point. They've realised that they got the statement wrong, and so you can see them walking it back, and also Minnesota reaching out.
Are you listening to this from Sky News? Jeff, are you hearing this? Like, they don't know what to do with themselves. Ugh. We hate snowflakes who confront ICE officers, but damn, we do need to defend the Second Amendment. Gun rights are a thing. There's a lot of money to be lost if people start talking about more gun control stuff. We better double down on it's okay to carry the gun. And we'll sacrifice the ICE agents. Fuck them. We need to sell guns. Lie? As in, what's a lie? What the Sky News people are saying? And it feels like Dilemmas can't be honest with himself, because if he were, he would somehow be siding with those evil lefties. I was only listening, so I had to look to make sure it was actually Sky News and not the ABC. Yeah, are you listening to this? Thank you. Yes, you are listening to Indoctrinating Sky News. Sky News. They're just like, damn, we were wrong. This looks bad. He didn't have his gun out. Damn. But we must protect gun rights. Must protect the market. Right wingers, it's okay to carry a gun, just don't carry one that accidentally discharges. Yeah, dumbass. I could have told him that. Rogue, it's fucked knowing that if Trump changed his mind, it's not because of the part he played in his own citizens dying, but because he's embarrassed about how it looks for him. Oh, yeah, well, fucking, there's no surprises there, is there, Rogue? Rogue, is this your first time here? Let us know. And if you haven't already, hit the like button and subscribe for more. What they said about Rittenhouse. Oh, he was legally allowed to own a rifle. Right. Yeah, the right to carry a gun is big with white conservatives. So you can imagine this news if the guy was Arab. They would be bombing Palestine. Yeah.
And the governor, Tim Walz, also backing down a bit. I think everyone realises that something has to change here. Yeah. Something has to come to a head.
So, I mean, Tom Homan, he's clearly had results at the southern border. So what's he likely to do? What's he likely to change? And is he essentially overriding Kristi Noem?
Look, I think they're just saying that he's going to be the one getting in there and just doing the work. Because at the end of the day, most Americans do agree that there was out of control migration across the southern border, that there are people here, not just illegally, which in and of itself is a crime, but the fact that they have come here with their own legal issues, that there are people that should be deported. What I imagine he will be doing is going to the Minnesota government, which, to be quite fair, has not been cooperating at all with the federal government, as is their right. States don't have to cooperate with federal governments on this, and that's a whole other issue we could talk about at length. But what we've seen is just this has become so ideological. I imagine he'll be going in with a list of names saying, come on, we want this guy, we want this guy, we want this guy. Is this really what you want to die on the Hill for? Because some of the people they've been detaining have horrendous criminal histories. Yeah. Any reasonable person would say, hey, you're not here legally. You've got an awful track record and things like people smuggling, child abuse. Get them out of the country.
Some of them, remember we watched that report. Now, when she says something vague like some of them, are real criminals. So this is what happens. People are going to have to die so we get the real criminals. We read the fucking Cato Institute's report on this, and like the actual violent criminals were like 5%. 5%. If you've got these people out on the street and their success rate on catching criminals, like actual violent criminals, and they're hitting a 5% success rate and they're just capturing everyone else 95% of the time. 95% of the time, they're just catching people. that have nothing to do with violent crime. They're not fucking human traffickers and like murderers and stuff like that. And that's 5%. That's generous too. Like someone else is going on here, love. Come on. Come on. Seriously. Mediate.com was this. Watch Carl Rittenhouse admit he was not legally allowed to possess the gun. Where do you get this stuff from? Is this the thing? Is this what you're talking about?
Prosecution cross-examination.
With an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle that evening, correct?
Yes.
You had it loaded with 30 rounds of full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
Yes.
That weapon with 30 rounds is capable of killing at least 30 people, correct?
Yes.
You had arranged to have Dominic Black purchase that weapon for you in Ladysmith, Wisconsin in early May of 2020. Is that correct?
Look at him. Look at him. He's so young. He's so young and he's out there fucking popping people like it's a fucking computer game. It's fucking these people, man. As at a certain age, you don't really have, I think, a proper appreciation for human life. When you're young, you understand how much work people have put in to your life.
We were up north shooting.
Is that correct?
We were up north shooting and not shooting. We were up north going camping, and Dominic Black brought his rifle. And we were talking, I was like, hey, what if we get a rifle for me? I'll give you the money, you can purchase it, it's yours until I'm 18. So I bought the rifle for Dominic and I can use it, but once I'm 18, we can do a private sale and we can have it turned over to my name once I turned 18.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old, you could not have that gun, correct?
I knew I could not buy that gun.
You knew you could not possess that gun also, correct?
No.
You weren't aware that under Wisconsin law?
I'm going to instruct the jury later about the law. So, and that he wouldn't, what he thinks on the subject is not dispositive anyway, so it was unlawful for him to purchase the gun.
It wasn't just unlawful for you to purchase it, it was unlawful for you to bring it home, correct?
In Illinois, I wasn't able to bring it home because I didn't have a FOID card, a firearm owner identification card, in Illinois.
You knew in Illinois that you couldn't get that until you turned 18, correct?
No, you can get a FOID card at 16 in Illinois.
But you didn't have one?
I did not.
And even after this gun was purchased for you in May, you never got one after that either, did you?
Actually, I applied for a FOID card in May of 2020, but due to the charges, and there was a backlog in Illinois for the FOID card, but after you filed the charges against me, it was denied because of the charges here in this state.
You found out about that after you were criminally charged in this case?
I found out about this in November of 2020. A letter was sent to my old residence.
So you knew that without that FOID card, the gun could not go back to your residence in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed that the gun would be kept at Dominic Black's stepfather's house here in Kenosha, correct?
Because he had a safe, yes.
And you agreed that you wouldn't have access to that gun, correct?
We agreed that the only time I would use the gun is when I was with him and we would go to like the Bristol shooting range or up north to his land.
But the only time prior to the night of August 25th, 2020, that you ever used that gun was up in Ladysmith, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't go to the Bristol shooting range ever?
I did. Not with that rifle, but I did.
Pay attention to my question, please. You didn't ever go to the Bristol shooting range with that gun, correct?
Correct.
And you picked out that gun.
Fucking lawyers, man. Seriously. where they fucking, cut through something to litigate. Damn. Yeah, Dilemma's he's lost the plot. I didn't expect them to dive headfirst into culture wars, but here we are. Culture wars. So, like, what is going on here is he's trying to feed out of him, which is like, you didn't have the firearm legally, basically. And he's kind of admitted it. He's like, yeah, I shouldn't have had it even unless I was with this guy's stepdad, and I wasn't with him, so I shouldn't have had the fucking firearm in the first place. Interesting. The whole thing is the old term, the paws against the brown paws, so they don't notice us, turning them all into slaves. Yeah, very interesting. Yes. Yes, it is. All right. Back to Sky News.
So this is where I think just the rubber will hit the road and they'll say, look, we need to bring this to an end. If we can get these guys, we'll be out of your hair.
Yeah, and so what will that do to other states? What will that do to the raids more broadly, but in other states as well? Would there be a change, or are they likely to continue those raids?
Oh, they'll keep going. And there's a very clear mandate from the White House. They've said they want 1 million people deported by the end of the year. And that is not out of context from what we've seen in previous administrations. Barack Obama deported 3 million people when he was in office, of course, over 2 terms. But the Biden administration was the outlier in how they managed the border. And we're seeing a drastic correction here. Perhaps.
I'm pretty sure we checked that one. And Biden deported like 2 million people. Didn't he? Like, I know they were being processed and stuff, so it wasn't him directly just deporting people. Like, a lot of people were in the system and needed to be finalized before deportation. But I thought there was a huge number of people that they processed, the DHS that is, during the Biden administration. It seems like they've just been doing like this for a while. What's the point? He out-deported Obama, just allowed a ton in as well. Okay, thank you. I thought I was going crazy. I thought we checked that. And Biden had done like, a fucking insane amount by my standards. Like, I don't live in a country where you could just be like, all right, 2 million people, get the fuck out. This doesn't work logistically. Every death is a material result of the culture war. A decade of complete delusion and dehumanization of the enemy, to the point where it has now become the justification for state murder, federal murder. The number has gotten bigger for every president since Bush 1. They have been able to deport. They have been able to deport 2 million people since they took over. Everyone is pretty much just not a white person. They want to make the country country white, pretty much. Well, at the same time, they're killing white people in Minnesota, it seems. They need to be white and from the right area. And even red state white, then it's okay. Where were the lefties when Obama was deporting? Hey, where were they? That's right. Hoffman was initially appointed by Obama and was even awarded a presidential rank award as a distinguished executive. Eh? Look at Homer now. Eh? Look at him now. Eh? What did he say the other week when we saw him in the press conference? They were just like, Trump said like something like there's hundreds of thousands of murderers that have been picked up by ICE. And he's just like, yeah, there's lots of them. Yeah, we got lots of murderers. Lots of murderers. I think he said 60% of people or something were murderers that he's picked up. And it's like 5 for violent crime. That might not even include murder. Yeah. Hey, it looks like they've all got a bad track record, it would seem. And they're all the fucking same thing. Hey? When it comes to immigration. There you go. There you go. We haven't even finished.
An overcorrection from critics would say, but what has to happen is there has to be some enforcement of immigration. And so we've already had ICE deployed. They've been deployed in DC, where I live. They've been deployed in major cities across the country.
LA.
What really changed here was that there was just, LA, Memphis was likely to be one of the big ones where there was confrontation, and that's where they were testing the states' rights too, because it borders two different states. But what we've seen is that this has just become such a political issue in Minnesota that there's been the grassroots issue that locals have taken with the raids and how they're being conducted. And it's the middle of winter. It's really hard in that kind of part of the world to be doing these kind of raids. A lot of the videos you see, these people are struggling just to stand up because the ground's so icy.
Yeah.
So it's just a bit of chaos layered on madness.
Yeah, and we'll have more on that ice storm, that snowstorm coming up a little later on the show. Annalise, as always, it's good to see you. Good to talk to you. We'll chat to you again soon.
Thanks.
Good to talk to you. Thanks. That's a really interesting point. See, I'm like completely aloof when it comes to conditions in the winter. Crazy cold winter like that. Like ice on the floor. There's ice everywhere, but like ice all over the place. Like it's hard, these conditions. Like this is not an easy job to do. There's a lot of slipping and sliding going on. And they're doing it anyway. Hey? What's this? Original freeze frame. What are you showing exactly? Just like the way he's falling to the ground kind of thing. His hands are free. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. AI photo editing for cleanup. Oh, like you're trying to show. Ah. Oh, as in the gun is drawn kind of thing. Interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting juxtaposition, those two, isn't it? Actually, I wonder if I can show that on the actual screen properly, not just in the little chat down there. Oh man, so many tabs. That's an execution. Yeah. Yeah. It makes it like that. Oh my god. Oh my god. When you show it like that. It looks like it. It's crazy. Oh man, seriously. There has been AI edits of a gun, straight up. The context does matter still to Twitch. Interesting. So we already saw this. We already heard about this. About this guy here. The Border Patrol chief. He's going. I want to see what the Sky News people have to say about this. Signalgate in full swing being exposed, and Sky News still hasn't reported it. Those comments Sky echoed as fact question. Wow, who is commenting on this Sky News section? These comments are disturbing. What does she mean? It's right for the state not to cooperate with the federal government? I'm from Minnesota and I usually get better news from Sky News, but your reporter, she has multiple facts wrong. Rittenhouse was not trying to stop police arresting criminals. So that's the story. That's the Rittenhouse was not resisting the cops at all. Just show the victim's video. Truth is always strong. Carrying the weapon wasn't the issue. Getting into a fight with federal agents while carrying a loaded weapon is the issue. They give you the justification to kill them. The January 6th protesters then, were they wrong too? They were protected. They were protected to do so under the Constitution. Yeah, that's a fair point, isn't it? They were fighting against the cops and they were strapped. Second Amendment, how inflammatory was that? But what you're saying in comparison, frankly, the ICE members were incompetent and negligent. Their actions displayed a huge lack of professional training. They panicked, in my opinion, unless, of course, they took an opportunity to eliminate a political enemy, which is it? Eh? The former. Interesting. Jan 6 killed a cop. Eh? That's a fair point as well, I guess. The secret police looks very scary. How about Gen 6s? They said it was worse than 9/11. It's just a major war on conservative women, and Trump throws them under the bus every time for his own gain. Interesting. A war on conservative women, and Trump throws them under the bus. I wonder what they're talking about. Alex died doing what he loves, protecting pedophiles from being deported. I don't know if we've seen the same footage, but in that immediate point in time, he was protecting the person next to him by the look of it, who just got slammed into the ice. Maybe his nurse instincts kicked in. Maybe, like, let's not make this about chivalry. Let's just say his nurse instincts kicked in. Someone's just fallen hard on the ice and he's run over to be like, are you okay? Are you injured at all? I'll save you. Well, but what's sad is if the local government would cooperate with the federal government, none of this would have happened. Yeah, we've got a theory on that already. We were talking about it before. Let's be honest. If local government were there to babysit ICE and make sure procedures were followed appropriately because they're potentially more trained than they are, if the local law enforcement was there to watch ICE, then none of this would have happened. You know what? I think that's a fair fucking call. If they were being babysat by another law enforcement wing, they probably would have not been so trigger happy, I guess. Also, you should rate Crooker28 today. They were restreaming you at the Invasion Day rally. Might get some followers from there. Oh, no way. That's pretty crazy. I'll have to have a look at this person then. Crooker28. They're still going when I finish. I'm not actually, by the way, I'm not finishing at the normal time today. I'm not sure if I made that clear no, I said that. I think I said that at the start. I had to start late. I'm going beyond 3:30, so I'm fucked up the usual routine there. But like, if you're hanging out, we're gonna go beyond the usual time. Crooker28, you said. Check them for a raid later. Can't believe they're restreaming the Invasion Day. That's so good. I didn't know Trump and the gang were being deported. They're watching footage from yesterday's Oz March. They're familiar with you? Oh, really? It's a protest streamer. Very interesting. They were familiar? That's beautiful. Or if the state politicians weren't involved in the Somali scam, and this is a nice distraction to get people fighting each other, not us. Or if the state politicians weren't involved in the Somali scam, and this is a nice distraction to get people fighting each other, not us. Do you mean as in, like, the thing that happened with the Somali fraud case uncovered, like that sort of issue? That this is just a big distraction for them? I was trying to tell you about it yesterday, but you were filming. I lost a bit in the chat yesterday. There was some crazy stuff going on at the start. I could see people fucking fighting while people were talking, while the speeches were happening. And then I think Voltatel was like, are you even paying attention to this at one point? And I was like, yes, when I can. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to the stream chat yesterday. Just here and there. Never known a president in a country being so disorganized and being hated by so many people and countries around the globe. China, North Korea, and Putin must be enjoying all of this. America will never recover from the lies and the deceit. Man, what's going on with this Sky News section? I think they're really having a hard time reconciling this issue. This is where, like I was saying before about the contradiction. Like, but I like ICE agents, but I also like guns. Hey, but I like ICE agents. Like, God, I love my guns. And you can see the cognitive dissonance, as it's already been mentioned today, in the chat here. People are struggling. Never waste a crisis. I didn't even suggest the stream. They found it on their own. I think there's a few former chatters in there sometimes. Oh, interesting. Former chatters? Who are you talking about? Hey? Oh, one comes to mind. All I can think of. Yeah. The first death was justified. This one was appalling. That's the sneaky ninja defense, right? Sneaky ninja. I think that's your position on this. First one was fine. That second one, I don't know, man. They've crossed the line. Don't walk around with a gun, especially near or even close to ICE. You were told not to mess with ICE. Like, that would seem to be okay advice until we go to the second part. It was like, look, even if you have the right to carry a weapon, should you carry one near ICE? They might just kill you for it. Like, any cops. Should you carry guns near them, or they'll just use it as an excuse to shoot you? But like, then the second part, you were told not to mess with ICE. So fuck your Second Amendment. ICE is in town. Oh, yeah. No, not that one. More ones who have just come and gone. Oh, you remember Gaza Daza Baza? I don't know if I do remember that name. I definitely would have remembered a sick name like that. Gaza Daza Baza. That bloody Stalinist. So how many people have to be murdered before we reach consensus? Yeah, I know, right? Once everyone's on the same page. Maybe the third time's the charm, Jag. I mean, like, the first one was justified. Second one, appalling. Third one, I think we can all agree. Hey, it's time to stop this whole thing. Stop the whole operation. Let's stop funding them. Let's cancel that $75 billion they've just approved in funding. Let's just get rid of it and just spend it on infrastructure. Let's do this. Spend it on infrastructure, baby. Let's develop this country and beat the Chinese at their game, which used to be our game, which is controlling industry and production. Let's do this again. Let's make America great again, and let's invest in the country like we need to produce wealth. No, fuck that. Let's just keep popping our citizens in the streets. I've seen them once I remember I saw them in here too. There's also, see, Trippy Taka around the other chats. Yes, Trippy Taka. I think Trippy Taka is from the Blue Mountains, if I remember properly. Rittenhouse traveled across state lines and was outdoors after the 8 p.m. curfew imposed by city officials. He was a naughty boy, eh, Rittenhouse? Eh? USA's cooked. We're just watching it all unravel in real time. So under the logic of the most recent shooting, Rittenhouse should have suffered the same fate. Well, not according to Dilemmas, because he had his hands up when the cops arrived. Right? They still won't walk back statements they've made about Renee Good. Who's this guy? Eh? What I want to know is what happened to Ron. Yeah, we've lost some good people over the time. Yeah, what happened to Ron? Ron. Well, look, we're all going to hell. So at some point he'll be looking down on all of us from heaven. Just remember that. What is this guy going on at? The second time I've seen this one. See Signalgate to understand the stress ICE is under. Does anyone know what Signalgate is? Let's get this guy. Let's get him. Let's get him on a fact check. I want to know what he's talking about. That's the Discord chat. Thank God for it. I've got 2. That's good. Where is my research assistant? Hello? Did I pick the wrong one? Oh. Damn. Got rid of it? Surely not. Yeah, I did. Damn. Oh no, it's here. Oh, sweet. So many windows open. My God. Oh. What is the signal gate? Signalgate is the current scandal of a large chat group that are organizing to disrupt ICE. Signalgate matter refers to the role of encrypted signal messaging group chats, often called ICE Watch or rapid response networks, that were being used to track alert. Are you against that? Dilemmas. That's interesting. So, have you ever seen those things on social media where people are like, oh, watch out, there's a speed camera on the corner of etc. 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 Or the cops are out breathalyzing people that blah 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 blah. Watch out! There's a drug van or something like that. Are you against that then? When people are like, "Oh, watch out! The cops are doing like drug checks on the side of the road here, or checking speeding there." Are you against that type of activity? So this is what you've been talking about when they're being professionally trained to obstruct or interfere with operations. Is people being like, "Watch out! ICE are here, ICE are there. Be careful while you're out there," or make sure you let's meet here and we'll go and try and stop them from, I don't know, raiding someone. These encrypted chats include real-time alerts about federal enforcement movements and encourage people to go to specific locations. Something commentators and outlets have highlighted as a factor in how Pretti and others came to be present during the confrontation. I've highlighted as a factor of how Pretti and others can be present in the confrontation. The details being discussed publicly include claims that Pretti was part of these signal chats used to monitor ICE, and the messages on those channels signaled activists to converge on a site where federal agents were operating. Different narratives exist about what exactly happened and the meaning of these encrypted chats, but Signalgate broadly refers to the encrypted signal messaging. So they gather, and so is that shootable offense then? Is they being encouraged to gather in a certain area, people using social media to gather somewhere? That's I knew it. It's contrived. It's all contrived. Just checked Crooker's feed. Been going for 19 hours, so it ain't ending anytime soon, I think. That's crazy, 19 hours. But it's just been run by mods in the stream bot at the moment, so not sure if you'll get a shout out if we raid later, unless they pop back online after work. Fair enough. 34 viewers right now, though. Nice. Gee, if I'm telling the truth about this, what else is there? LOL. Well, you're telling the truth about the existence of some coordinated effort to oppose ICE. I don't think anyone questioned that this was real, did they? Did anyone question you and say, no, there's no group out there that's organizing to oppose ICE? I just didn't know what you were referring to. Indoctrinated. A lot of cookers at the marches, though. Eh? Interesting. The writer's putting a lot more sinister intent behind it, like what I said before. Yeah, as in yeah, still you still haven't answered the question though, Dilemmas. Would you be upset if someone was like, hey, there's a breathalyzer, or they're drug checking drivers at the corner of such and such, or they're checking people's speeds, there's a speed camera over there, watch out? Would you be upset with someone and be like, how dare you? This is a police operation. You are interfering by being sending this message out and stuff like that. Would you object to that? It's called ICE Watch. They openly admit it exists. It's not really a secret. Broken clocks and all that. And following ICE and blowing air horns in their ears. No. Slow down. Slow down. Before you get onto the development of them following, but like, how do they start following ICE around? Are you saying that you object to when people notify other people about the actions and operations of law enforcement? Again, like if someone like a friend of yours was like, watch out, there's a breath test on such and such highway. You think that that's interfering with the cops? I just want to know where you draw the line. That's acceptable, but this isn't, etc., etc., etc. Because they're the same type of thing at the end of the day. You'd have to say. Interesting. It's kind of like the kind of like Facebook community group that moved to the encrypted chats to stop those with ill intention from infiltrating. Yeah, very interesting. It's illegal to harass the speed camera operator. Yes. Okay. Now answer my question. Are you objecting to people that tell others there's a speed camera somewhere? Answer the question. Then they avoid the area. You're interfering with an operation. Answer the question. Yes, I'm sure it's illegal. I'll answer your question in good faith. Yes, it is illegal to harass the speed camera operator. As far as I'm concerned, as far as I am concerned, yes, it's illegal to harass people. And yes, a speed camera operator as well, of course. Now, answer my question. It depends if it were right-wing breathalyzer or left-wing breathalyzer. That makes all the difference. Oh my God. Are we in a red state or a blue state here? What are we talking about here? I need more fucking... I need more details. I need to know. That makes a big difference. Oh, man. Crazy. Crazy times, man. It's crazy times.
U.S. Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino will withdraw from Minneapolis soon, along with about 800 of his troops.
800? So they're actually demobilizing. Is this a concession here? Like, you know, enough people have died now. 2 people have been killed in a very, very suspicious circumstances. Second one almost being like a gangland execution in like the middle of the day. Gangland stuff. It's happening, baby. It's happening, baby. It's happening. And now it's time to, hey, maybe we'll just like disappear 800 of these guys in the middle of the night. No one will ever know.
According to our U.S. news partners, CBS. Well, Mr. Bovino has been widely criticized over his response to the fatal shooting of an intensive care nurse amid a growing backlash against the surge of federal agents in the city. On Monday, residents protested against federal immigration and customs forces for a 3rd consecutive day. Now, earlier, the White House confirmed 3 separate probes into the killing of 37-year-old Alex Pretti, who was shot dead by federal agents.
Waltz had a conversation with Trump and said nice things to fluff Trump's ego, and that's the only reason. That's why they're getting rid of people. All these things have been in waves. Portland, Chicago, Minneapolis. Pull back before they go. Terrorize their next city. Yeah, it's pretty scary. It's like what Iranian socialists was talking about before. Like they've pulled out of Iran. Like they're not talking about Iran anymore because it's not relevant. Wait until something actually happens. And they're moving forces closer and closer and like encircling, waiting to moving troops around to different bases and stuff. Bondi also said they would remove ICE if the state handed over their voter records. Yes, their social security details and their voter records. What's going on there? What's that about? All right, you want ICE off the street? Give us who people vote for. What's that about? Does anyone have a conspiracy on that? Is there a Signal Gate conspiracy theory on that? Why the fuck are they leveraging? I'll pull ICE out. Because, like, you know, if it matters for them to be there, why would they just pull ICE out for some voter registration records? The fuck's that about? That's weird. Tell me do you have a Signal Gate conspiracy on that one? So they can manipulate swing states. See, it's like, what's more important? The fucking pedophiles and the murderers they're picking up, ICE is picking up, or getting voter information? So, because the midterms are coming up. What's more important? Eh? Apparently not getting the murderers off the street. Apparently not. Not if it gets us more votes. And we can artificially do that by getting this information. Do you reckon that's really what it's about? Getting people's information so they can fucking manipulate. Yeah, why else would you want voter records? Why else would Pam Bondi ask for something like that? What could you possibly do with that information? Fucked, man. Absolutely fucked.
On Saturday in Minneapolis, investigators are reportedly reviewing body camera footage from the incident. U.S. Border Czar Tom Homan's traveling to Minneapolis this evening, expected to meet with the city's mayor. And earlier, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt blamed Democrats for fueling civil unrest that she claimed led to the shooting. Well, our correspondent Tom Bateman starts us off tonight with this report from Minneapolis.
Protesters have vowed to stay on the streets until federal immigration agents leave. This is a standoff, a Democrat-run state in a battle of endurance with the Trump administration, forged amid the tragedy of a second American killed in 3 weeks in Minneapolis.
We're here for each other. We're trying to keep our community members safe. Just devastating.
It is sad. It is fucking sad.
What do you want the president, the administration to do now?
Look how cold it is. The fuck? To control voting machines, because that's a common thing that Trump talks about being corrupt about Democrat states. There's a conspiracy that the voting machines that had Elon's tech inside of it were manipulated to swing states to Trump. That's very interesting. There was a state where all the local MPs that won were Dem, but Trump won the popular vote, which didn't make sense. Interesting.
Leave us alone.
After the shooting of Alex Pretti, the administration blamed...
Remember we were talking about that siege mindset before? Like you could just paint her up as a crisis actor or some type of liberal, some libtard seeking your sympathy. But like, let's just imagine the siege psychology there. And she's like, there's another one that's just died here. Like, maybe it's time just to leave us the fuck alone. Like, if you can toss out your ice operations, which is so necessary, if you can throw them out the window because Pam Bondi wants some voter registration details, then like you can just back the fuck off. Just leave us alone for a bit, please. We're suffering an invasion. So cold, but 50,000 people still turned out for the general strike. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know if you could get me out in that fucking cold. I don't handle it the same way as these people do.
Named city and state leaders for incitement, as it did after Renee Good was killed. But even some of Mr. Trump's base seem concerned at the rhetoric.
The pictures of what happened here have shocked Americans, I think it's fair to say, of all political stripes. And there is a sense that that is being heard at the White House. And
they have a big ice storm. 6 dead so far because of the power. Because the power is down. You couldn't get me out in this fucking heat. Yeah.
The first signs of a shifting tone by the administration.
After weeks of angry exchanges, Mr. Trump said he had now spoken to the Democrat governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz. Both Governor Walz and I want to make it better, he said. The White House is sticking to its line that hostile resistance by Democrat leaders is causing the tensions, but is sounding more conciliatory.
Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets.
Do you reckon they said the same things about Renee when that happened? I can't remember watching her after that happened. But it's like, we don't want to see people get hurt. Just either got a firearm. The NRA is not happy. Dems just had a better ground game at ballot harvesting, etc. That's how Kirk won it for Trump, the ground game.
Wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Pretti, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement, and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal alien criminals.
Meanwhile, some senior Republicans appear ready to question the policies.
President Trump closed the border, promised to get violent criminals out of our country, and I think everybody agrees with that. But now Americans are asking themselves, what is the end game?
So what sparked the mounting controversy over ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency? It plays a key role in removing undocumented immigrants from the US and has been routinely used by
fucking ununiform.
Key role in removing
Look at them. They do look like a private militia. Don't you reckon? They just like yeah, I'll just put my jeans on today. Mm-hmm. Oh, look at this guy. He looks like he's part of the Navy SEALs. And then you got these two dudes here. Oh, man. I just needed some money. I just needed some extra cash. Now I'm standing out here. I'm cooling off by sitting in front of the aircon. Exhaust fan.
Undocumented immigrants from the US and has been routinely used by both Republican and Democrat administrations. Mr. Trump boosted ICE numbers and sent agents to these areas, often deemed sanctuary cities. Democrat...
The BBC assessment of this one. Yes, we're across this. Thank you, BBC.
Which in some cases limit assistance to federal immigration authorities. The high-profile drives, often involving masked agents in tactical gear, have sparked protests and arrests. After the deaths of protesters, many will hope now marks a turning point in the clash between states and the administration. The White House is signaling a change of message, but so far its policy and its agents remain. Tom Bateman, BBC News, Minneapolis.
Now, we do have some breaking news to bring.
You gotta stop asking yourself, what is the end game? When you understand that the violence on display just feeds off itself, the same as the capitalist system that birthed it. Yeah. And especially when they can be so arbitrary with it as well, which is like, you know what, maybe we will take out ICE if you give us what we want. You let Pam Bondi wet her beak a little, eh? Give me your voter records. We'll call it a deal. It's like, really? But I thought you wanted to catch criminals. Eh? What happened to that? Nah, don't worry about the criminals. Eh? Give us access to that sweet, sweet voter information so we can turn it through our AI. Eh? Palantir's giving us a new app. We kill it. We're going to crunch the midterms now, baby. You'll never vote again. They wear the same kind of stuff, clothing, colors, but the combinations make them identifiable. Mostly.
You on this story that's just coming across the desk. According to U.S. media, Gregory Bovino has been removed from his role as the commander-at-large for the U.S. Border Patrol and will return to his former job in California, where he's expected to retire soon. Now, The Atlantic has reported those details on Monday,
so
citing...
they obviously have figured it out that this is a fucking problem. And so, like, you're right, Jags. You've been saying it the whole stream. You've been saying it for, like, what, 4 hours now? Is that right? Or 3 hours now? You're like, hey, he'll just retire. Get sent back to his home. Someone will take the fall for it. Kristi Noem needs someone to send home. They'll send him home. And then he's just going to live on Easy Street, baby. And that sweet, sweet state pension. Wait, isn't Japan dumping stuff related to USA financially? And isn't today the big crypto goes mainstream day? The intentional murder of fiat? Going to be Crypto Bros vids, so grain of salt typically. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure actually if this is the day, right? Evie170, how you going? They definitely act like the Proud Boys. Evie, how are you? If you're new here, let me know. If you are, make sure you hit the subscribe on YouTube and hit the like button. Yeah, they do act like them. They definitely cosplay like them. They laugh like a Proud Boy, like the whole, the shtick and the gear, ready to go, the vests. Interesting.
A Homeland Security official and 2 people with knowledge of the change. Let's go live now to our next guest. I'm very pleased to welcome Minnesota Republican State Representative.
Japan's bond market is crashing. Interesting. That's happening like right now in real time, is that? Well, that's been happening over the last couple of days. Very briefly, why is Japan's bond market crashing? What is happening? Japan's government's bond prices are falling and yields are spiking, meaning investors are selling bonds rapidly and demanding high returns. This is being driven by fiscal uncertainty and big proposed tax cuts spending ahead of a snap election. Loss of confidence in the ultra-low rates will persist, so investors are pricing in higher yields instead of holding Japanese bonds. Interesting. It's been happening over the last week or so from what I've seen. Okay. Reduced demand at auctions and worries about debt sustainability prompting more selling and volatile price swings. The bond crash when prices fall sharply and yields jump as some investors are less willing to hold Japanese debt. Yeah. You know who owns a lot of our debt? Fucking Japan. Eh? Japan and China, I think. They buy a lot of Australian government bonds. Australia's a pretty secure place from what I understand. AAA credit rating. Pretty safe place to dump some of your cash and get back some of that sweet, sweet bond interest rate from the government. Like, they're all tied to each other. Everyone buys each other's stuff. Wuzel bought certain Japanese crypto, which ran upward like a mofo. So super going to the US is bad. Oh, super going to the USA. Getting bad. They profiteer from our gas. So that insured. Interesting. All right. Let's finish this off.
Representative Mike Weiner. Representative, it's good to speak with you again. First of all, I'd just like to get your reaction to this latest news about the departure of Greg Bovino.
Well, thanks for having me on. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight.
I did not guess that's what his voice was going to be like. I don't know why, but like I was like, oh, it's going to be big, it's going to be deep. Eh? The bellowing voice. No, I didn't pick that. Must be the angle they're filming him on.
Bovino.
Well, thanks for having me on. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I hadn't heard that news. That's interesting. I was very excited.
That's fucking crazy. No way. That's funny. I have to bring that up. Where is it? Discord, this one. Yeah, here it is. Did you say that? Carl Rittenhouse, carry everywhere. It's your right. Shall not be infringed. So good. That one aged well, didn't it? Hey? Carry everywhere. Well, it's the fucking right. So why not? Why the not? Interesting. Very interesting. All right. This guy.
I guess when I had heard that Governor Walz and President Trump had communicated, and this is something, I've been asking for some time, is that communication, that dialogue. Nobody wanted to see the violence in the state. Nobody wanted to see the protests. And that communication, I think, is going to go a long ways to calming the waters, and let's get back to life as normal here in Minnesota. And hopefully this is that first step.
Now, I hadn't heard that news just either, and we should say that BBC has not independently verified it, but it's being widely reported across U.S. media. We'll, of course, be doing our best to confirm that ourselves. But based on that news coming in, what do you think it suggests about the way President Trump is thinking about what's happening in Minnesota? Do you think there's some degree of dissatisfaction with the way things have been handled?
Well, I think anytime there are people, citizens in our state or our country who are in these situations where we've got the tragic loss of life, I don't think
that guy's going to have a car accident sometime soon. Quote me later. Fair enough.
Anybody wants to see that continue. And, if that outreaching, and I'm not sure who initiated the phone call, if it was Governor Walz or Trump, but I think, like I said, that this is that first step, and I think that's very positive. So it gives me hope. And the other thing that really we should be looking at is calming those waters, and now hopefully some of the protests and some of the people can go back to life as normal.
Now, you and I spoke a couple of days ago, shortly after this happened, and I just wanted to come back to you on your call to calm the waters, which is something we've been hearing a lot of from both sides. We've now had other Republicans suggesting similar. Representative James Comer, for example, suggesting that if Minneapolis doesn't want ICE there, if it's going to put the lives of federal agents at risk, then perhaps I should just move on to other areas where it is welcomed by state leaders. And Trump actually praised the interview in which he made those comments. Do you see that as potentially an option for Minnesota?
Well, those decisions are made far above my pay grade. But, the situation here, we had for quite some time in our state a lot of violence. Carjackings were just astronomical, was through the roof. We don't want criminals on our street. We don't want bad actors. We don't want rapists, murders. And if the way to get them off the street was to work through ICE, that's what we really wanted the governor to do, was simply work with ICE to get the bad individuals out of our state. And, for ICE to do what they did in order to take those criminals out, I think was probably a good thing. But at the same time, when the tensions got so escalated, and something has to change. And what we're seeing now is hopefully that steps to that, like I said, calming the waters.
So a call for stronger law enforcement and also for these waters to be calmed. I also want to ask you about the way the federal government reacted to something that is happening so close to.
I feel like they're just going to change the leadership of ICE and expect everyone will be okay with them again. And to be honest, the Democrats probably will be. Well, that seems like what that's gearing up here. They're just like, all right, fire that Greg dude. Hey, let's get rid of him. And we'll just put somebody else in there. Maybe we'll try somebody that looks like Kristi Noem this time. More like Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem .2. Get a woman in there. They won't know what to say then. All right, I'm going to leave this here for now. And we're going to have a quick break. And then we're going to be back. And we're going to be going over the Australia Day / Invasion Day stuff that happened yesterday. I guess we'll find out more about this whole Alex Pretti situation as it develops. But yeah, we're going to have a quick break. And then, yeah, we're going to cover Australia Day and Invasion Day. Dun, dun, dun. And get deep into the Australian Civil War that happens at the same time every year, it would seem. I don't think Kristi is safe at the moment, eh? Hey, well, we've seen her depicted on South Park, and if it's based on reality, which I think this joke definitely is, she knows how to shoot animals. She knows how to kill her dog. So she can protect herself. She knows how to use a firearm. She's been practicing, eh? She's been practicing. Kristi with an I, Kristi with a K, Kristi with an I. Did you hear about the Chinese military guy that got caught leaking info to the CIA? No, but we're going to have a look at that later too. So don't go anywhere. We'll be hanging out for a while now. Like, I've still got another couple of hours at least to go. So she brags she did it. It's not satire. Yeah, well, yes. Crazy. All right, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hold tight. All right. Where we at? Haven't looked into it myself, but apparently it's a recent thing. This is the Chinese one. I'm thinking about the Chinese general or something like that. Let's have a look, because I did want to have a look at it myself anyway. And then we'll do the Australia Day stuff later. Let's have a look here. China purges the military. Let's go Bloomberg. I need to get some type of info on this story. They love these type of stories, the liberal media establishment, in their efforts to drum up kind of, World War III stuff and evil China stuff. Hey, look, they've just fired some military heads. Xi is consolidating his power, etc., etc., etc. Jungle potatoes. Stream going still when I'm back from work?
Just wonder if you could start by telling us the significance.
Actually, I started late. It's good to have you, Jungle Potatoes. Hope you're well. Started late, and I'm going to go later because I can today. I can actually do it. I am not constrained. So let's get a handle. Have you heard of this situation, Jungle Potatoes? Ex-CIA official on what Xi Jinping's purge of top general reveals. Former CIA official Dennis Wilder explains why he believes President Xi's purge of top general Zhang Yuxia marks the most significant shakeup in China's military leadership in decades. Xi, he keeps on chopping away all the top people.
Of what we've seen happen in this latest step of the purge of China's military.
Absolutely, Paul.
Can you please briefly summarize the media's assessment of why Xi Jinping has recently fired a top general? Brief summary, the media's assessment of Xi Jinping recently fired a top general. China's government says the general is under investigation for serious violations of discipline and law, a standard phrasing for alleged corruption or misconduct in China's governance system, the Washington Post. Many outlets say the move extends Xi's long anti-corruption campaign into high military ranks. Analysts widely see this as a power consolidation, removing even powerful, previously trusted military figures to ensure loyalty to Xi and reduce internal factionalism. Some commentators suggest it signals instability and leadership shakeups that could affect China's military readiness, especially given the importance of top commanders. Dun, dun, dun. That's what happens when you tell the big man no to Taiwan. Do you reckon that's what it is, honestly? We're about to find out. What do you mean I can't have Taiwan? That's it. You're out of here.
Just wonder if you could start by telling us the significance of what we've seen happen in this latest step of the purge of China's military.
Absolutely, Paul. This is a stunning development. It is the biggest development in Chinese politics since Xi Jinping came to power. And had, as we know, 3 terms of government. It's a question of sustainability of the Xi Jinping regime, whether or not he really can serve for life. Zhang Yuxia, the man he has purged now, is the top general in the PLA. He's a war hero from the Vietnam front in the early 1980s. He is the most respected PLA officer with a huge network within the military. He's also the son of one of the founders of China. He is a red princeling, as they are called, with equal stature, frankly, within the party in many ways to Xi Jinping. So it may be that as he accumulated power in the military, and he did get rid of one of his opponents in the military, the first vice chairman, Ho Wei-dong, recently, it may be that Xi Jinping thought he was part of a cabal who would try and keep Xi Jinping from.
This is the Bloomberg conspiracy on this one, hey? That like she is amassing power and he owns the Communist Party, and we have top general, really liked, decorated war hero. He's just consolidating too much power. It's time to take him out. He goes, we know how this system really works. It's a one-party system with an authoritarian ruler on top who's not beholden to the party at all, does whatever they like, and so just making sure that there's no powerful players around him that get too close to the seat of power, or he'll cut them off completely. Yeah, that's what's going on here, according to Bloomberg. What was the thing that started all of this, Voltaire? What did you say? Something like, oh yeah, no. Yeah, did you hear about the Chinese military guy that got caught leaking info to the CIA? Like, that story, like, that sounds legitimate, right? In the sense that, like, you would get fired for leaking stuff to the CIA. But, like, I like the Western media straight onto the whole, like, ooh, Communist Party is potentially losing control. There might be a military coup. Watch out. How much more power does he need, for God's sakes? Seriously. Yeah, so, like, does he need more power? I don't know. We'll find out from Bloomberg, that's for sure.
A fourth term in 2027.
So do you think that is what is at the core of his investigation and his removal? Or could it be that these charges have some credibility? Or which is it?
The charge of working for the CIA or leaking the secrets of China's intercontinental ballistic missile force is an old one. It came up in 2021 against the former defense minister. This is not credible. It may be used by Xi Jinping to bring down his opponent. But Xi Jinping has a paranoid personality. He thinks the CIA, Black Hand, is out to get China. He thinks the CIA is behind Hong Kong unrest, the Uyghur unrest, Tibetan unrest.
And let's just pause for a moment to consider, why the fuck would somebody think like that, eh? Like, there's plausible theories, let's call them, on how the CIA has intervened in Australian politics and taken out, pretty low kind of risk leaders in Australia just because what they had some socialist policies like healthcare. Fuck that shit. Like, this is plausible stuff. They're making it sound like he's literally some type of paranoid schizophrenic, and like he's just like, must hold the power. Yes, need all the power, huh? And like that's what we're hearing here. It's got nothing to do with potentially someone, leaking information and being reprimanded for what they're doing. He only thinks, and with good reason, Goth Whitlam enters the chat. There's like fair. Like, if I was the ruler of not the leader, the ruler of another country that was opposed to the US, like Iran or Venezuela or China, I'd be fucking, the CIA's coming to get me, man. Oh God, zombie guff. Oh God. Yeah, I'd be running that one up the flagpole every day though. I can say, hey, they're coming to get me, man. Very briefly, why do persons in the media find it hard to believe that the CIA getting information from this Chinese general is implausible and not the real reason why she fired him? Media analysis find the CIA spy explanation implausible because the general was one of Xi Jinping's long-time loyalists, deeply embedded in China's tightly controlled military party system where access, surveillance, and political vetting are extreme. They say it is far more likely the firing reflects internal power consolidation, corruption probes, or factional discipline. But like, let's say it is corruption, like sending off state secrets. Like, doesn't that constitute what we're talking about here? Or factional discipline, not a Hollywood-style foreign intelligence penetration at that level. Fuck, it's a great word, isn't it? Penetration, such a good word. Everybody can get behind that.
The Tiananmen Square democracy movement. So it's not unusual for Xi Jinping to have these suspicions of the CIA, but I would take this one with a real grain of salt. It has the feel, if it's true, of Xi Jinping kind of throwing everything but the kitchen sink at Zhang Youxia.
Is there a risk here as well? I mean, on the one hand, you point to the possibility that Xi Jinping is doing this to shore up his own power. But then on the other hand, by removing the old guard, by removing a lot of allies, is he perhaps exposing himself?
I think that all of these purges really do hurt Xi Jinping within the party. I hear from many party members that they're uncomfortable with the power of Xi Jinping, and they're uncomfortable with his mercurial ways. He has not only purged in the military, but huge purges in with the party, businessmen. I think for many, even in the party, this has gone too far. I think that there are real questions about whether the party wants him to stay after 2027. So yes, I think there's a bit of instability.
Is she coming up for re-election in 2027? His current term runs until 2027, and because China abolished presidential term limits in 2018, he's eligible to be reappointed for another 5-year term at the 20th Communist Congress in 2027, if the leadership backs him. There is no fixed legal limit stopping him from continuing beyond 2027. Okay, remember the propaganda that came out when this actually happened back in 2018, and everyone was just like, he's leader for life. He's changed the constitution. He's going to be the leader he's like president indefinitely. No, it's actually how many, there's no longer a limit. So they have to, if they keep getting re-elected, then they can rule forever as long as they keep getting elected. That wasn't how the Western media framed it earlier. She is widely expected by analysts to seek a 4th term at the 2027 Party Congress, though this is a political process, not a competitive election. Well, it's not a fucking liberal democratic style election, but it's an election from within the party. It's just a different style of democracy. Sorry, it's evil communism. I said the wrong thing.
Here. And I think we've been too comfortable thinking that Xi Jinping is in total control of his future.
How would these changes impact the PLA's operational readiness? Because we've seen dozens of generals and other even higher-ranking officials being removed.
Absolutely, Paul. There is no question that leadership decision-making in the PLA will be affected for a long time. First of all, Xi Jinping will have to pick a whole group of successors. And it's difficult because remember that Zhang Youxia's reach within the military is huge. He's been in the military since 1980. He has a huge set of subordinates who have been loyal to him. Now, I will tell you, unfortunately, what they're going to do is they're going to sweat Zhang Youxia. They're going to get all the information they can out of him on who his subordinates are, who they find is guilty of working with him. This will take time. Xi Jinping has to replace virtually the entire Central Military Commission. It's as if in America, the whole Joint Chiefs of Staff, except one general, was replaced. So military leadership, military morale will suffer. Will the units on the Taiwan Strait still be good units? Of course. They're well trained. The Air Force knows what it's doing.
So, like, it's a real fucking, like, this guy is the top dog in the military. Everyone supports him. He's got connections and networks everywhere. And, like, she's just flexing his muscles and just eradicating a potential opponent. And it's like, why do it then? Why would he just get rid of someone who's so critical to the military architecture? Just like that. If he's such a stabilizing force in the military, such a well-commended, upstanding member, why just take them out? If it's going to fucking buckle you militarily. Doesn't sound like what these people with their planned economy are usually about. Kneecapping themselves unnecessarily.
The Navy knows what it's doing. But in terms of whether or not Xi Jinping would take any coercive action against Taiwan anywhere in the near future, my betting money is we're a long way from that.
So if as you...
Because the top dog has to swing his dick around sometimes. Like, just that, like, that's it. It's just like, yeah. You're getting too powerful there, motherfucker. I'm gonna take you out. Like, that's it. That's it. Again, for an economy, for a society that has built itself on a planned economy that has just moved from strength to strength and has just controlled the world through its productive force and its foresight and planning. And he's just like, yeah, time to swing my dick a little bit. Like, that's as far as it goes. It's just hard to, for me anyway, to reconcile that this hardcore planning institution, this fucking machine, is so callous. Just like that. But I guess, you know, if that's what it is, if it's just about power for power's sake, then, like, it's just a human reaction at the end of the day, is it? Power for the sake of it. Maduro thinks that the CIA was after him too. So good. I hope there is a real reason, but barring one, that's what I think. Yeah, but in the face of no plausible, and the CIA thing doesn't cut it for you, I'm assuming. Yeah, in the face of nothing else that really makes sense, he's just swinging his dick. Mike Pompeo, I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. We had entire training courses on it. The Chinese learn from the best and does it better. Hey, how far into the rabbit hole do you have to be to just be like, see, we've perfected it. But the Chinese, though, hey, they're the ones who can't be trusted. Oh my God, the logic on that one is hilarious. CIA is very upset when China purges one of the corrupted Chinese generals. Interesting. The KK pop. Who are you? America worried about PLA readiness. Yeah, I know, right? They're talking like, oh, they're not going to be ready. They're really not going to be ready for anything that comes at them. If they do this and they kneecap themselves and their army isn't ready, oh man, such a setback for the Chinese. Can't believe they would have done this to themselves. I really feel for the Chinese on this one. Maduro should have worried about the discombobulator and Delta, not the CIA. Eh? I wonder if the guy will get executed. Well, look. That'd be fucking huge, wouldn't it? I don't think they would do that, though. China's a nuclear power. They'd have to somehow ensure that there would be no Chinese retaliation if they're going to go full Maduro on Xi. Could you imagine?
Say Zhang would now be taken away to be sweated, to be found out who his allies and supporters are. Does that suggest there's more to come, that this purge isn't finished yet? And what other military leaders in China should be looking over their shoulder right now?
Is that guy coming to us from, is that Sydney? Is it the Harbour Bridge in the background? What the fuck is Paul Allen? Who is this guy? From Bloomberg in Sydney? Wow.
Well, every one of the theater military commanders would be suspected.
That's an interesting point. What could the CIA offer to flip this dude? I would put it to you in like kind of similar terms, but like almost the opposite of that. What have they got on him to flip this dude? What have they found on what? Because that's how the CIA really works. That's what the whole Epstein revelation is really about. Is like these people have power because they blackmail each other, and the CIA, like, you know, he wrote the book on this stuff. So like, what have they got on Mr. Important General for him to be like, yeah, all right, fuck, I'll give you the fucking plans for the nukes, right? For our hypersonic ballistic missiles or whatever the fuck. He's exposed. I'll give you the plans. Just don't tell anyone. I was at the massage parlor, okay? My wife will kill me. She can't know that I was on Epstein Island. You hear me? I swear every international news presenter is Australian these days. We have a cultural victory right now on a global scale. A house on Nantucket Island.
Anybody who served with him during the time he came up, whether it's in the equipment department of the PLA or in field units of the PLA, his whole entire network. By the way, this goes beyond the network. It goes to his family, it goes to his friends, it goes to his children. When these kind of purges take place of an individual in China, it is devastating. Not only to him, but to his entire family. Everybody loses. And this is very common in the Chinese system today. You are taken away and you are told, if you don't confess everything, you get an execution sentence. If you confess everything, we will give you a life sentence. And this has happened over and over again in the Xi Jinping era.
You mentioned the paranoia.
That's hardcore, isn't it? Hardcore. Beyond the alleged intelligence leak, Zhang is accused of accepting bribes for military promotions and forming political cliques that undermine party unity. So there are claims outside of, he's a CIA spy, get him. Like, he's been doing other things as well. Military bribes. Bribery is a big thing, I know. And forming political cliques that undermine the party unity. Sounds like a fucking coup. That's what that sounds like. A clique that undermines party unity. It's just like, look, this is the military man with like centralized control and Riz. People like him. People love the guy. Like, maybe he might be forming some type of, he could form a military coup. Yeah, he's got too much power. Mr. I'm in charge of the PLA and loved. I wonder what that clique is. I wonder. It's interesting what he's saying. You know, there's got to be some truth to the idea that, like, you know, when they go after you, yeah, it doesn't just affect you. You know, it affects your family as well. Like, that is definitely plausible given the kind of Confucian style of their political system. They, you know, socialism with Chinese characteristics. They've still definitely got their own cultural methodology in the political sphere, and you know. You go down with the ship, but you also get the benefits too. Like, if you are in with a member of like a party official and you're their family, like by extension, you get the awards of that station. It comes with that class, that rank within the party. But then, you know, when you go down, or when someone in your family goes down, and if they're like important like this guy, like, you go down with them. You get the good times, but you also get the purge times.
Of Xi Jinping around activity from the CIA in China. To some degree, does this destabilization of the military fulfill the CIA's aims?
Well, I can't say that it doesn't. There would be the hope in the CIA that...
Razor in the house. Yo, what's up? How you going? Hey, I think, you know what, when I stream at different times, I shouldn't be surprised at this, but like, I'll catch different crowds when people come available and stuff like that. Hope you're well. We're trying to get to the bottom. We're infiltrating the Communist Party of China here, and we're trying to figure out why Xi is purging top generals. and we're all speculating hard. We're trying to get inside Xi's head. If you have any theories on this, let us know. What is the crime? Forming a clique? A succulent Chinese clique? Eh? I just really wanted to say succulent Chinese something. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Others who are scared of what might happen to them might come forward to offer their services to the United States. I think you know that the CIA has a program right now where they are using social media to reach out to Chinese. It may be that some officers within the PLA will see this as the opportunity to get out of the system and defect or offer their services.
Are there some other implications?
Sorry, did we just hear the same guy? The guy was just like, no, this isn't about the CIA. Like earlier, when it was asked about the general, this is not about the CIA. That's outrageous. Xi is just purging the ranks because he can. And then this guy's just like all of a sudden investing himself into CIA conspiracies.
As the opportunity to get out of the system and defect or offer their services.
And now it's all like, hey, but like his family gets done. They should defect. They should go and help the CIA. Like that's completely normal. But it's not normal if this guy does it. No, that's outrageous. Well, I don't accept what these journalists say because they've always adopt biased ideas. They always say China is bad and they won't say that about the United States. They're mostly biased. Yeah, well, I think it's pretty accurate. Like he literally said like 2 minutes ago over here. It was just like, it's not plausible. The CIA, like, come on. These people working for the CIA, come on. And it's just like, and now, no. They'll defect and they'll offer their services.
Are there some other implications here as well for regional security? I mean, you mentioned readiness around the Taiwan Strait, but of course there is tension elsewhere in the region with China and its near neighbors, various overlapping maritime claims as well. But also there is frequent military-to-military contact between countries. Could this be impacted in any way?
Well, I think one place I would worry about is the South China Sea. I think in order to prove that he has still military readiness, we could see Xi Jinping taking a tougher stance.
No way. Look at this in Discord. If anyone's new here watching this, or if you're not new, but you still haven't done this yet, can you go and join the Discord, please? Like, seriously. I've tried to be polite. Go and join the Discord so you can look at the stream chat as well when it comes up while we're streaming. For God's sakes, do yourself a favor. CIA releases videos encouraging Chinese officials to leak secrets. So good. And then it's like at the start, no, it couldn't be the CIA. No, of course not. That's outrageous. So good. And this is what, from ABC? Why are you using Australian sources? Eh? I'm sorry you had to do that whilst going to Australian sources. You poor thing. CIA releases video encouraging Chinese officials to leak US secrets to the US. No, of course. Couldn't be the CIA. No, they'd never do anything like that. The CIA has distributed 2 videos aimed at enticing Chinese officials to leak sensitive information from Beijing to American officials. The CIA officials said the US was gathering intelligence on advanced science, military and cyber technology, valuable economic data, and Chinese foreign policy. CIA Director John Ratcliffe says China remains the US's top military and cyber threat. It's so much in that sentence there. The US's top military and cyber threat. Like, this is the surveillance capitalist age, ladies and gentlemen. Like, if you want any more evidence of it, like, here it is. Another thing to add to the book, Jag, if you're still here. Like, what's the 2 priorities here? Military, obviously. Okay? China's put its borders near all these American fucking bases. Hello? How ignorant of the Chinese. Arrogant of the Chinese, sorry. Put their borders near all those American bases. And outside the military, cyber threat. This is where World War III is happening right now. You know, we're in World War III, we don't even know it. And like all the cyber stuff that's happening. Like, unbeknownst to us plebs, in the surveillance capitalist world, they're fighting each other on the edges, attacking each other constantly in cyber warfare. And then when it gets to it, we'll get to the military stuff soon. Military stuff still loading to come to you in a few years' time. The CIA has distributed 2 Chinese language videos aimed at enticing officials in China to leak sensitive information. It's the largest public-facing effort by American government agents to increase the gathering of information on Beijing. And it's pretty loose stuff. Oh, it's so good. We get to
俗话
watch it.
说“筑梦人生”，可惜我是为他人之梦。这场梦中，我无法决定结局，我的命都由他人掌控。这辈子努力耕耘，最终都是他人作手。照理来说，中规中矩，努力低头做事，应该换来美好人生。
It's like the Chinese bourgeoisie. Hey, you're trying on. You're helping this guy try suits on, pick out Rolexes. Hey, you're helping him with everything. What's he ever done for you? Start leaking information to the U.S. This is crazy propaganda, bro. Thank you, Voltator.
人能得到这种美好。
It's
当真相摆在面前时，我还能装多久？
Yes.
这种例行的自我检讨。
Yes, I've wondered if this era will be classified as World War III and we just haven't realized it yet. Like, you know, like the space out of stuff that happened in the as a precursor to World War I, or like where they draw the line of World War I, or where they draw the line of World War II. Like these events happen and they're just like, oh yeah, this is when World War II started. I remember when like this kicked all this shit off with this psycho chain of events. Razor, they say that China is bad and will occupy Taiwan, but about the US with Greenland and also Venezuela, why do they take sides when it's in their interest, but not when it's not in their interest? I think you've answered your own question there. We should not allow these people to be journalists because the most important part of journalism is to separate your feelings and convey the facts. You cannot say anything based on your personal analysis or that is not based on proven facts. Yes, I know, but that's not how media works, is it? That's how media should work. You idealist, you. Eh? I don't understand what they are saying, but I am sold. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I feel for this guy. Look at all the meetings he's going to. He's going to an AA meeting now. It's just like, I've heard my government officials say horrible, horrible things. It's time somebody spoke up. Yeah, you do that.
是让人看得荒谬。众所皆知的秘密是，领导们口口声声说要让人民过上好日子，但结果 却全不是这么一回事。人一生辛辛苦苦，就是希望能求得一个岗位，踏踏实实的过去。如今，这样平凡的人生目标已遥不可及了。我不过就想平平安安的过日子，这要求并不过分吧？这一生这么努力工作，难道到头来都是为了别人而做？ 我能铺我自己想走的路吗？从小到大，党教育我们，只要勤奋地遵从领导指定的道路，就会前途无量。原本应该大家分享的这，
give Mama Rose, tuck that in. Son of the year. I'm just a regular guy. I could be you.
一片天，如今只剩少数独享，让我不得不开创自己的路。做与不做，答案昭然若揭。不能再站在原地不动，我拒绝躺平。要迈出第一步，总是最艰难的。 是时候该构筑我自己的梦想了。
Hollywood, it's so good. Nice. Look at that cityscape as I plot to destroy my own country. So good. No, sorry, not destroy my own country. Bring down an evil regime. You have the power. Whoa. Why would you put that there? Look, the torproject.org, they're like telling you, hey, oi, we have infrastructure. Hey, part of our cyber war, World War III. Get on fucking Tor. That's how we get access to all the information we need from the world. This is mental. I read a book about philosophy and war. Well, what I find interesting is that in all wars, regardless of right or wrong, there is the victor that determines that, meaning that all the losing countries are automatically classified as being in the wrong. Yes, the victor writes history, as they say. As I rise within the party, I watch those above me being discarded like worn-out shoes. But now I've realized that my fate was just as precarious as theirs. The narrator says in Chinese, my family's fate cannot rest in their hands, the man says, before the video shows him contacting the CIA using a tablet computer. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, back to our Chinese propaganda of choice, please. Eh? Not this CIA propaganda. Give us the mainstream media propaganda, please.
For example, with the Philippines over to the disputed islands and reefs in that area, perhaps with the Vietnamese. In other words, smaller targets. I think he will also be very sensitive, he already is, to Japanese, what they are calling Japanese militarization. So I would expect Xi Jinping, to some extent, to try and show strength. It'll be interesting. I understand the British Prime Minister will land in Beijing fairly soon this week. It'll be interesting to see how Xi Jinping takes that visit. Will he want to make some arrangements with the British, for example, that might go beyond what he might want to do before this? What about the visit in April of Trump? Will he see the need to shore up the U.S. relationship? It is very early in this process. I can't answer those questions, but I think people should be thinking about them.
Yeah, let's talk about the U.S. side of this equation just before we wrap things up. Are you at all concerned about how the U.S. has been alienating many of its close allies recently, and to what degree does that further China's aims?
What does that mean, alienating? Hey, everyone just trust us, bro. We're the US. Just trust us. We got this. We got this. Don't worry about Venezuela. We're not going to do it to you. Greenland? Come on. Europeans, it's just a piece of ice. Hey? It's just a piece of ice. Don't worry about it. Don't look over here. Is America isolating, alienating themselves was the language. Okay? And does that suit China's interest? It's the long play. China somehow manufactured this. Somehow. They're behind all of this.
I'm very concerned about that. I think that the United States has the allies as the best defense against China in the region. China has no allies in the region other than North Korea. We have over the years, and I participated in.
What about Vietnam? Does that constitute an ally? I guess they're neutral. Is Vietnam have any type of alliance or similar style relationship with China? Or any other country, for that matter? Has no formal military alliances with China or any other country. Vietnam calls the relationship a comprehensive strategic cooperative partnership. But it's not an alliance. Relations are pragmatic and tense at times, especially over the South China Sea policy. Vietnam follows the four no's defensive policy. No military alliances, no siding with one country against another, no foreign bases, no use of threat or force. Hey, fucking commies. Surely they want to take over the world. Others, Vietnam has strong strategic partnerships, not alliances with countries like Russia, India, the US. Yeah, I thought there was relations with the US as well. Like they definitely Japan, Australia. They do have good relations with both Russia and China. Interesting.
Worked very hard to build relationships with the South Koreans, the Japanese, the Philippines, Australia, Singapore, and others. And I fear that the way that Trump, frankly, callously diminishes these relationships is a real problem. I think it will do lasting damage. I only hope that we can recover from this with our allies. But certainly, if I'm an ally in East Asia, I'm wondering about the staying power of the United States and whether indeed the United States will pull back a bit to its own hemisphere.
Just wonder if...
I don't know. The second part, hey, they pulling back to their hemisphere? I don't know about that. But, like, fair enough. If I am a US ally in the region, like Japan, like South Korea, you know, right on the line of, you know, the first defense against China. Like, you're worried about what the US, what it looks like when the US is just like, hey, fuck you, we'll do whatever we want. And there's nothing you can do about it. Like, use you as cannon fodder if you're the people of Korea or Japan. Being fed into the fucking meat grinder to fight off the Chinese machine, like what's happening in the Ukraine at the moment. All the Ukrainians getting fed into the meat grinder because the US didn't like EU and Russian relations getting too close together. My company recently moved a lot of manufacturing from China to Vietnam. Interesting. I've heard about that. But about that going on. China's moving more up the high end and financialized capital train. Like, if that's what China wants to do, like, just remember, you know, as good little Marxian theorists, capital works off productive value, not fictitious capital, as he would say. If China, which is, they've talked about this, they move up higher up the value added chain, so you've got high productive workers, you rely less on labor to produce value, because it's all higher value stuff. You're producing way more value individual unit of labor to per person. And you're starting to move into financial capital, like Wall Street style relations with the world economy. That stuff keeps you going for a while and it gives you supremacy. But if you're not producing your own value, eventually it flips on you at some point, which is what we're witnessing between the US and China right now. The US is financialized and deindustrialized, and China has all the power. Like, they don't know it. Nobody seems to talk about it, but China has all the power now. And they don't assess it like that. But if China is deindustrializing, I know that's a long shot. We're early in the case, but if they're moving towards financialization and they move their operations to places like Vietnam to pick up the productive capacity that they had before, then the power will shift to Asia. If they're going to use Southeast Asia as their productive grounds now, like the US used China throughout the last couple of decades. If China is now going to use Southeast Asia to do all its produce, then Southeast Asia will become the new place that has a lot of power. This is nothing new. For example, during the Crusades, Christians killed Muslims, and in order to wage those wars, the church portrayed Muslims as enemies. This type of warfare relies on lies and the spread of misinformation, so that soldiers can kill anything without feeling guilty. I explain why America perceives China. He explains why America perceives China in that way. Absolutely. And there's nothing better in controlling your own populations than having a boogeyman to heck. So you have an evil other. So you can be like, wait up, China did it. And then everyone's like, I knew it, get him. Like, you have to have somebody who's the ideological and physical enemy, like where you draw your attention. So at least you got somebody else to fear.
You could start.
Now we finished with these guys. There was another analysis that I found of this one. Breaking point. First point. Let's get the Indians' perspective on this China situation. India is always an interesting frame of reference for China relations because, like, they're, I think, outside of the Western propaganda machine, but like they also have their own gripes with China. So like they give a critical analysis because I think they don't like each other, the Chinese and the Indians. But like they have a view that's not like Western, if that makes sense. Like culturally, it doesn't feel that Western. It's always interesting to get their opinions on this stuff. dilemmas. Remember when China did those live fire drills outside of Sydney, and it was that Virgin pilot that everyone knows, LOL. Indoctrination. No, I don't know the reference, actually. Indoctrination. Why can't they financial while keeping productive power and simply parting a portion between Southeast Asian nations so no one power can rival their dominance but still benefit from the economic power and influence from being the major power on Earth? I don't know. Like, that's a really good question. But like, I think they understand their demographic situation. I think they understand their general situation, which is like they can't placate their working class population with full employment forever. And so like if they move higher up the value chain and start moving to financial services, financial kind of capital services, they can maintain their hegemony or like their relevance to the financial system, and they can turn to higher value add. And just get cheaper labor, like labor taken care of overseas. Like at the end of the day, I still think they're capitalists, and capitalists have this tendency, it would seem, to find the cheapest labor. And if the low value added stuff is where the most labor is required, you need more laboring persons to do the job. That's also where the most cost is. Like you have to outlay costs on a lot of labor. And so at the end of the day, they still do want to move away from relying on having to pay laborers so much. And so like just get that done in someone else's backyard. Get that labor done elsewhere. It's cheaper. If it's cheaper, let somebody else do it. And so like, yeah, if they move to more financialization, if this is true though, like what I have heard, they're moving towards financialization. Like I couldn't read their 5-year plan for myself. I wanted to, but I couldn't find it. We listened to people speak about their 5-year plan. Their 5-year plan is, or part of their grander plan is moving towards financialization and higher value added chain. The lower value is going to go overseas, it would seem, just like what the Americans did. If you label someone as criminal and an enemy who will kill you, you will kill them without feeling guilty because you did what had to be done. But if that person is innocent, you will feel guilty. And this is a concept of false propaganda. Dilemmas. When those Chinese warships were playing off our coast in Sydney and they were doing live fire drills, the military didn't know. A random pilot saw it first. Yeah, right. Interesting. That's the pilot reference you're making. Okay, thanks. Shake up. She fires Chinese general. See, like when they like do their Indian kind of propaganda on China, it's just like, look at Chinese, the military capability that China has. Be afraid. The ever-present danger beyond the Himalayas. Be afraid. The music is so good. So good. Like a blockbuster movie.
Let's turn to China, where the military is in a state of shock. There has been yet another purge, but it's not your routine cleanup, the kind that Xi Jinping keeps pulling off all the time. This one is much bigger, and this one is personal. It threatens to shake the command structure of the People's Liberation Army, the PLA, that's the Chinese military. And the head on the chopping block is this one, General Zhang Youxia. He is the vice chairman of China's Central Military Commission, or the CMC. The CMC is China's top decision-making body in military matters. President...
No, I haven't heard of that particular case where they were found like by pilot. I had no idea, no. Yeah, the drill was very close to shore and just circled around all of Australia.
Xi Jinping heads it himself, and General Zhang was the next in line. Second only to Xi Jinping in the military hierarchy of the country. More importantly, he was President Xi's lifelong ally. Now the same man is under investigation, and the charges are not clear yet. As always, Beijing is being cagey. There's a lot of speculation, with different versions coming out, but broadly there are two theories that are doing the rounds. The first one says it's a case of espionage, that this general leaked secrets to the US. He gave information about China's nuclear program to the Americans. That is the allegation. It came up during a high-level military briefing in China. This is according to the Wall Street Journal. It said the meeting was attended by the PLA's top officers and what they were told was explosive. The report says General Zhang could have leaked the core technical data about China's nuclear weapons and its nuclear arsenal. This constitutes a security breach, of course. China's nuclear system could have been compromised.
Sorry, slow down. What did he do? What did they say?
Attended by the PLA's top officers, and what they were told was explosive.
Explosive.
The report says General Zhang could have leaked the core technical data about China's nuclear
from the
weapons
Wall
and its
Street
nuclear
Journal?
arsenal.
Seriously?
This constitutes a security breach, of course. China.
I take it back. Eh? So much for India has its own independent propaganda. They're just copying stuff from the Wall Street Journal. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus. But I'm not saying China is better than America, but we shouldn't be biased towards China and forget the fact that it is America that spreads propaganda while supporting the destruction of innocent people. So many things to consider there, right? So many things. Oh my God. I think they've seen that as the degradation of the American system. I'm not saying they won't move most of it offshore, but still maintain a strong market position, even if that's 30 or 40% of the market, and have everyone else making like 10 to 15% each to make up the rest. Yeah, look, that's not going to happen overnight. Absolutely. But like eventually, if you move towards finalization and high, if that's the objective, as they've supposedly said in their plans, if that's the objective to move to higher value add and financialization, that's exactly what the US has done. And like the US, again, they didn't do it overnight either. It took decades. So like the Chinese will take decades to move their lower value add stuff away. But like if that's the trajectory, who knows? If they bring in socialism though with Chinese characteristics and take over the world, like all of this conversation will be arbitrary. They can be financial as they want. Then most of the money flows back, but they still maintain their ability to ramp up production when needed. This isn't just a capitalist economy. Remember, it's a state-based capitalism. So the state has importance to the system other than just profits. Yes, 100%. 100%. But it's not state socialism. It's state capitalism. And it is just a struggle between whoever controls capital and labor. So if they control the capital and decide, because they're planning it, that's fine. It's not up to the anarchy of free market. They still seek to control labor as best as possible. And if you reduce labor, there's less power people have. If everybody works in a productive labor industry in your economy, all those people have power because they can riot or go on strike, or God forbid a general strike, and you're fucked. But if you get to employ less people, then there's less laborers that have power in the system to fight you. It's just generally, if they are Marxists at the end of the day, they would be aware of this dichotomy, greatly aware of this dichotomy. And they have some good Marxist scholars. The party always gets a say. When the Chinese jet dropped flares close to an Oz plane, ? I can't remember all of this. Like, I know that they've been busted and stuff like that, but I don't know the details of it. I really hope the American capitalist system fails. It's an unfair system in every way, and will never be fair if it classifies people as numbers. Fair enough. I would go a step beyond, like remove some of the emotion out of that, and like just say objectively, it's an unfair system that has outlived its purpose. Like it has produced a lot of value. It's lifted us through the industrialization of humanity. Huge task. It's a huge task. It's like a system that brought on the agricultural revolution, let's say. Like, the people that allowed us to move into, high complex civilizational structures because we were able to master certain elements of the environment to produce a surplus that could control huge populations. Like the industrialization, capitalism overseeing the industrialization of the human race is fucking phenomenal. But like, I just don't think it's honestly, it's past its prime. And now it's, like you said, it's just unfair. It's just dangerous as it goes down. It's time to move on, man. Dr. Nathan, and we've done the same, if not worse, to the Chinese in the South Korean Sea. First as well, dilemma. So what point are you making? Yeah, it is an interesting point. Like, we have been rather active in the South China Sea. Why? Because we're helping out the fucking US, that's why.
China's nuclear system could have been compromised. That's what these officers were told. But crucial details are still missing, like what was the extent of this breach? And is the arsenal truly compromised? We don't know that. But it goes without saying that these allegations themselves are unprecedented. So that's the first theory. The second theory links General Zhang to corruption. He's accused of accepting bribes in exchange of military promotions. And this one is just as shocking as the nuclear leak theory. Apparently, Zhang took a bribe to get someone appointed as China's defense minister. In the past, he controlled key departments in the PLA like procurement and research, and this made him in charge of approving large defense.
This is the one that we just watched. So far, you're getting your sources from the Americans? Come on. I expected more. Give us something else. People are dying of hunger, homelessness on the streets. Instead of solving the problem, they are simply thrown out onto the streets. We don't talk about them. Just imagine if it were someone from your family. I feel you. I feel you, dog. It is time. Look, as a human race, we owe it to ourselves to find a solution beyond the free market, or a free market society, as we've been told by our neoliberal indoctrination. It's hard to say. We believe the free market's the only way to go. We've been indoctrinated to believe this. But like, hey man, it's time to move on. I agree. Same question as to why do we need nuclear subs? The only thing they can do is hide in a place in the ocean just outside the South China Sea and make sure the Chinese Navy can't get out. Yeah, they're like secretly remote controlled by the US anyway. All the Australians in there just like, oh shit, we've lost the controls. Where are we going? Apparently to the South China Sea. They'll just control it remotely, like it's a drone. And there'll just be Australians sitting in there along for the ride.
Deals. Now, Chinese investigators are looking into his tenure there to see if he took money in exchange of promotions. So these are the two theories, both unofficial at this point. The official line, as always, is vague. Chinese mouthpieces say that Zhang is under investigation, and I'm quoting for what? For suspected serious discipline and law violations.
Okay, is this their source? She's just quoting The Economist from China.
Official line, as always, is vague. Chinese mouthpieces say that Zhang...
Chinese mouthpieces. Here we go, The Economist. Chinese mouthpieces. Suspected serious discipline and law violations. Has been placed under investigation for suspected serious discipline and law violations. It gave no further details. Can you briefly tell me what the official Chinese media narrative is on why this general has been fired? Very brief response. Provide a source if you can. I mean, our military is basically drones anyway. So what's the difference? They won't choose the street. I swear I've seen people who need hospital treatment, but they're thrown out onto the street just because they don't have money. What's happening to people? They become selfish. Yeah, all I can say is like, thank God I live in a country where we have a socialized healthcare system. Like, it's not fucking perfect. But like, I don't think people fall through the net as much, if you know what I mean. Like, it's much finer, very hard. You have to get pushed through the net, I would say. China's official media narrative, very brief. China's media and official outlets say the general was fired because he and another senior official are investigation for serious violations of discipline and law. That's the same source we got. And this one's from Reddit, seriously. Framed as part of broad anti-corruption campaign meant to ensure the Communist Party. Wow. Reddit? Oh, it's a Chinese Reddit source. I wonder if it's a CIA-inspired Chinese source. So good. I mean, America is a low bar if that's what we're aiming for. Yeah, well, it's always nice to compare yourself to something like that to make sure you really appreciate the world, right? Throwing them out onto the street is no different from murder. Money cannot compensate for life. Hey, yes, I agree. Hey, tell that to fucking Alex Pretti and Renee Good. Hey, no, they obstructed law enforcement operations, so they should have been shot multiple times.
Zhang is under investigation, and I'm quoting for what? For suspected serious discipline and law violations. That's what they say. In fact, every time an official is accused of corruption, this is the line that they take. But Zhang is not just another official.
We just got the exact same story from Bloomberg. Isn't that interesting?
Xi Jinping's military backbone. They go back decades. Both these men are what China calls princelings. That's the second generation of Chinese leaders, princelings. Their father served in the Communist Party. They fought together in the Civil War. Both Zhang and Xi grew up in Beijing, but they chose different routes to power. Xi Jinping rose through the ranks in the Communist Party, and Zhang joined the Chinese military. He fought the 1979 war against Vietnam. That's the last major conflict that the PLA fought. And that makes him one of the few officers with real battlefield experience in China. More importantly, when Xi Jinping became president, Zhang helped him consolidate power. He helped President Xi reshape the PLA. By all accounts, General Zhang was an insider. In 2022, when Xi Jinping returned to power for a record third term, Zhang was due to retire. He should have retired by then anyway, but he stayed on because President Xi ignored the retirement rules and extended his service. Today, General Zhang is 75 years old. He should have retired at 70, but he continued to hold on to one of the most powerful posts in China. Now he's been purged. This is both a personal crisis for President Xi and a blow to the credibility of his military. And it raises serious questions, like how deep does this rot go? Remember, in 2025, as many as 8 top generals were expelled in China. And in recent years, the country has lost 2 defense ministers, both over corruption charges.
Another Western media source going to The Guardian this time. Very interesting. Dilemmas. Now, actual warships and a refueling vessel, they did a shoreline navigating. They did a little shoreline navigating, then did a live fire drill off the coast. I was just reminding people China came here and did some shooting, but no one seems to know about it. American journalists are more interested in news from China than what's happening in America. What's PR? What's that mean? Am I tripping?
So when
Princeling. Princeling is too cute a name for people with this kind of influence. Princeling. Yeah. I prefer comparing ourselves to people who have it better and getting competitive with them, or angry at people who fail to deliver the best in the world services. We are a tiny wealthy nation condensed into a few major cities. Many other nations envy our position and don't understand how we can screw it up. We can screw up our country so badly when they do better. When they do better of not the same with more people. When they do better with or of not the same, less money and less help. Yeah, we can always do better. We can always do better. I'm for that.
Where does Zhang's removal land? Is this the climax? Or is this the start of an even bigger cleanup? Going by reports, the story is far from over. There is more to it than meets the eye, and we'll be tracking it for you.
Oh, thanks.
The world doesn't fit in boxes.
Yeah, fucking ground news, man. Yeah, tell us about ground news, brother. Tell us, brother. All right, what about Breaking Point? Actually, wait. I bet you Sky News have done something on this. I want to see this so bad. But it fits in circles. Sky News. Australia. China Purge. Come on. Come on, they got to have a Sky News take on this. 5 hours ago. 4 hours ago. Yes, Peter Credlin. Hey, where's Ninja Nurse? This one's for you, brother. Hey. Who do you want to hear from, Peter Credlin or this douchebag? Let's go, Peter Credlin.
But now to China, where in recent hours we've learned that President Xi Jinping has purged one of his most trusted and senior generals. This is huge news. This is the biggest military shake-up since the Cultural Revolution, underscoring a regime where loyalty to the leader now outweighs rank, experience, or even proximity to power. Here to discuss this, and we'll cover other topics too, our Sky News contributor Koshigata. We were wondering how to pronounce his name. General Zhang Yujia is where we've got to. He was a princeling, so he was descendant of people involved in the Cultural Revolution. These individuals in the Chinese regime are usually untouchable.
The Cultural
The
Revolution.
allegations look to be in relation to
The Communist Revolution. Then they had the Cultural Revolution a little bit after that. Calm down, Peter.
He or people around him are leaking nuclear secrets to the United States. Now, if that's true, and the fact that a man of this stature has been removed and we don't know what's actually happened.
No, we didn't go back to America. We're watching Sky News take on on Xi Jinping purging the Chinese military. We're going to get inside information, deep analysis here. They've started off by not knowing how to name these people. Dr. Nathan, well, it depends on the person, because many people think that if a country is rich, then individual incomes must be high. This is not true, because whenever individual income rises higher than planned, commodity prices increase, and that is what always happens. Chewing up the wealth increase through inflation.
To him, this is really significant.
It is significant, and with China, as we know, it is really impossible to know what the allegations are, are they true or not. It feels on the surface hard to believe that somebody of his stature and level and history in the party would be an asset, or that the U.S. might have turned him, though anything is possible. But it is very surprising that he's been removed from the little that we know. Not only his aristocratic background in the party, he is one of the few people in the party that actually served in combat in Vietnam, so he actually has direct firsthand experience with war. He's in charge of the Taiwan unit, and he has stayed 7.
Have you noticed? We've watched 3 very separate news pieces, in my opinion. Bloomberg, First Post India, and now Sky News in Australia, and they are all saying verbatim the exact same thing. Like, they don't have their own sources. Somebody just fucking tells the story. This is what manufacturing consent, like Noam Chomsky. Think of it like as one of those champagne stack things. You pair the champagne at the top in the one glass and the pyramid flows down. Like, there's just one story circulating on China, and the entire media outside of China is just spinning the same story on what's going on. This is going to be bad for their military. He was high ranking. He was well liked. He served in Vietnam. Did you know that he had military experience? And that's really valuable because the Chinese don't have much military experience. Oh my God. It's the exact same story. This happens more often than you realize. People sell stories or part of the same international network of news. This is ManCon. There's a select group of journalistic institutions, let's call them, journalistic institutions, and then they like set the tone for the day. And like whether or not you choose to talk about it, that's up to you, but they set the tone, and because they're big, everyone wants to know what this news story is about, so everybody else jumps on it, which is what we're doing in this stream right now. But like everyone else jumps on the conversation because it's trending, and then they decide the next talking points of the next day. It's not news. They decide the talking points, and like in the face of actually no way of these people, I guess, getting their own information, seemingly. Maybe they are just following the script on this one, but like they're just like, all right, we better just tell the same story and discuss it like our news station is the one that's breaking this news.
Years past his retirement, so President Xi picked him to stay past his retirement because of his importance, and then to see this, certainly people are wondering, is it in relation to Taiwan? Is it in relation to nuclear secrets? I think time may or may not tell, but definitely something is.
It doesn't really add up. It doesn't really make sense, does it? Like this guy could have fucking retired, and she was like, no, I want you to stay and be my guy. And then all of a sudden he's just fired his ass after asking him to stay around. That doesn't really make sense. Like, why? If he had the opportunity for this guy to retire, then fucking let him retire. It's a weird one, this one.
Or was he moving against Xi? Was there, a cabal of people unhappy with particular directions?
This happens more than you realize, like, generally. Yes. I'm sure it fucking does. Eh?
Of the president, we will see. Talk to me about what's happening in the United States. The second night shooting in Minneapolis.
Come on,
it's
Sky.
dominating the media.
For fuck's sake. Here's the wedge. We'll get you on China for you, and then we'll talk about Minneapolis.
Well, China's President Xi Jinping has purged his closest military ally. Over the weekend, General Yang Yexia was placed under investigation for grave violations of discipline and the law. That's believed to be corruption. But the general wasn't a nobody. He was the vice chairman of the Central Military Commission. He sat on the CCP's Politburo, and his father was one of the founding generals of the Chinese Communist Party. And his removal follows the expulsion of 9 top generals last October. Well, joining us live now is Joseph Terigian at the Council of Foreign Relations. Joseph, it's good to have you with us this morning. Thanks for your time. So what is President Xi Jinping doing?
So one thing to say is that when this kind of event happens, it reminds us how little we actually know about what's going on within the elite of the Chinese Communist Party.
It's so good, isn't it? It's just like openly just be like, look, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Like, we really know nothing about what China's up to. But if you're paying the bills, I'll be your special guy. I'll be your expert witness. Just send the paycheck to the following. Oh my God. Dilemma. So if it came to picking a side between China and the US, who would everyone pick? Hey, honestly, right now, from what I've seen, from Venezuela to Greenland, and like more than that, like, let's be honest, who is our biggest trading partner? Answer me that question. Honestly, who is our biggest trading partner? Who do we need to survive economically? Like, who, if we cut off relations with, would we buckle as a nation under? Our construction industry would die. Our agricultural industry would die. Our student populations would disappear. Like, who are we economically tied to? And who isn't a psycho that invades other nations? Like, just the track record of it. Doesn't have a track record of invading other people or destabilizing other people's governments. It's China all the way, bro. It's China all the fucking way. Like, don't you think? Who are you going to pick, dilemmas? The US? Who's going to give us subs that they could control and switch on and off when we're naughty? Everyone should have a share in the ownership of the means of creating economic value, not just a wage. Hey, you dirty commie. Hey, that's very commie. Well, this really tells to a much wider problem happening inside the CCP at the moment, but we don't really know the details yet. So we will have to wait. Yeah, he's basically like, we have really no idea what's going on. But let's talk about it for the next 5 minutes.
And that's really saying something, because the status of the People's Liberation Army is an existential question. Whether or not the military would be willing to participate in a crackdown within China or fight a war outside of China's borders gets to the heart of this question. What do these purges mean for military readiness? Why do these purges happen? And outside observers don't really know.
Well, like, no, he won't, really. He still has to get elected. That's the thing. 11 Jinping, so good. 11 Jinping will be in power forever. Potentially. He still has to win the party vote in 2027. He can stay in power if he keeps getting voted in. But he still has to make sure he purges enough people, right? I'm the dirty commie. You're the one who taught me the language. What's that make you? I am the most filthy. Hey? Filthy. So good. There are some baseless theories out there to make us think that he knows what the fuck he is talking about. Well, I'm down for it. I want to know what to say, to think. Sky News, please tell me how to think. Tell me.
We have a lot of hypotheses, but it really reveals just how opaque the Chinese Communist Party is.
So what did the general do? What form of corruption? Are we any clearer on that?
That's a good question. So this word corruption can refer to
LOL,
many different things.
Voted in. And like you put it in inverted commas, but you say things like we have a uni party and all that sort of stuff. And like you're questioning whether we truly vote in our public officials. So like if China doesn't vote in Xi Jinping, we don't vote in our leaders, right? In the uni party, in the two-party American system. It's all the same shit. Like really?
Can refer to corruption probably in the way that you and I would understand it in Australia or the United States, meaning taking money that isn't yours. But in the Chinese political context, corruption can also just mean the wrong political consciousness, meaning that you thought the wrong thing or you said the wrong thing. Because for Xi Jinping, it's all related to the same problem, which is not putting the party's interests first and not putting him first.
That's interesting. So corruption could literally just be going against the party line. In China, can corruption constitute simply going against party unity or the party line? The Communist Party of China I bet he doesn't know anything and thinks he knows what he's talking about. It's complex, man. It's the same movie, but different scripts. I know, right? That's the thing. It's the same fucking thing. If they don't vote in, do we really vote in our leaders? No. I know we don't. But at least Labour pretends that you just can't, can you? You can't help yourself. But at least Labour, ... I mean, LOL, ... Add in whatever. I know we don't, but shut up. Chinese political context. LOL. Yeah, the CPC practice corruption can be broader than financial graft. There you go. Hey, it's more than being a grifter. You can be ideologically corrupt. You can be corrupt because you don't follow the right principles. TCP uses discipline violations alongside corruption. These can display disloyalty, factionalism, resisting central directives, leaking information. Yeah. So like if he's just being a douche. Look, you're being toxic, okay? I know you're up to something with your political cliques. You're trying to overthrow stability for the party. I'm watching you, man. I wish they would... I wish they would replace them with robots because no one believes them anyway. You can only be a grifter. You can't only be a grifter, but you can also be a grafter. I saw Carl State started his podcast. First episode was an interview with Pauline. Bloke went straight for the zeitgeist. LOL. Right, where are we? Oh yeah, our friend.
So when you're coming to all of these purges and all of these generals have been moved on, I suppose none of this is good news for Taiwan.
So imagine the CIA set him up because he rejected the Nantucket Island. What do you mean by that? Tell us more, Rogue.
So I think that Xi Jinping is doing these purges in part because he believes that they're necessary to make the People's Liberation Army ready to fight a war over Taiwan. At the same time, it's hard to imagine that these purges, at least for now, are not negatively affecting military readiness. So I think the question is still out, but another way of thinking about this is on timelines.
Interesting. I thought they were military not ready. Now they are. Like I thought they were saying, oh, well, he's the guy with all the experience. This is really going to affect the military. And now they're saying, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. The PLA's still got teeth. Ooh, scary China. Ooh. These sacked generals are advising Xi against invading Taiwan. That is why they're being removed. Dun, dun, dun. What if that was true? Could you imagine? Like someone was like, please don't invade Taiwan, sir. We don't want it. That's it. Get out. Get out. After all this time, I thought I knew a guy. And he thought like this. We were princelings together, man. All of a sudden he's coming out with this. His face will be more famous if he puts it in memes way. Yeah, right. Now, so they're the truth. Get rid of them. Stalin purged his military too. Didn't make him ready for anything. Interesting. All the experts coming out in the chat today. Just like the Sky News expert that we just saw then. So good. All right. We're gonna look into the Australia and Invasion Day affair. We're just gonna have a quick break. Give us a second. All right. Let's move to Australia, shall we? We've covered everybody else. It's time to do Australia Day. I think that was the first thing I was going to look at today. Completely sidetracked. Sidetracked. Australia Day, here we go. So if you weren't aware, Australia Day was yesterday and Invasion Day was yesterday, and which is like a massive culture war, part of Australian politics. And so I went to Invasion Day rally yesterday, and sorry, for the international audience, so Australia Day is our national day of celebration. It's on the 26th of January, and this is a date that is used by Indigenous persons and people that stand in solidarity with them as a day of mourning, to kind of remember the coming of British colonial powers that started basically the eradication of their populations and their custodianship of the land, basically. And so Invasion Day is on the same day as Australia Day, and Invasion Day is seen as a form of counter-protest against this idea of national celebration, particularly on this day. Now, this is not like there's no consensus on this, but like some people that advocate or partake in Invasion Day protests would say, like, look, any day but not this, because this particular date is sensitive, because this is when kind of they raised the flag and were like, this is ours now. The Indigenous populations mean nothing. And so like people are like, yeah, changing the date would help. And then like there's other people that are just like, no, like any celebration of the nationhood of Australia is an outright provocation against the genocide of the Indigenous population. And so like there's no date that would be acceptable. So like everyone in between that kind of thing on the Invasion Day side. And then like, so the culture war issue is like, heaps of people are like, but we need to be able to celebrate a national day. This is outrageous. Why should we change the date, etc.? Why should we even get rid of celebrating the nation? I think there is merit in that argument as well. I think people can be culturally proud and celebrate the nation. But like there's these two camps, I guess you would say, the Australia Day and the Invasion Day camps in the culture wars, and they fight against each other for legitimacy. And so yesterday I went to an Invasion Day rally, but at the same time there was a March for Australia Day protest going on. And March for Australia protest going on, and we've been to a few. I've streamed a few. now. So like I did pick Invasion Day because we've done a few March for Australia. Now this March for Australia seemed to be juicy as fuck. Like they were pretty back to basics here with like, you know, openly supporting neo-Nazis. Basically they're calling for Joel Davies. Remember our friend Joel Davies, like the Viper Sunnies and like the mullet thing, who was out there in front of New South Wales Parliament House like a month ago now, let's say maybe 2 if we're lucky, calling for an end to multiculturalism, which is some type of like agenda by minorities to take power in Western countries. It was like a conspiracy from the get-go, and like calling to bring down the Jewish lobby in Australia, which I think we could all fucking get behind because we know what that means. It's really the Israeli lobby. So he's not wrong, but he's just doing it with a neo-Nazi flair, which is just like he just doesn't like Jews, let's be honest. And so like, you know, he's using that as a wedge because he knows people might have gripes with, I guess, with Israel and its interference in Australian politics. But like they're outright calling for neo-Nazi to be released. There was some neo-Nazi that got up in Sydney apparently, or like not even a neo-Nazi, I don't know, but it's made some outrageous claims. And so like it was pretty back to the basics in Sydney by the sounds of it, because like the original one that I went to, the first one, they had neo-Nazis doing the open mic thing, and this has happened in Sydney again. I think it was in Sydney, but like someone's got up on the open mic. Oh, we're just going to open the mic now. We have no control over who's going to speak next. You over there with the prepared speech. Yeah, so they've picked another NSN person, it would seem, to make a speech that was being disregarded, or sorry, has been labelled as pretty disrespectful. So anyway, we'll have a look at the Australia Day celebrations and what it means. And like we'll look at some of the drama that arose from that. And then like if we have time, I'll go through some of my footage as well. You hear it here first. E agrees with the neo-Nazis. Get it. Yeah. I think it depends why you're proud of this nation. Like, are you proud of what the colonizers did to establish Australia as part of the English Empire? Are you proud with how far we have come in terms of today? Well, I think like as a society, as a culture, like there's a lot of things to celebrate in Australia. Like we were talking about it before. Like I think it's incredible that we have a social security net, and as a nation, we decided to do that. And we do that against other nations who are just like, no, privatize it. Health is negotiable on the market. And like we do stuff like that. Like we have things to be proud of, national achievements that we've done like politically in the struggle between labor and capital. Like we've done some pretty fucking forward thinking things as well. And we were watching that history description of like the Australian labor movement and how it, you know, and when I say labor, I mean like working people's movement to like bring in like a reasonable working day. That was a big Australian struggle, a big moment in industrial history when the working class started pushing against capital and asking for a reasonable working day. The Australians were instrumental in that. Australians were instrumental in like working class politics globally for doing a number of things, like, you know, very progressively, and getting good protections for working class people. And good opportunities from the economy for working class people. Like I said, with things like socialized healthcare, for example. Plenty of things to be proud of in that regard. Pioneering Australians. What I don't understand is why people are so tied to this day specifically. Like there's better days to celebrate the nation than the British ships arrived in the harbour. Wasn't even the day of Australian nation formation, federalisation, First Fleet Day, or even the day Cook touched on the land, 29th of January. Seems like it's just celebrating colonialism. Yeah, that's why I said there's a spectrum on the other side, on the Invasion Day side. It's just like, look, you could change the date to all these, to people that just been like outright, no, you do not celebrate Australia at all. So like, you know, definitely, I'm all for that. And like, I think there's some hilarious options too, like M8, like mate. Let's turn it to May 8. Sorry, May 8. Yeah, May 8. Mate. Hey, g'day, mate. Like that's clever. Like we can all get down with Mate Day. So yeah, there's options. It's about celebrating what Australians built just 200 years and a sunburnt country. Imagine aliens invade and we become a minority on Earth. What would you call the day the ships arrived in the sky? Even if they waited a few days to attack. Yeah, why not just change the day so it shows about nation pride and not the nation was formed? If you're so against changing the date, then I would say that's pretty sus, G. Yeah. Even if they take years to attack, the day an overwhelming force arrived will always be known as Invasion Day. To the left, to the few left standing after. Yeah, fair enough. I had a Channel 9 version of this before. Where did that go? I want the fucking culture war, mate. Australia Day. Is this the one? Yeah, maybe this one. Yeah, this guy.
Tens of thousands have used Australia Day to have their say in dueling demonstrations.
That, eh? Book freedom. Dun, 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 dun. Run into her a few times at events. Also, great little Insta video on the stream chat. Short one. Oh, right. Dun, 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 dun. Never missed a post.
Just passed new hate speech laws, and it's to combat anti-Semitism. And that's all fine and well because our Jewish brothers and sisters deserve to feel safe in this country. You know who else deserves to feel safe in this country? Aboriginal people. Because we have nowhere else to go. There's no diaspora around the world. Aboriginal are caught on this island. The rise in anti-Aboriginalism has been going since Albo's failed voice to Parliament. Now, Aboriginal people have to deal with the fallout from that now. Every Aboriginal person that is on social media can tell you they have to deal with racism day in and day out. Where's our protections against anti-Aboriginal people?
What I said the exact same thing.
Anti-Aboriginal.
I was just like, well, now we're gonna have to go down the fucking pipeline, and I even brought up like anti-Aboriginal sentiments. Like, you're gonna have to list everything now. It's combating the Albo's legislation, combating everything, extremism and hate speech. It should have just been that, not combating anti-Semitism, combating everything. That's what we're gonna do from now on.
Aboriginalism. Oh, that's right, because it doesn't fit the narrative of a colonial Australia. Because if there was no anti-Aboriginalism, then they wouldn't be able to steal more land and steal resources. If there was no anti-Aboriginalism, then the whole concept of Australia would go. That's why the 26th of January is so contentious, but the Australian government enjoys it because it keeps people separated. Because one group has always protested against the 26th of January, and one other group wants them to join them for their 26th of January Convict Day. And that's all it is, Convict Day, the day the convicts rocked up in 1788. That's all it is. It's not Australia Day. That's the rise in anti-Aboriginalism, and it continues to happen.
Well. It's like, it's just when they rocked up, eh? It's just when the convicts rocked up, eh? That's all it is. It's a fair point. Like, outside of that, are there other days that like would have more significance than when they rocked up? Could be other dates. It's how you interpret significance. That's the main thing. Like, what's your interpretation of significance? When they rocked up? When we did something monumental as a nation? When we federated? Like, where's the point of significance? It's an interesting argument. Yep, I thought you'd appreciate it. Your protections are in the law, just like all of us. If aliens evade, they would be able to do whatever they want to us by society's general standards. Evie, so weird how we're the only country in the world to celebrate the start of colonialization. Other countries around the world celebrate the end of their colonialization. i.e. their independence. Ooh, it's pretty true, right? That, like, the American National Day of Celebration is 4th of July. That's Independence Day, isn't it? That's a fair fucking call. It's an interesting one. Technically not the day convicts arrived, but I get the sentiment. Sorry, you lost the moral high ground when your elder burnt the Australian flag. Imagine if a white guy burnt the Aboriginal flag. He would have got lynched. See, this is where it's confusing for me, Dilemmas, because you described, I think it was last week, we were talking about the right being, like, you know, fully, like, the party of free speech, I think it was, or the side of free speech. And you're like the right protects free speech, the left is against free speech, something like that. Like, I don't understand how you reconcile this idea that you're like, look, freedom of speech is so important, like, you know, just let people do whatever they want in the public realm, say what they need to say, because we shouldn't crush their right to speak, express themselves. But then, like, you do get rather upset, I've noticed, on anyone burning the Australian flag, or flags generally, I guess. Maybe it's all flags. Shouldn't burn flags. But, like, yeah, that's that level of expression, which is like freedom of speech, what the right is all about. Like, that is part of the game. Like, when you support freedom of speech, like, when people express themselves politically, like, and you find it utterly distasteful, like, well, fucking, that's part of their expression. Burning something is as symbolic as you get for humans. We are obsessed with fire. Great point as well. How cucked is this nation to the empire? I know, for us to not celebrate our independence. It's a fair point. So now we want to copy America? He's free to do it. It's just offensive to me personally. Okay, so, like, you don't mind them burning the flag then? You don't mind them burning the flag. Okay, I thought you were like, nah, this is wrong. People shouldn't burn the Australian flag. Yes, America are even more progressive. They replaced their former Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day. He's free to do it. It's offensive. I find that offensive. Fair enough.
And this Australian government keeps perpetuating it because the media keeps perpetuating it too. The media will put out in one news article, we need to combat anti-Semitism. And the next article, they'll go down to punching down on Aboriginal people. How is it fine to punch down on Aboriginal people, but not onto Jewish people? Where is the protections for Aboriginal people? Where's the protections? Where's the police? Where's the security for Camp Sovereignty to make sure that another Thomas Sewell event doesn't happen?
Oh, he's fucking cornered it there. That's a pretty fucking fair point, right? Like, what's the difference between all those people that are like, you know, want to lock down Bondi and are just like, Thomas Sewell, he's a Nazi. What do you expect? They do Nazi things. But not in Bondi, they don't. So good. So funny. Bro cooks often. He's also a rapper. Yeah, I've seen his stuff come up on my feed on like TikTok and stuff. I haven't come across him on Instagram, but TikTok for sure. I'll make a deal. You can have January 26th. We will follow the Yanks. And I get the First and the Second Amendment deals done today. Well, you can have 26. We will follow the Yanks. Why can't we do it all? Do we have to have 26? Can't we just get, like, rights anyway? I'm down for that one. Like, let's get all the amendments. Actually, let's not deal with amendments. Let's just forge them into the Constitution originally. Then we don't need to go through this system. I need a stormtrooper suit for the next Oz Day. Go to the marches and celebrate Empire Day with the citizens of the outpost. Bon is here. I have arrived. How are ya? Hope you're well. We're in the Australian culture wars at the moment. Maybe we just treat everyone the same and everyone has the same rights. Wild thought, I know. It is pretty wild. It's fucking mental. All right, back to Beck Freedom.
Demonstrations all over the country. Invasion Day marches sharing the streets with anti-immigration protesters. A heavy police guard keeping massive crowds apart, with one man arrested.
Yeah, I know, right? Maybe we just treat everyone the same and everyone has the same. Sounds pretty woke to me. It's so good. I was trying to think of a response like that, but like I couldn't get my mind around it. It does sound like all this lovey-dovey, just treat everyone the same. It does sound pretty woke, actually.
Over a vile anti-Semitic rant.
On a day of celebration,
send them back.
Demonstrations across the nation.
Did you see the sign? Wait, watch here. Damn, free Joel Davies, hey? There you go. This guy, no fucks given. They just passed the hate speech laws. The NSN is an outlawed hate group. I was soon to be decided. And these guys just like, come on, man, free Joel. Bring back the NSN, cuz. Oh my God. Really, if someone actually proposed it, I reckon the left or right would unite over it. Matt Bond, you should cover the culture wars of every country. I want to know what the culture wars are like in Uzbekistan. Could you imagine? Yeah, I wonder what their culture wars are like. I wonder. And it's so interesting when we get like people from the US or whatever commenting on our culture wars, and they're like, wait, why is that offensive? I haven't been indoctrinating the Australian way of thinking about whether I should be offended by this or not. Like, tell me, why is that offensive again? That's a right thing, not a woke thing. They stole it from us. To be honest, all culture wars are pretty similar. Yeah, but there's some interesting nuance, right? Remember when we were all balking, all the Australians were just like, oh, she wore another burqa into the Senate? Oh my God. And the Americans were like, wait, why? Why are we offended at this now? Why should we be shocked at this one? What's wrong with her right to freedom of speech? Just here to watch a trash fire. Good to see ya. Hope you're well. God, I hate the NS Tard so much. Also, speaking of small Aussie rappers who became political content creators, have you heard of Tom Tanuki? No, I have not.
Demonstrations across the nation. Thousands marched through Sydney's CBD for the annual Invasion Day rally.
I speak on behalf of my elders that had their rights ripped away.
Today is not a day for celebration. Today's a day of mourning for the First Nations people.
With a focus on the future.
First Nations and non-Indigenous people now need to come together. We need to now set the bar.
Mostly peaceful, but protesters were pushed. While just streets away, a different message. The March for Australia, a march against migration.
Cut it back, cut it back.
Don't come here with all the Islamic ideas. Leave them.
Do you know what's so funny about this? Is like, we just watched the Invasion one. Invasion Day one, where they're just like, all these people came here unannounced and took our land, and then you've got these guys at the March for Australia protest was just like, all these people came here, man, they're trying to take our land. It's like the same fucking line of disgrace. These guys are just like, oh man, these people keep coming to Australia and they're taking our stuff. Why do they keep coming here? And the Aboriginals on the other side in the Invasion Day protests are like, excuse me, this is what we've been saying for so long now. My God. So good. Oh, man. Also speaking of, no, I read that. But the same stereotypes and treatment for Aboriginals is similar to what you see in NZ. Tom's quite cool. I read his article on the NSN. And he has a few videos on them. Interesting. Our government has just done a bit more for Indigenous people. Yeah, I heard someone I interviewed yesterday was really like, New Zealand is like way more progressive, like way much more of a golden standard for, relations between the state and the Indigenous populations. they've integrated like the cultures a lot more than the Australians have, and they use that as an example, right? That's what I've been saying. The Marches for Australia guys should be marching with the Invasion Day protesters. Yeah. You know, these people come in here and take my shit. This is fucked up, man. I've used this joke before, but when we take land, it's cute.
Immigrants are coming here to displace white people.
Good to see so many people for the Indigenous rights. You were in the chat yesterday, Evie. I'm sure you were watching. Like, you were commenting, I'm pretty sure, the whole way through the protests that I was streaming yesterday.
Police predicted white supremacists would be among them, banning several known neo-Nazis from the CBD for the day and plucking one man from the crowd. He'd travelled from North Queensland.
There's no such thing as a neo-Nazi anymore. They disbanded.
But on stage,
There's
a man...
no such thing as a neo-Nazi anymore. The government took care of that. Don't worry. Neo-Nazis don't actually exist. So good. So good. This is the guy. This is the guy that caused all the ruckus. This fucking guy. Hey? He was causing all the ruckus. Let's see what he had to say. So... this is the guy. Look at the fucking symbol he's got on his shirt. Seriously. Where is it? Let's see what this guy actually had to say. Man charged with publicly inciting hatred. Let's see what this guy has to say for himself. Oh, I bet you they won't show it, though. They're not going to show someone actually speaking about it. See, if I had wanted this one, I would have streamed it.
Man accused of making neo-Nazi comments.
Yeah, I watched the live stream from Gradigal. Yeah, I thought so. I think I remember seeing you posting a lot. Yeah, Evie and I were having it out with dilemmas, trying to misdirect and deflect from what was being said. Is this during the speeches? I saw some stuff going during the speeches. I was with 4S at that time, actually.
During an open microphone speech at a rally in Sydney has been charged. Officers say they stopped the 31-year-old man in...
Might Bon the Maoris say that they did, but scientists have been able to find archaeological evidence. What are we talking about here? What did I miss? Matt Bond, please explain. I would like to know more.
Surrey Hills this afternoon following a rally in Moore Park. The Peakhurst man has been charged with publicly inciting hatred on the ground of race, causing fear.
Is it the federal
He'll
offence?
remain in custody until he faces court tomorrow.
There's no single position among March for Australia protesters from their reasoning on Australia Day.
It needs to stay on this day so that we don't forget the horrible dark history that happened on this day.
I'm an Aussie. There's an interesting, mental gymnastic on that one. She's like, no, let's recognise it and keep Australia Day on this day so we could remember it.
And Australia Day is our day. To their views on neo-Nazis, some calling for their release, others rallying against anti-Semitism.
And it's totally un-Australian.
But in this sea of opinions, there was one that united most marchers, that immigration was out of control.
It's damaging our economy and our culture.
As they marched through Sydney,
Free Joel Davis. Look at that. They are
out of control.
It's damaging our economy and our culture.
Who really has a sign like that? Like, come on. Not like the average, human rights activist that's standing in this crowd. No. Free Joel Davis. Free Joel Davis. They've got to be NSN members. Or someone that's deeply affiliated with them, right? To want to make a sign like that. And can I just add, look, you can see the road exposed at the top. They're walking down, I would say, Cleveland Street towards their final destination. And I stopped a few times to show you the length of the crowd. We were walking down the length of Hyde Park. If you know Sydney, the length of Hyde Park, you couldn't see the end of it, kind of thing, for the entirety of Hyde Park. Similar, reference point here, the Invasion Day one would have covered this and then over the hill again, just for context, spatial context here. Because I'm just trying to figure out the size of this crowd. And the first March for Australia protest that I went to, easily, this would have been from here to the fucking end of the hill, over the hill, easily over that hill, over that little peak over there. Easily. There was so many people there, but this looks like another small turnout in comparison. They were trying to talk about individual court cases about Indigenous people breaking the law while Kumanjar J. Walker's grandfather was speaking. I think the right fails to see is that the hyper-focus on immigration comes off just as racism, because the real issues causing their problems is being overlooked because of immigrants. But yeah, again, these guys, 4 people at least there, hardcore. Like they like Joel Davies. And not in an ironic sense, like we do on Far Right Fridays.
They marched through Sydney's Surrey Hills. The chants from some of the crowd became more extreme. Police were out in force not only to clear a path for this protest, but to ensure that it didn't intersect with the Invasion Day rally, where protesters were gathering just nearby. They appeared to have some support, but when this couple gave protesters a piece of their mind, they were heckled, with police taking them inside a shop for their own protection. Police were also seen encouraging people of Asian appearance to head inside.
So good. People of Asian extraction, hello. You don't look like you belong on this street. Are you a tourist? Here, come inside this building, please. Don't ask questions, just follow our instructions. Oh my God.
Police were also seen encouraging people of Asian appearance to head inside. The protesters made their way to Moore Park, where the tone shifted further.
And now we're being driven out of the land we built.
And when the mic was opened up to the audience, this man took the stage, launching into an anti-Semitic diatribe that the ABC's decided not to repeat. A short time later, he was arrested.
We will allege that the language he used, his presence, was clear.
He's been arrested on allegations. You hear that? Hey, what's the intent? Tell me the intent.
And unequivocally assigned with neo-Nazi ideology.
In the nation's capital, Invasion Day and March for Australia rallies came face-to-face out the front of Parliament, with police trying to keep the peace. There was a heavy police presence in Melbourne too, where about 2,000 people rallied at Flinders Street Station. While in Brisbane, Pauline Hanson told the crowd she'll change the political status quo.
I intend to get rid of the bastard.
One nation that at times today looked deeply divided. Nick Dole, ABC News.
Hey, one nation looking divided. Hey, I see what they did there. Clever, the media. Aren't they clever? We don't even hear what these douchebags said.
Brandon Koshel.
They just want some fucking... They want some meat for their hate speech laws. Watch it later. It's 24 minutes long. But his rap music is like 10 years ago. Interesting. Yeah, what's with that? Politics to YouTube videos.
On a video link in a virtual court from just behind me at the Surrey Hills Police Station. Now, he attended a March for Australia event at Moore Park in Sydney yesterday, where he made some comments on a stage at an open mic session. And as a result of the comments he made, he's now facing one charge of inciting hatred on the grounds of race, causing fear. Now, that charge is a relatively new offence in New South Wales. It carries a maximum penalty of 2 years behind bars. But today, Mr Koshel applied for bail. The police prosecutor opposed that release and cited risks, including the endangering of community safety and also the risk of committing further offences. The prosecutor told the court that this is a strong prosecution case because of the public nature of the comments that were made. And he said the speech had far greater reach than just those thousands of people that were in the crowd, because it was potentially disseminated on YouTube and X as well.
Potentially?
The prosecutor also
has anyone seen it? Anyone want to find the footage of what this guy says so we can give him some more airtime? Like, I really want to know what he's actually said, because like what we're testing out here is the hate speech laws. Like, has he openly called for a situation which would cause direct persons harm or to be in fear for their safety? Or is it more like ideological than that. Them talking about, you know, like what they did in front of Parliament House, the Jewish lobby, and how they get what they claim $160 million of taxpayer money. Or was he actually inciting violence?
Described this speech as a brazen incitement against the Jewish community. But Mr. Koshel's lawyer argued for him to be freed on bail by saying that he has a limited criminal history. It goes back some 9 years or more and doesn't involve anything like hate speech offences. She proposed conditions including regular reporting to police stations and also a ban on attending public events.
What's his name? Very good question. Brandon Koshel. Koschel. Yes. Are you investigating this for me? Are you going to try and find the footage? You fucking legend. You fucking legend. Like, I gotta know. Like, are they looking for a sacrifice for their hate speech position to help again with this commentary on anti-Semitism, to be like, see, it's important. It's really important. You can play that one on stream, won't get flagged, it's too small, but in any copyright feed and only exists on SoundCloud. But it's dope and a good reminder, this summer, protect your neck by Legionnaires, Cap Gangsters. Okay. And the rap is here as well. Oh, as in like I can play the music. Like it's just SoundCloud, I guess. I wonder if I need to have a login for SoundCloud. I can't remember how it works. It's been a while since I've been on SoundCloud. No, you don't. Legionnaires Cap. Oh, do you? No, you don't. Let's have a listen.
To be blunt, I don't fuck with SPF 15 plus. Applied to the back of my neck and ears. That's for cunts who don't know what's up. I've been rocking the Legionnaires Cap for years. Fuck beanies, refits, visors and Cobras. Type of dude to protect my neck like the Woo does. Shitty sun smart comes in mad colours and looks cool too, so you know that it suits ya. The truth is, when it's sunny, I stroll home as if I give a fuck about a hole in the ozone. Spray your CFCs, it doesn't affect me. You can laugh all you want, but it's your neck that's reddening. Wear 'em on dates, girls say I'm embarrassing. Bitch, I was down with LC before balance and trim. Personally, I think I look quite smart like Maxwell. Recognise the Rolls Royce of the hat world.
The Rolls Royce of the hat world. Interesting. So this is the guy, he makes YouTube videos now, right? Interesting. Man denied bail. Who gives a shit? Political leaders condemn national burning of flag.
The burning of the national flag at an Australia Day.
This is the one, right? Dilemmas. This is one. How dare they? Bastards. Burning a flag. It's just dangerous. Nobody plays with fire.
Protest has sparked renewed debate about whether desecrating it should come with a criminal offence. The act today condemned across the political divide.
Seeing the flag up in flames has ignited a furious response.
You've got idiots burning the Australian flag. You know, we should be looking up at the Australian flag with pride.
He's more than an idiot. He's basically spitting on the face of all the Australians who've done so much for this nation.
The controversial act at an Invasion Day rally in Brisbane yesterday follows similar scenes at pro-Palestine protests, adding fuel to calls for it to be made a federal offence, like in other countries, including South Korea, France and Germany.
The Labor... There you go, hey? Cracking down on the freedom of speech. South Korea, France and Germany. You burn that flag, motherfuckers. Hey, outrageous, outrageous. You don't need to be covered by any type of freedom of speech laws, freedom of expression. Hell no, don't touch the flag, motherfucker. His journo writing is even better.
The Party voted against a change.
including South Korea, France and Germany.
The Labor Party voted against a change in law to stop the burning of the flag.
Just last week, Army veteran and Liberal MP Philip Thompson's efforts to criminalise flag burning as part of Labor's new hate speech laws failed.
It is a living symbol of who we are, the values we hold.
Boys, raise the flag.
One Nation's also pushing for it to be outlawed. The federal government today quoting John Howard.
Depending on what you do here, you potentially turn a Yahoo into a martyr.
Adding police can act on state laws around lighting an illegal fire or property damage.
If the leaders in the nation's capital
property damage,
that
they're worried about fucking Indigenous people starting fires. Like at the same time, they're just like, hello. Every time you do something, you want a fucking smoking ceremony. You want, you know, some type of acknowledgement to country, and now you're not going to let people play with fire in public. It's a safety issue. Like, come on, man. Seriously. Come on. You can't be scared of fire. Property damage? Maybe. Maybe you could get away with that one. Be like, yeah, maybe you could start a fire, damage some property. But, like, you're worried about people playing with fire as a safety issue, generally. Come on. Come on.
Yahoo into a martyr.
Adding police can act on state laws around lighting an illegal
Barnaby wearing a red shirt. Yeah, what's going on there?
fire or property damage.
if the leaders in the nation's capital decided that that was an offence, we'd certainly support it.
In the past, it was said it was an expression of freedom. I must admit, maybe in the past, I hated it. I was disgusted by it, but I never thought about criminalising it. But now I've changed my mind. Now I believe you should.
And with Barnaby Joyce under One Nation's flag, the party's enjoying a rise in popularity.
Just any chance to make mention of that fact. They're just like, oh, by the way, did you know One Nation is growing in the polls? Eh? Did you realise? Just in case you forgot, here's the same sentence again.
Latest polling has Pauline Hanson in second place for preferred PM, ahead of embattled Liberal leader Susan Lee.
And there's been an epiphany amongst the Australian people.
We don't want political stunts, which we often see from groups like One Nation.
Chloe Burris, 10 News.
Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it, right? To see the Liberals, or like what's left of the coalition, fighting against One Nation. They're just like, what? We don't want to encourage Pauline. For God's sakes. For God's sakes. We used to have control of this conversation. We used to be the only oppositional voice. Now I have to fucking pledge my loyalty to Pauline Hanson? God, no. I can't do it. I won't do it. I don't want the welcome country either. Only Dingo has a lot to answer for. But like, it's acceptable to burn things then, and now it's a safety issue. Like, they're such bullshit artists. Say the member of the political stunt. Says the member of the political stunt party. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's just a good culture war issue. It's so easy to work with. They're just like, oh, they desecrated the flag. Get them. Attack. Attack. Very interesting. Very interesting. I wonder what his remarks were, though. I wonder what they were. If you say, this one's for the international audience. It comes up in the feed because we're looking at Aussie stuff. Watch this. If you want to know what like Australians kind of just sound like in their natural habitat when they're just like questioned on the street. This is 9 years old. And I think it's part of Australian history now. 32 million views. What the fuck? That's crazy. Anyway, if you want to know what Australians look like in the wild, here it is for you.
Well, it's really quite funny. I was
happened?
Oh, well, it's really quite funny. I was in bed sleeping at 2 o'clock this morning. My wife comes in and says, oh, the shop's been, someone ran into the shop. And I said, oh, what? So I jumped out of bed and all I had was my undies on, and I've walked out the front and I've seen the car smashed, and I've seen the bloke walking back to the car. And so I've walked outside and I said, oh, what are you doing, mate? Like, you can't be leaving the scene. And he goes, don't be a hero, mate. And I said, I'm not trying to be a hero, but the police are coming. And he just decided he'd scoot up the road, and I just said, nah, it's not going on like that, mate. So I jumped in my car and I started chasing him up the road, and then he went down a side street, and then the police were coming, and I flashed them and sent them off in the direction of him. But, mate, all I had was me jocks on. I was chasing him up the street, and I'm just
undies.
like, mate.
I was in me fucking undies. So good. Oh, man. This is what I was saying before about like why we need to celebrate a national day. It's for this bloke here. And I was like, whoa, what are you doing? Don't be a hero, mate. What are you doing, man?
Because you told me that this is your mate's shop and you didn't want him to get away.
Yeah, no. Well, me mate's mum's had this shop for like 40 odd years, and look at it. Look at it. Whoa.
It's a mess, isn't it?
Beyond a mess. Oh, like words can't explain how it is, mate. Like,
struggling to find the words to explain this situation right here. This is why we fight the culture wars, ladies and gentlemen. To preserve our national integrity. Here it is, right here. Don't forget it. Don't forget it. Now I'm going to go through. You couldn't or could? Couldn't. Oh, man. See, if I had been there, we'd have a fucking record of it. I would have fucking streamed the whole thing. Like the first time we caught them. Remember we were listening to the March for Australia Day the first time and they had an open mic session and the fucking, what is it, his name? Adam Elters, the Sydney NSN organizer, got up there and started talking about stuff. My God. Hey. I want to see some of the interviews that I did like the yesterday. First time we caught them. Remember we were listening to the March for Australia Day the first time. Stream within a stream. And the open mic. That was weird. Stream within a stream. What is it? His name? Adam Elton. That's really weird. All right, wrong one. Let's go to this one.
You know who you are, and welcome to today's live stream.
Oh, I didn't even catch the whole intro. Where's the union people? Oh, here's the union woman. Here we go.
Question.
I love Australia and understanding every word he said. It's all a culture war.
Do you mind if I ask you a question? Yeah, why are you guys here today?
So what union did they say they were from
Why
again?
are we here today?
Yeah.
Teachers Federation.
Because we are the union for public school teachers, and we're here to represent our students and teachers and school communities.
Okay.
And to ensure that our presence is known by those communities as being in support of the Aboriginal people, truth-telling in history, and the need for our government to do more to close the gap in education.
And do you think it's important then for all labour associations to get involved with stuff like this?
Absolutely.
Yes. And like, do you find that there are other unions that are involved with this type of stuff as well, or not?
There are, but we're definitely a union that's on the ground with our communities.
Yep.
That's interesting. She's like, she could have thrown them under the bus and be like, nah, the other unions are spineless cunts. They won't show up here. We're on the ground. So diplomatic. So good, man. So diplomatic. I couldn't even find a transcript. That sucks. We'd have to wait for the court documents to come out. Yeah, I guess, right? So Australia Day wasn't even celebrated much until the late 90s when Howard became PM. Before that, it was like a historical day where we learn about colonization and the massacres.
And who can see in real time the difference it makes if you put in the supports necessary for equity and equality of access.
Yeah. And so what do you think is like the outcome then, or the objective of something like Invasion Day and solidarity with it?
Our outcome is always in line with the policies we set as a union.
Okay.
We have very strong policy position on truth-telling, but working with and shoulder to shoulder with our Aboriginal people. You can't achieve change without the people who need that change being a very big presence in whatever needs to happen.
Okay. And just one more, the policy position is of the union?
Also, it's available on our website for anyone who wants to have a look, but we have a a plan moving forward of how to achieve betterments in education.
Okay.
And we work with the Australian Education Union in setting those policy objectives, along with every state in the country.
Thank you for your time. Cheers. Good luck today. Cheers.
Howard kept complaining about the black armband of history. Cool. Howard was a douchebag. Are you a big Howard supporter, Dilemmas? Or are you like, it was an agreements thing, not a sarcasm thing? This guy was funny. This dude, he's like, I'm from Mount Druitt, man. He's like, don't talk to me. I don't want to answer these questions. Go on, man. I think he said, you're killing me, bro. You're killing me with these questions. You're killing me.
Ask you a question. Yeah. What are you guys doing here today?
Oh, no, not on your
Come on, bro. Come on. Just a quick question. Come on, bro. Hey, come on. Why are you guys here today?
We're doing the march for Invasion Day.
Yeah, fair enough. And like, have you been to one of these before?
Nah, first one.
First one?
Yeah.
Are you guys from Sydney?
Yeah, Sydney.
Yeah. Where'd you guys come from? I'm from out west, like Bankstown area.
Yeah, I'm from Mount Druitt.
Mount Druitt. There you go.
Okay. And so why'd you come today then, and not other times?
I don't know, yeah.
It's so good. He's like, oh, come on, man. I don't know.
It's never too late to start, I guess.
Yeah. Fair enough. And like, do you think like stuff like today is good? Like it helps?
Yeah.
Like raise awareness and stuff?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so then, like, what do you hope happens today then? Come on, something, bro.
You're killing me with these questions.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Hey, good luck. Have a good day. See ya.
Mount Druitt, represent. Hey? Yeah, Mount Druitt. The speeches. They did go. I was standing next to a speaker that whole time. It was so fucking loud. I was worried about the microphone. It's probably peaking the whole time. They did speak for a while, didn't they? God damn. Oh, yeah, 4IS is in the house. Who else did I speak to at the start? I don't think I spoke to anyone else at the start. Oh, the shirtless guy. He was interesting. He knows how to fucking stare. I thought he was going to say something, but he just was locked in a stare. Let's see if I can get him. Yeah, here he is. He was intense. Intense stare.
What do we do? What do we do?
Can I ask you a question? Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks.
What do we do? What do we do?
Why are you marching today, man?
For my people, my rights, everyone that came before me.
Yeah?
I fought for this.
Yeah.
So I've got to utilise it.
Yeah. And are you happy with the crowd today?
It's great to see people having the ability to exercise their rights.
Yeah, bloody oath. Yeah. And a lot of the speeches today were about getting land back. What do you think that means?
First of all, we'll never get our land back.
You reckon?
We'll never get our land back. It's too valuable.
So what would it look like? What do you want?
Like, it's too valuable. Enough said. I'm not even going to go further into that, man. Wait. In the mystery, Alan Holdsworth solo great goat. Well, I don't know this reference here. So what were the statements speech that Dilemmas didn't like? What's that mask supposed to entice? A QAnon mob? The Stranglers, LOL? No, don't like Howard.
I want reconciliation.
Yeah.
But before we get reconciliation, we must admit the intergenerational racism.
Yeah. And a lot of the stuff in the speeches was about deaths in custody. What do you think can be done about that?
Well, there's only been one that's been justified.
Yeah.
That was interesting. Does anyone know what he's referencing there? I was wondering what he meant by that. Like, he's gone through and assessed all of the deaths in custody that have happened. He's like, one of them was justified, but outside of that, every other one of them out fucking rageous. It's like planned kind of, genocide, I guess, is the implication. They're wiping people out. Like, everything else was like, one was justified. It happens. I get it. But like, outside of that, they're just killing people in prison, in custody.
For itself.
Yeah. Fair enough. Thanks for your time, bro.
Thanks, bro.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There you go. You've heard it, ladies and
He
gentlemen.
was intense. Like, I'm telling you, the stare. You're like, do I have to say more? Honestly? Do you want me to say more? All right, who else we got here? Oh, this guy. He was interesting. Jordan. He spoke. And I thought he was actually, what he said was quite well, like, spoken. And he spoke, I can't remember what he said, where they're from, what people they were, but he was speaking his own language, which was interesting. I was interested to see that he's been able to, he said his family have kept that alive or revived that somehow. And they're learning how to speak it properly.
I'm so tired.
No, fair enough,
had a big week.
Fair enough. You spoke well.
Right, yeah.
You spoke well. So, have you spoken at one of these things before?
No, that was my first time.
Yeah. Is this your first march?
No, not my first march. I've been to heaps of marches, like in solidarity with our people, with First Nations people.
Yeah.
But yeah, with this speech, I just wanted everyone to feel heard and represented, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. And like a part of the speeches was about the idea of land back. What is that? What do you reckon that means?
For land back, it doesn't necessarily mean going back to living traditionally, but we can take the knowledge, customs, and culture of our old people and apply it to a better system that we have now, where Aboriginal culture and law can coexist with hopefully a better system. Because
This is a really interesting take, because this is not the usual take you hear on this one. That's why I was asking people, like, what does land back really mean? Because I know that there's a particular insinuation that comes with the idea of land back being like, well, we want the entire country for ourselves and everyone else will get fucked, like kind of thing. But it seems to mean different things to a lot of different people. And what he's talking about here is like, it's potentially going back or integrating a traditional lifestyle with a current and modern one. And how you integrate those forms of social governance, social organization, basically. And he's like, I'm not talking about going back and living like exclusively a traditional lifestyle, but the traditional cultural lifestyle of this country needs to be observed and integrated into the modern system. They need to come together somehow. It's a very interesting interpretation. Like, is land back, like two words in and of themselves that don't really bear that type of association. It seems to be about like, an ownership or a title on a piece of earth. It really talks or insinuates that form of objective, but he's talking about something completely different here. Completely different.
this one, the government don't care about us. They never have, and it's never been in their intentions, and that's been proven.
Yeah. And like, what did you think then?
I'm sorry, bro. Did you see the crowd back there?
It's massive. It's massive. It went all the way down to Hyde Park to the start. It's crazy. Have you seen a turnout like this?
Yeah, on the Harbour Bridge, but it's just so good that we have big numbers for here because this is just as important.
Yeah.
Especially us, like Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. It's our country.
Yeah. And where are you from exactly?
I'm a proud Bidjigal man from La Perouse on my mother's side.
Yeah. And La Perouse, I don't know if you know much about Sydney's geography, but it's in Botany Bay. I think he even mentions it. Like, that's ground zero. Like, if Invasion Day is truly all about the day that the war began, kind of thing, one of those like novel titles, the day that the war began. Like, he's from fucking ground zero, this guy. And so like his people, they would have been first in contact. And I would imagine then that there's not many of them left. You can imagine, I guess. It would be hard because he said that they resurrected their language almost. So that would have been an interesting experience.
A man on my father's side.
Okay, yeah, nice. And they mentioned that there's another protest going on today, the March for Australia. Have you heard about that one?
Oh, dude, it's shameful, man. Like, as if you're gonna walk around with the Union Jack, rubbing the Union Jack in our face on the day that when we first got invaded. You know, that's like walking up to a Jew with the Nazi flag. You know what I mean? Rubbing it in their face. It's really disrespectful, and there's no need to it. And that's the thing that's causing division, not us. Us marching in solidarity for our people, so we can.
I think this is an interesting point too. I hadn't really thought about it like that, but like the dichotomy that's been given in the media, and that's why I wanted to take time to see what the mainstream media was saying. The dichotomy in the media is like, hey, it's, you know, it's these people marching for Australia, these people marching for Invasion Day. They're trying to divide the country, kind of thing. And he's just like, actually, no, we're not being divisive at all. Like, you know, this is an important day of mourning for us. That's not a divisive thing. Why does it have to be divisive in that regard? Why does it have to be part of the culture wars? We're just trying to show solidarity for our people here. Does that even have to be read as something divisive? Does the media have to paint it into this thing where it's like, I guess, Invasion Day versus Australia Day? Dun, dun, dun. Like, does it have to be painted that way by the mainstream media? Can't they just have a day of protest? Isn't that what living in a free or liberal society is all about? Does it have to be them versus everybody else, or can it just be them protesting? Like, you know, is supposedly a civil right in a free and liberal society. Does it have to be more than that? Honestly, I don't know. It's a fair question. Are we really being divisive?
We're out for justice, for socio-economic equity and equality. That doesn't cause division. Marching against racism and for human rights does not cause division. Racism does.
And so,
I got too passionate.
no, it's good. And so you would say to people people shouldn't be celebrating Australia Day then, right?
No, it's a day of mourning. It's a day of mourning. You know, like, for example, take Anzac Day for example.
Yeah.
You don't see us going around partying, drinking, throwing barbecues on Anzac Day. You know what I mean? Because it's a day of mourning. It's a day where we pay respect to the Anzacs. You know, my great grandfather was an Anzac. He got nothing though. He come back. He was a Murray. My great grandfather. He was an Anzac, but he got treated like dirt when he come back from war. So that's a. I'm going on.
It's funny because I thought he spoke well, but he's not very confident. I guess that's the sign of a young buck as well. But like, he was actually speaking well just then, but he kept on saying, "Oh, look, I'm tired, man. I'm not speaking properly." I thought that's an interesting character trait. If people weren't divided, then the government would actually have to progress to a more fair society. And the bourgeoisie don't want that. That's fair enough. Yeah, burning of the flag of the country you live in isn't divisive at all or disrespectful. Yeah, fair enough. I thought we agreed this is political expression and you're offended by it. But like, you know, it can be disrespectful, I guess. I get that. But it's political expression. And so it's what he's saying, and he said it. He goes, "It's not being divisive. It's protest. That doesn't have to be divisive." Hopefully, I can go to the next Indigenous rights rally in Naarm. The one I went to last year was a bit Ori's. Some stayed behind to confront Vic Pol. Didn't realize till I saw it on TV later. Yeah. To be honest, it's just a flag. Well, like at one point, it's, you know, it's freedom of expression, and so like, you know, one needs to trump the other. I would say in like an order of priorities, and it's just like, you know, okay, fine, get rid of it if it's offensive, right? But like, should people have the right to do so? And right wing, that's the right wing woke button, isn't it? Burning flags. Like, no, it's offensive. You can't burn the flag. That makes me feel bad. Yeah. Right woke. It's an interesting concept. Right wing woke.
It's important that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, we have that same recognition and that same amount of respect, because Australia's history is very selective, and it
So
shows.
good. One thing, no, two things. Two things can be true at once. I will support anyone's free speech or political expression, especially if I don't agree, but I expect the same courtesy. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
It shows with. Sorry, I'm so buggered. I apologise.
So what do you think happens next after stuff like this? What can people do?
What's happening? All the numbers that we have today, we need to replicate that at every march in solidarity with First Nations people and for other oppressed peoples as well, because that's, we're fighting to achieve equality and equity and for justice.
And treaty?
Land back.
So important distinction there. Important distinction. I wasn't cognizant of the differentiation. I thought it was part of a process, but he's just like, no, fuck that, bro. It's not. The objective is land back. Land back is different to treaty. Treaty is like, all right, let's come to an agreement on this. Let's agree on what we can. And like, we'll leave out the stuff that we can't for the time being. We'll see what we can do. Now he's talking about land back. I want full fucking acknowledgement. I'm pretty sure this is like, from what I understand by talking to a number of Indigenous people yesterday, is like the concept is no, it is land back, is land recognition. First of all, government under I guess the only way to do this is a new republic and reconstitute and get away from the shoddy federation attempt that we had at the constitution, which is just a way to sort out powers between the different governing bodies and still allow a backdoor for British control. But like a new constitution, he's talking about like, no, first built upon the recognition that this was Aboriginal land. And then you can build your modern integrated society, as he's talking about, around that ideal. It's modern politics integrated with a recognition of who the traditional landowners were. It's not the British. And like, it's a fair point. Like, why do Australians today want to uphold some British thing? Like, do you really give a fuck about the British? Not really. Like, we're gonna die over it. So like, let's just recognize it for what it is and then build a new constitution around that. Now, building a new constitution, that's something we can all get behind. Eh? Let's form a republic. And not this shitty fucking thing that we've got at the moment. Again, where we're still tied with a fucking fail-safe for the British to get in there. Let's get rid of that shit. Evie, I was with the front part of the rally and we went back to Camp Sovereignty where there was a smoking ceremony and speeches. Well, you only see such numbers when it comes to hot culture war topics. You never see such a turnout for policies that actually have a huge impact on our daily lives. That's what I don't like about my fellow lefties. Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, because I didn't hear a lot of people going on about the hate speech laws, like, rallying against them. Apart from Josh Lees, the socialist alternative representing for the people.
Okay, it's different.
That can definitely help, like in terms of us having a voice. Well, we tried that, right?
Yeah. What did you think about the voice? Were you supportive?
Yeah, I feel like I can understand why a lot of mob voted no, but like the way I look at it from my view, it was more of like, take a chance, roll the dice. It's not going to hurt anyone if we try to have a voice in Parliament.
Thanks.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Old mate here. Our friend. All right. Again. Oh yeah, this lady, she was funny. She was nice.
Why are you marching today?
Today marching marching for our rights.
I think she's Torres Strait Islander. I couldn't tell, but I think the hat she had on was a Torres Strait flag. So
Equality and yeah, just for people for us all to come together and show the solidarity towards our people. And the people love the land. People want to get to know us, and so this is a great way to show that. Yeah.
And have you been to one of these before? Yeah. And a lot of the speeches before were about land back. What do you think about that?
Oh well, I mean, like it makes sense, doesn't it? Because the land is the people, and you know they're taking the land means they're killing the people as well. I mean, we don't want that's genocide.
the land is the people. And so taking the land is taking the people, like killing the people is the insinuation there. Like it's in the context of kind of Western liberal society, Western rationality, and like the stuff that's helped create like the modern world from a Western perspective. Like this is a different understanding of the legal system. Yeah, legal systems in like the rational West are built around these ideas of rights and territorial claim based on rational systems, logic, reasoning, argumentation. And the rule of law kind of thing, like, you know, law courts, judicial system, let's say. Bourgeois society is built on the judicial system and the judiciary. Like what she's talking about here is like, look, the people belong to the land. And so if you take the land, you take the people kind of thing. And it amounts to genocide. It's like, these are different systems of thinking if you conceptualize it like that. And so like, you know, it's easy to see how you can have such divergent opinions on what is adequate solutions to this. Like some people come in and with a judicious claim over land, and they're just like, well, you know, get over it. Like we live in the modern era now, and we have, you know, Western laws, and so like territory has been claimed, and like, you know, what else are you going to do about it? Get over it. Now, she's talking about a connection to the land and the people, and they come together. So if you take one, you take the other. And that's an attack on people themselves. And like the other guy we were speaking to before, Jordan, has made an interesting point about what he was saying was like, okay, you get the modern system and you integrate it with the traditional system. Like this is the understanding of the country. And if you're going to bring in modern kind of perspective into things which needs to be done, you know, we don't live in the past anymore. This has happened, so now let's integrate the systems and see what happens. She was lovely. And it's England, not even the Scots and the Irish, like the English. So good. So many wars in their history. Yeah, it's pretty funny actually. Nobody likes the fucking English. Like, come on. Hey? Most Anglo people, I would say, in Australia have some tie to Scottish and Irish descent, I would say. And so, like, we can all get down with this. Even if you have English in you, we can all get down with this. Fuck the English.
Against the United Nations, that's against the human rights.
Yeah.
So, protecting land is protecting the people.
Yeah. And I think the media does a good job of trying to portray events like this as like anti-Australia Day. What do you think about Australia Day or people that celebrate Australia Day? Any comment?
Well, they're pretty much ignorant and racist.
Yep.
And so, you know, the laws are here to help them along and, you know, with their little racist attitudes and behaviours. But, I mean, Australia Day, for me, I feel empowered by it because I love coming together and marching and telling, you know, get rid of the abolition of the government laws and empowering our people. Yeah.
Nice, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And are you from Sydney?
I'm Mariam Bachelor. Mariam from Mare Island.
Okay.
And from Gary. Bachelor, Gary.
Okay.
Where are you from?
I'm from Sydney. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Good luck.
I don't know how to really respond to that one because I'm assuming she's talking about what Aboriginal nation I'm part of or from, like what geographical area. And I can't really answer that question properly. I don't know, somewhere in Western Sydney, whoever is from that land. I'm not sure. Yeah, she was lovely. All right. I do got to bounce, and I'm going to leave it there, but we will pick up again tomorrow. Now, tomorrow, I have some other peculiar circumstances, and I'm going to try and do a longer stream tomorrow just because I can. So strap yourselves in. I think we'll start a bit earlier tomorrow. I might start going around 10 o'clock maybe, if I can, but like we'll go into the evening again. And we might go to like, I don't know, 5 or 6 or something like that. So it's a longer stream tomorrow. So if you can't hang around for like fucking 6 hours or something like that, and you want to come in and out as you please, or come at a certain time, I will be streaming, like I said, for longer tomorrow. Like, I don't know, yeah, 10, maybe 10. And we'll go a bit longer than usual. So bigger stream tomorrow. We've got a lot to cover. A lot of shit happening at the moment. Crazy shit. I want to be, if there'll be any developments with our friends Alex Pretti, any more culture wars on the Australia Day stuff, any more of the ultimate culture war on the geopolitical stage, dissing China, and if there'll be any more news about the Chinese, we'll find out. But we're going to leave it there. Thank you, everyone. If you've been hanging out today and you've had a chance to interact, I do appreciate that. I can't go all the way back. But like, I'll see who I can. I'll see who I can. Jag and Dr. Nathan, Dilemmas, Jungle Potatoes, Voltature, Razor was in the house earlier, Woozle hanging out, Rogue. Who else we had here? Evie chilling today. Have I missed anyone? Dilemmas. Just here to watch a trash fire hanging out. You know who you are. Matt Bond in the house at the end there. Coming in for the afternoon session. Looks like someone called Govan trolling for a little bit. I think Han was in the house earlier too. Larp Jeff. If you are hanging out today, or if you're watching after the fact, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. If you're watching this on YouTube, you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe, follow, wherever you're coming from. And thank you for being in the stream today. Like I said, we're going to be back tomorrow. It might be a little bit earlier start, later finish. I'll keep you posted. So keep your eyes and ears out on Patreon or Discord or wherever you get your information about the streams. I'll see you tomorrow. Until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the morrow. Thanks for streaming and be here tomorrow for sure. See you then.